Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. 太勁更早咁揮下 Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Hey, hey, hey. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. 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 Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. 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 Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to MCT AMER South, where Argentina and Brazil are going to go head-to-head in a battle for the grand final. We've got Private Dancer here and Rico as well.
Hey guys, what's going on? It has been a long journey of casting in North America, but finally I make my journey south to see what Mobile Legends of South America and all the excitement that you guys have to offer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So today we are going to start the best side, the best region. Hello everyone, hello Private Dancer, hello Zina Lily. I'm so happy and glad to be a part of this. I'm so glad to be a part of history being made once again. It's a new era for the MLBB scenario that is about to start today, Private.
Yeah, a huge journey that's going to be happening on as Canada, the US, North America, South America, Brazil, Peru, Argentina, all of these countries come together to duke it out, Mobile Legends style, to see who will be moving forward and crowned the top.
Yes, we are super excited to have these teams go head-to-head, and today is going to be the start of South going against each other. We all have Octa Gaming going against Black Sentence, Dreammax against Infinity, Influence Rage against Entity 7, and Alpha 7 against 9Z Globant.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, Private. So sorry.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. Everybody wants to say something about it, but I know we want to get a little bit of an explanation about how the format and the Swiss format is going to go down.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into two regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
How exciting to see all of these teams come together and to actually go ahead with one another, right? Against all across North America.
Yeah, I believe that the Swiss format, Private, is going to be very interesting for all the teams, because it's a format that gives the teams like more than one chance, and gives the teams the opportunity to readapt, to trace new strategies, So Swiss format is a very interesting thing to the teams to get adapted for this format, But there's one plus thing that is also interesting that we are going to talk about. That is the global ban that is about to happen one more time, my friend.
Yes, let's get that global ban explanation.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
how exciting to have this new addition added to these competitions. I like the fact that they're able to ban out any used characters and heroes. What are your thoughts on it, Private?
Gone are the days of sitting through an XP skirmish of another Esmeralda and another Uranus duking it out, slapping each other. Here, if you go with that meta pick first, you no longer have that option in the next round. And I'm so excited to see what kind of picks, what outside the box thinking that we might get from here in AMER South.
Yeah, and as you said, Private, about like thinking out of the box, we saw the last 2 days in the AMERs North, there's something new happening, you know, like some different heroes in the roaming pace, for example. So we are excited, and we hope to see this here on AMER South too, with this new heroes, you know, new meta coming up. This is a very interesting for the global ban happening once again here in the AMER North and South, to see the teams like readapting and tracing new strategies, you know. And let's not forget about the map features. That is also very important too, you know, to make that composition, you know, to draft the teams, to draft the compositions. That is going to be very wild for this first day here, Zina.
Yes, I love that they have to strategize and change it up and make sure that they know a bunch of different heroes just to make do with this global band added to this. So it would be amazing to see all of that happen. Like they have to figure out and learn these new heroes, right? To make sure that they can be good enough to proceed.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of, if you guys have been watching, especially here on MLBB, on your favorite YouTube MLBB channels, and you caught the North version, we've seen a couple of changes, maybe people kind of reaching outside that box, tiptoeing. We've seen a Sun out there as a jungler. We've even seen the X-Borg roam as well. Are we gonna possibly see something more reaching out there? Maybe a Cyclops or a Bane, some of my favorite picks that I would love to see out there. But that's just what this brings to the table, is just question marks of where you can go and where the strategy can guide some of these teams.
Wait. I have a question for you, Private. Is your favorite hero Cyclops?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
No way. No way. Here, look it up here. Look it up here, dude. Our favorite heroes. That's my best hero ever. Yes, Cyclops. Cyclops rules here. But let's talk about another good thing here is you. Yes, you in the chat, you in the broadcast are the main star of the show. And don't forget to follow our social media, you know. So you are present in very platforms, so many platforms. You can follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook and stuff, you know, with MLBB Esports, MLBB Esports. So make sure you follow us and our profile too, like Zina Lily, Private Dancer, and Rico and Nunes, okay, to know more about the scenario, know more about the patch notes, the updates, the competition, the AMER North and South happening, you know, on fire. So everything you're about to know if you follow our social networks, okay? So stay tuned, because everything good is about to happen, especially if you follow us on our social media, my friend Zina.
Yes, be sure to follow us on all of those channels that Rico mentioned, as well as our social handles down here. ZinaLily.exe, Private Casts, NA, and Rico and Nunes. Make sure you follow, please.
I know you can keep up to date with all of the action that has been going on with North and South. You can even see some of our predictions. I know Rico had a little post on Instagram where he talks and goes through a lot of the teams that are going to be competing here. So keep yourself up to date, keep yourself knowledgeable about everything that's going on, especially with, like we said, this is a grand event. This is the first of the AMER tournament, the AMER South, and we're going to see just what kind of action is in store for us.
Yeah, and actually is going to be very interesting. Yes. You know, so the production is talking to us. What about next?
Yeah. We are going to, so if you want to make sure that you keep up with track your stats and improve your gameplay, be sure to check out Runestone.
Yeah, you can use a runestone to stay ahead of the competition and start climbing smarter today. You can see that runestone.gg.
Yeah, so that's Runestone here. Runestone rules everything. Thank you so much, Runestone, for making this possible. All the AMER North and South to be a partner of this great event. So thank you for our partners from North to South, everything. So AMER North and South is happening here. As we saw in the last 2 days, the AMER North happening on fire. So many wild things, as Private Dancer was saying about, like, we saw Soon in the gold lane. We saw also saw Axborg in roaming. In the meta that we're about to see so many fighters in the gold lane. And all of a sudden they came with the Sun that actually was one of the best options, the best player in the game. If I'm not wrong, I think that he was an MVP, the gold lane, playing with Sun. The KDA was really on fire, But everything is happening today because we're talking about the AMER South. So let's see what kind of draft they're about to see and start, Zina.
Yes, okay. As I was mentioning earlier, we have
it's going to be
Octa Gaming going against Black Sentence, and then we have Dreammax going against Infinity, Influence Rage versus Entity 7, and then we'll end it off with Alpha 7 going against 9Z Globant. What are your guys' predictions on these ones?
Yeah, I mean, you can go ahead, as we talked about before, go to our socials. You can check out some of our predictions there. I'm expecting to just be wowed because I want to see what South America, maybe what type of differences in the play style, in the strategies. Are they super aggressive in the early game? Do they like to take their time to tiptoe to that mid and late game? I am so excited to see because I'm not going to lie. I haven't, this is my first wetting my toes into the pool that is a South America Mobile Legends here, and I am so excited to see what they have.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be very wild because all the teams here are like unknown teams with very experienced players. There's some players that changed the teams. Some teams were like so different from the last season, for example. But here we have very traditional teams. Now, one are considered the best and the favorites to win the AMER South. Another one, I think that they need some time to get the synergy from the team, with so many good players, but maybe the synergy is not like enough, to get a high competition. But every team here is very traditional. It's very now, and they are very strong. All the matches today is going to be insane because we're talking about the former champions, we're talking about the new ones, but everything here is going to happen today, and this is going to be wild, Zina.
This is looking exciting. I'm excited to be here, and I cannot wait to see these matches go on. As Private was saying, I'm not really too in touch with the South America teams, which I'm really excited to see today, to see how everything will go. And so let's look at the what do you think about it, Private?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead. I'm kind of excited here. We're going to take a look at the Octa Gaming lineup. Bringing up the XP lane, it's going to be Lucy. The jungle will be Thanatos TZ. The mid lane will be Sagan. The gold lane will be V2, and the roam will be Saber.
Yeah. That is the lineup from Octa Gaming. And let's head about from Black Sentence lineup now. That comes with Papa Dog in XP laner in the jungle with Aurora. The Sky is going to be the mid lane. Joe Crew is the gold laner. And Erwin here coming up with the roaming. That is the lineup from Black Sentence, guy. Totally different from the last season. Reminding you guys, the Black Sentence was they were the former champions from the last season. So now, but I think that the only remaining was Papa Dog in the team. But last season he was a substitute. He wasn't playing with the team, but he was training, he was practicing, but he was a substitute. But now he is the official lineup. So it's gonna be very interesting because, as I told you guys, it's totally different from the last season. The Black Sentence, the former champion team, the organization. Sorry. So let's see what they are going to show us today with this new lineup here, my friend.
I'm seeing that Harley's getting banned out first. He has been a terror. lately.
Yeah, especially with Xena. I feel like that's been one of your. You liked Harley before he was cool, to the point that it used to aggravate us when we used to play Mobile Legends together. But for me too, I'm glad that you mentioned it, Rico. That basically, Black Sentence is kind of starting over. This is a brand new team. They still have that history. They still have that leadership behind them, though. So we might be seeing some positive things. On the side of Octa Gaming, we've got a couple of teams, I believe a couple of players who actually have played together before on ULF. So they've been under another name, but they've played together, and they're going to probably bring that type of history with them together. We're going to see how they kind of coexist here between each other. I am so excited. I cannot even sit straight here because I want to see where kind of the draft. There are some things we saw from North when it comes to the prioritization of the Valentina, and I feel like we've tossed Grok aside a little bit when it comes to that roaming position and where we have him in the priorities. Do we feel like the South might follow suit here?
Yeah, so I think that the South, is about to follow just a little bit about what is happening in the meta in the whole world. You know, like they were watching the North side, they were watching what's happening in MPL Indonesia, for example. That is, there's so many of this meta happening. You know, and we can see here that all teams are taking too seriously because they are banning so strong meta heroes here. They're banning Sora, they're banning Freya, which is actually going in the gold lane. They're banning Marcel. Okay, Marcel came up yesterday in the AMER North. He wasn't the positive. He lost the 2 games. That's okay, you know, but he's too strong, and he was banned here by Octa Gaming. So both teams are taking too seriously for not letting so strong heroes in the meta open from to the enemy. You know, but it's still. It's up. There are so many strong heroes. There's so many good options for so few banning. You know, so both teams has to think straight better what they're going to show and what they're going to pick, because here the draft is a very important thing. Private.
Yeah, Suyo is going to be the first pick up here. We talked a little bit about the Valentina, but when you already take the Sora off of the battlefield, you kind of lessen the impact of a Valentina as a first pick. Usually you want that to kind of stave off the Sora, make sure that she doesn't get picked up in the XP lane. It's been a great counter. Suyu, I want to say he's got a pretty decent win rate in North right now. He kind of snuck in, especially when it came into MPLPH. He's got a great ceiling when it comes to your mechanical ability on him, and we've seen some great and flashy plays with him, and he remains a standard right now when it comes to jungling.
Yeah, so here now, the response for Octa comes with Zunshin and Cloud. Oh my goodness. What a good response here. So you guarantee Zunshin. I was about to say guarantee Xena. No. so sorry. They guarantee this Zunshin and Cloud. You know, the gold lane here is one of the few gold lanes that the meta is prioritizing. You know, we're not seeing so many marksmen Xena in the meta like Beatrix or Moscow, for example. The most prioritized one is Cloud and Carry, you know, with open strong late game. Sure. Sometimes Moskov can come up here in the meta, you know, but so far, the marksman here is going to be or Cloud or Carry. And now, Black Sentence comes with Harriet and Phoveus. Probably Harriet in the gold lane here, so we have the magical damage for a late game, also Xena for Black Sentence. Right?
Yes. I guess, yeah, they're picking. I'm thinking also that Harith could be played here in that gold lane. They are taking out all the meta heroes, I noticed, so they're making sure that they're starting strong here with the Suyu, taking out the Sora, the Marcel, Baxia. Zushin. Who do you think they're gonna pick up next, Private? Oh, there
I was gonna say they might want to be looking for a jungler, because on the side of a Black Sentence, you're looking at probably banning out some junglers now. On the side of Octa Gaming, you're probably going to be looking at banning out some mid laners now, especially because you've already secured yours and you see that the enemy team doesn't have those just yet. But when it comes to offensive capabilities, Glue, Zushin, especially at your front line, it's going to be very hard here for the side of Black Sentence to kind of get to that back line to really enforce that early game. And that's what I'm kind of wondering, where do we go from here? Because I want to say the early game is a little lacking for me on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, and actually now there was a very good ban in here for Zetian from Octa Gaming here. Yeah, Zetian is very she is very prioritized in the meta these days, actually, for any team in the world. So now Zetian doesn't come up for the first game. So the question for me is, what hero now the Black Sentence can pick up for the mid lane? You know, because we used to see a Forza or Ivy, for example, in the mid lane, no? But that could be very difficult for Black Sentence in choosing Ivy here, because she is a very static mage, you know, it's a very static mid lane. She doesn't have any kind of escape. Okay, she can zoom the players out, but still, we're talking about like Zunshin that is very mobile, that she has a very higher press control in the mid lane, especially in the river, you know. So the question is, what hero in the mid lane Black Sentence, is about to bring it up?
For me, when it's looking at it, when it comes to mages, and especially something that you want to help clear and get those rotations very early, you've got options like Valentina, but when you look at the ultimates that are available for Valentina, kind of drops her a little bit lower on that progress bar. For me, Lilia might work out here, especially when you're dealing with a Glue. You can put all those bombs. You got a nice spread of AoE damage that you can put out there. She clears the lane very quickly, and she can get up into that front line, use those black shoes to get herself back out of harm's way. So that's one of the picks that I'm kind of leaning for here if I'm Black Sentence, especially if I want to try to enforce that early game that I feel like is a little lacking on Black Sentence.
Yeah, as you said, now Lilia, it's a very good choice here for Black Sentence. Let's see if they're thinking just like us for bringing up the Lilia here with a very strong early game. And a very clean wave composition and situation also. Now it's time for, like I always remind about the map features here. So we were talking about the broken walls. You know, there's not like too much grasses or something like that. So that can be very interesting. But first, that comes with Octa, guarantee the jungle with Fredrin. Okay, very resistant one.
That's gonna be that heavy hitter that they need on their side. A big tanky front wall, a big offensive line that can kind of keep the Zushin safe, that can keep the Claude farming, and then be able to kind of get in with the Flicker and the Blazing Duet as well. Still, I want to say you brought up the broken walls. For me, what that says when we see that type of map, I feel like your escaping ability, you have nice avenues for you to be able to go, but you can be chased a lot easier as well, because you don't really have a lot of those structures that you can leap over, that you can use a lot of your dashes to get away from enemies from. So it's going to be very hard. And there is the Lilia pickup there, followed by the Hilda. Yeah, one of Xena's favorite heroes. Not even because of what she provides, but just purely based on cuteness. But I like the pick branded with that Hilda. You've secured that early game that was lacking, especially when you've taken out the Khalid on the side of Octa there. So they knew what they needed to kind of do to hunker Black Sentence, but Black Sentence had a way around it.
Yeah. And that is very interesting here, because as you were saying, with the lack of we don't see Khalid and the Octa Gaming composition, and we are talking about Hilda here and trying to guarantee this early game for Lilia. and securing the late game for the rest of the composition with Fovios and Harriet, for example. Now Lapu Lapu is the last choice, and I think that Private Dancer has something in his mind that he wants to share with us.
No, I'm kind of when you're looking at the composition, you got a very tanky front line here right now. Lapu Lapu, Glue, Fredrin. Hilda is a harasser, and she specializes when you've got kind of a squishier jungle. I want to say we can harass Fredrin, but Hilda's really not going to be making much of an impact. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle to make her useful. She's going to need to make her presence known on those side lanes, help clear out the mid, make sure you're rotating there. So there's a couple of yes boxes that need to be checked by the side of Black Sentence to make this successful. On the side of Octa, we might be lacking a little bit of damage. We're kind of waiting for a lot of those item spikes to come in, especially Claude. He's looking at a Trinity build. We're looking at like a 7-9 minute, 7 if you're doing really well. But mostly I want to say around a 9-minute mark for him to start coming online.
Yeah, so about the two compositions, what do you think about it?
I'll look back at the compositions. I think they have a pretty good start here for both teams, so I'm not sure who will take this game. Really, it depends on how it's played, right?
Yeah,
okay.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the inaugural game for the AMER South. It is going to be Octa Gaming taking on Black Sentence. We're going to see just which comp prevails.
Yeah, so let's go here. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is only the first game here. Octa Gaming versus Black Sentence. This is AMER South happening right now. Welcome everybody. So let's go, because things are going to be awesome. Things are going to be wild. As we're seeing here in the shared screen, both junglers only focusing on getting the resources, guaranteeing the buffs, the red and the purple one. So let's see what is going to happen when these heroes reach the level 4. That is almost the most important thing so far in the first minutes here, Private Dancer.
Yeah, one of the things you notice right away is that Aurora just leagues ahead of Thanatos right now when it comes to being able to clear farm, move around the jungle here. And now they're actually going to be able to get down to the bottom lane. It looks like Lucy actually might be in trouble there as they go ahead and engage, and using that flicker, he's going to find himself a safe path behind his tower. Good thinking by him. He's going to be able to get away, but man, you're already seeing the quick rotations coming from Black Sentence.
Yeah, and that was a good thing here. That was a good moment for Black Sentence, because the first turtle is on the pit here in the bottom side of the river, and now they have the chance to they have the loop, they have a breach here because Lucy doesn't have the flick here so far. There's very sustainable hero, but Octa Gaming doesn't care about that because they are going to fight back this turtle. Here comes the action here, my friend Private.
Yeah, Blazing Duet is already out there. You can see V2 trying his best to put on the damage. He don't put anybody. Actually, Papa Dog went down for the side of Black Sentence there. Turtle going over to the side of Octa Gaming. A big clash there that was looked like it was started. A great job by Octa Gaming to zone out the rest of Black Sentence. And unfortunately for Black Sentence and Aurora, he just was not able to find a way in there to get that retribution he wanted.
Yeah, and I was seeing here, like always, we got Saber with the glue here with the level 4. Erwin is still on level 3 with Hilda. That took just a little bit opportunity for Octa Gaming to guarantee the first turtle here. So even though Lucy lost the flicker, I think that Octa Gaming, they read the situation better than Black Sentence. It was a good opportunity to guarantee the first goal, the first objective here. And now let's see what's going to happen in the next minutes. Because here you're seeing here the build. It's not even like the first items, that's very, very interesting to see actually. We're just waiting for the core items for Claude, for example, with the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter. That is going to be a very, very good situation for him, But Octa is still putting the cards on the table so far, my friend Private. They're waiting now for the next turtle that comes in the upside in the river.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement going on around, especially for Octa Gaming. I feel like Black Sentence may be a little bit of a step behind. I was talking about Erwin on this Hilda. He's not exactly able to find his rhythm, find a place where he's actually going to be a threat. Lucy behind the tower in the middle, but I mean, that's a Lapu Lapu. So you have a bravest fighter stance coming out there. He's going to get a whole lot of defense. So you need to think twice about who you're going to be diving underneath the tower. They think they go ahead, they turn around. You see that Demon Hunter's already scooped up there, but for V2 on that Claude for the gold lane. And we're going to see if they can go ahead and edge out who's going to be the one to clamber onto this turtle first. You can see Thanatos already setting up there, while the rest of the team, just as they did with the first turtle, doing a good job of zoning out the rest of the team. Papa Dog's going to have to back out there down to 10%, and not even able to contest is Black Sentence.
Yeah, the second turn here comes for Octa Gaming. Black Sentence with like, okay, they were no fighting back. And Octa now is, yeah, they were causing pressure. Oh, Papa Dog, what are you doing here? Okay.
Oh. You do have the stick. The glue is now latched on. Papa Dog might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get the pop up there. So Saber not able to find himself a kill, but it does mean that Papa Dog's going to have to return back to base to kind of fill up there. On the mean side, I do want to say that Aurora doing a good job of kind of rotating around the map. He actually might have gotten caught here. And Lucy finds himself a kill, bringing Octa Gaming to 2-0.
My goodness, they were deleted. He was deleted here. Studio Aurora with the jungle for a Black Sentence, but now the fight still continues, Private.
Oh man, a big flicker there from Erwin is gonna have to be able to get away there on the Hilda. And this is the issue that happens sometimes, especially when you have a Hilda on your team. Once you start falling behind, the aggressiveness starts to stop. The speed starts to slow down. She's not able to make those fights. When you get out of the laning phase and you're looking at team groups here, you're gonna have a lot of issues when she's behind. As we take a look at some of the items there, I do see that Joel Crew is doing a good job. He's about 700 gold up on V2. So once we start hitting that mid game, once we start getting some of those spikes, he's already got the max cooldown that he needs to go ahead and get that Zaman Force and have max cooldowns on that. So we're gonna see how well that kind of plays into some of these team fights.
Yes, well noticed here, Private, especially with the Joe crew here. It is not so. I think that it's not very behind for about like farming, about getting resources here versus V2, the Claw, the gold laner. But the fact is, the third turtle goes for Octa Gaming because Black Sentence. I don't want to say that, but I think that. I think that Black Sentence is kind of lost in the first minutes here. Like they are not getting to, respond. The Octa Gaming is here pressure. The Octa Gaming is here actions. The Octa Gaming here is dominating the pace, dominating the macro here. Now we're seeing V2 hitting so much the turret number 1 in the top side, and now we see Octa so confident with 3 players in the top side, always getting this info, always getting the information about the Black Sentence players. So now here comes Octa. Ooh.
Yeah, Zaman Force has been laid down on the ground there as we're dashing back and forth. Joel's going to have to back away from the tower, and that's going to be a cleanup there by Octa Gaming. They scoop up a tower, but I want to say on the other side of the map, Aurora's already doing a good job. He knows that they're not able to get some of these fights, so he's still trying to keep up that farm, still trying to get to a point. He's already a level over Thanatos right now, but when it comes to like the whole of this game right now, 0-2 Octa Gaming, I mean, they're playing their game right now, and we've yet to see Black Sentence really kind of initiate something in their favor. It's always been Octa Gaming on the turtle, Octa Gaming starting it, Octa Gaming making sure that they're able to zone out Black Sentence. And unfortunately for Black Sentence, it seems that they just keep on replying. And when you're in a game like this, replying is just not how you win games. As we take a look here at the items.
Yeah, now the focus can be the third number 1 in the mid lane, but now Erwin here during the front line, he was forced to use the flicker to gain reposition, but Octa Gaming once again dominating, causing so much pressure versus Black Sentence. The Black Sentence now doesn't have a jungle. They are not allowed to farm in their own jungle here, my friend.
Yeah, they've already gotten, it's pretty much owned by Octa Gaming right now, is a Black Sentence's a jungle. Sky has not been able to really get off the AoE damage that you want with the Lilia, and I feel like the Hilda pickup right now is just not paying its dividends. Now we got ourselves a little bit of a team fight about to happen here. Lord is down to about a 50%. Saber does use that ultimate, looking to try to go in there. He's getting caught up by the rest of the team. He does latch on to Irwin from the backside. You see Joe Crew lays down his Zaman Force. Still 10%. Thanatos able to pick up the first Lord. Is the rest of Black Sentence able to get away? At the bottom, Aurora looking for an escape. Just narrowly missed by Octa Gaming. Black Sentence able to get away, but they lose another objective.
Yeah, I saw Aurora trying to flank here, so I thought that he was about to up to something, you know, but nothing happened. He only saw the Octa Gaming here dominating the Lord. Oh, trying to do it once again, my friend.
Yeah, comes in, and V2's able to get away. Still trying to go in, but Papa Dog gets a slammed down. That's the value you're getting of a Seagun on that Zushin pick up there, especially in the front line. There's just not much that they can do. Joel Crew next on the list to go down. It's just Aurora and Irwin alone. 2 members alone trying to fend off this attack from Octa Gaming. 0-5 right now, and what a dominating performance here right now for Octa.
That's it, my friend. No, actually, I'm not a psychic. I can't read the future, but here, I think about the game is done. Oops. Once again, Lucy trying to do something. He's searching for the angle. The focus now can be the turret number 3 in the offside, the top lane here. There he come again. Oh, okay. Octa Gaming here, ultimate from Saber, but he was taken down. Okay, Black Sentence can defend, but they're lost. The turret number 3 here in the top side, my friend.
Yeah, and right there, they Octa Gaming got what they wanted. They were able to get themselves a high ground there, escape without taking any real damage to their team here. As you can take a look, 3,000 gold up. Not 3,000 gold period, 3,000 gold up. Ooh. Is V2 on this Claude right now. And you can see right there, does find himself a kill onto Irwin. Now the rest of Octa Gaming in chase for Black Sentence, looking for an escape, cannot find their way. Papa Dog too deep on the back line to get himself an escape. V2 comes in, spraying the damage on with a blazing duet, finds himself another kill, teamed up by his Octa Gaming. They're 2-8 right now.
3 players down. Now they're trying to synchronize here in the minion waves. The focus can beat the turret number 3 in the mid lane. They're trying to guarantee the super minions also with the superior numbers. Octa Gaming continuing the pressure, but now they decided to head back. Oh, I think that Black Sentence doesn't want allowed to do that. Okay. Now they're heading back. Their play is safe. Now they choose the safe here, Private, because they have the advantage. Look at the gold lead here. It's almost, I'm not good at math, but it's almost 8,000 for Octa Gaming.
It's around, yeah, I'd say about more closer to around 6K right now, but it's still a large lead, especially because the lead isn't really spread out too much. It is like 90% on V2 on that Claude right now. He's basically got the build he wants. He's got that Trinity build. He's shredding Black Sentence every single time he goes in. Here, they can't even contest for the Lord. They're just hoping to try to macro up, to try to get some of those split pushes out there, because right now, when it comes to the team fights, there's just, Octa Gaming just has already, if you're talking about an even fight, it was gonna be a problem when you have a Saber on this Glue, Seijin on this Zushin, but you're talking about a team that's already 6K ahead of you. There's not much of a fight that you can really defend against, though they are trying.
Yeah, they're trying now because they have super minions in the mid and the top lane here for Octa Gaming. Now they have the Lord heading in the mid lane. That could be the final push here, Private, for Octa Gaming in the first game. All that remains to Black Sentence here is trying to defend the base, but here they come.
Yeah, you can see they're going in with the Lord now, looking to close this one up quickly. Comes in, a beautiful hit up there coming in from Lucy. Does get a stun on the 3 members. Lord finally goes down. Papa Dog able to find himself a kill, but into the back line. V2 with that blazing duet is going to help secure this first game for Octa Gaming.
Wild, crazy here what Octa Gaming did in the first game with that composition. We were talking about the both compositions had strong late game. There is some kind of win conditions, but Octa Gaming didn't care. They didn't have to think about it. They just went straight ahead, like looking to the horizon and say, let's go for the victory, let's go for the win. And that's what happened, Zina.
Yes, Octa Gaming was proving themselves on that one. They snowballed the other team pretty quickly there. You were right, Private, about the Hilda not being a force to go against their jungler, because their Hilda's better against those squishier ones.
Yeah, and I'm wondering kind of like where you kind of messed up, what you could have done to maybe have a better chance. Glue right now is just at such a strong point that you really have to kind of focus a composition around what you're gonna do if you're facing him. I try to think back of like maybe a Faramis you could go out to have at your as something that's more team based, something that can help out your team with a little bit more I want to say support, rather than a Hilda that's kind of like going around looking to harass. Especially, like we said, when you've got a Fredrin on the other team, there really weren't very many targets that were going to be afraid of a Hilda kind of running through the jungle.
Yeah, and I think that Octa Gaming here, they respond very good, especially in the early game, because we were talking about the Hilda and Lilia with a very strong early game, but they knew how to neutralize, especially that condition that happened in the bottom lane, that both teams here, especially Black Sentence, was trying to explore more about like with Lucy, against Lucy here, using the Lapu Lapu. They tried to dive twice, you know, the first one didn't work out, and I think that is one of the things that that was very important for Octa Gaming to get back in the game, you know, to dominating the pace after that and guarantee the objective, the goals, like the turtles, the lords, everything was for Octa Gaming, you know. So they knew how to neutralize, especially the early game from Lilia and the late game, especially from Fovios and Harriet. So they didn't show the late game. They didn't appear in the first game here. So that was very impactful here for Octa Gaming. As we're seeing now in the highlights here, Private, as we're seeing Octa Gaming dominating all the objectives, all the goals here, the totals, the lords, especially because when you have the Claude that got the kill very early, you know, and he has an opportunity to get the item so early here to guarantee the late game and the damage for, especially with the Blazing Duet. It was very important for Octa Gaming to guarantee the first game here, the victory.
Yeah, well, and this kind of goes to some of the fighting or Mobile Legends 101, where you have to have objectives on the game. You just can't allow the enemy team to be getting those turtles. You can see we're here at the 9-minute mark, almost 10 minutes here, and it's already Octa Gaming is about 7K ahead. And there's just, especially with a composition like that, there's just not enough that you can do to be able to kind of disperse it, especially when you're giving up turtles, when you're giving up lords. You don't have a way in. Maybe we could have gotten around a little bit faster with the Suyu to be able to kind of find some of those squishier targets. Unfortunately, letting something like the Zushin out there, letting something like the Glue out there. Maybe this is part of the plan. We've talked about it too. Something different this season is going to be that global ban. This means that some of those strong picks are not going to be available for Octa Gaming next time, especially. And I think that's a breath of fresh air probably for Black Sentence right now.
Yes, I like the fact that they have those global bans. Oh, and our MVP for the match.
Let's see. Who is in the MVP?
Oh, yes.
Hey, that's very yeah, Zina. And that's very interesting here because as for you guys that maybe you don't know, Sagan was a former champion. You know, he was one of the players from the old RRQ Akira. You know, so RRQ Akira was a very strong team here that won the MPL, the old MPL 4 times in a row, and he was the mid lane. You know, so he is very good one. He is very experienced and very with a high level of performance here. And I was surprised because the lineup was as Death TZ in the mid lane, but suddenly they choose for Sagan. I think that they knew something about that we don't know, because they choose Sagan in the mid lane now for Octa Gaming to guarantee. And I didn't talk about the Zushin, you know, and Zushin was very, very important, especially because of the pressure and the crowd control that she can do versus the Black Sentence, you know. So he was very important for the first victory here for Octa Gaming Private.
Yeah, and we were talking about it too. You mix that in with the glue, you've got a front line that is going to be very hard to break through. Even with the Phoveus trying to dive into the back, you just constantly had that lantern flare spraying damage, getting those stacks onto Phoveus. And the Lilia wasn't even able to get anywhere close to even try to offset that, to try to spray them down with damage. They were constantly, like I said, they were constantly responding. It was Octa, they were enforcing their will, they were moving forward, and you had Black Sense just constantly moving back. With a composition like that, you want to have at least a little bit of aggression, and that's kind of where I say where some of those picks start to fall off, especially a Hilda. Hilda does not do well on her back foot because she wants to get some of those surprises into the side lanes. She doesn't do great in the team fights where she's trying to pick off one singular target, and that's unfortunate. And hopefully Black Sense wipe off some of that dirt and get themselves back up here for this next draft.
Yeah. Hilda usually needs to be able to have her team do well and at the start. So what she kind of falls off later if her team doesn't do well at all. So
yeah, especially because the other team here, the composition was like with Lapu, was with Fredrin, you know, and Glue. And I don't think that is the best idea for a Hilda to trying to do something versus against that kind of composition, you know, because the resistance, the sustain that the heroes has for Hilda, maybe that is not a good idea, because the target over there was Zushin and Claude, you know. Both heroes have some kind of mobility, you know. The Daxter with the Claude, the Zushin that can that she can move while the pressing the basic attack or the skills, for example. So was not good for Hilda to take that kind of responsibility for trying to start something, to engage something versus Octa Gaming. It was very like, okay, we have a plan, but it didn't work out. When you saw the composition for Octa Gaming here that knew how to do, they read so well the Black Sentence composition, especially once again neutralizing the strong ones, the late game ones, Harriet and Phoveus. They couldn't play, they couldn't show up the first map here. So well played for Octa Gaming in the first game here, Private.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what you. Well, I mean, it used to be you kind of have to wonder what changes you need to make, but thankfully for a Black Sentence, you don't need to make any changes. This isn't going to be. You're not going to be competing. You're not going to see the Zushin again. You're not going to see the Fredrin again. You're not going to see the Lapu. There are still some very strong picks out there, but I want to say this is something that kind of has to be on your mind when you're kind of going through some of these drafts, especially when I want to say for me, it's really important to kind of match up that mid and roam right now, because you need to kind of provide a lot of that security in the early game to make sure that you can either rotate very early or be able to protect your jungle and help your team kind of get to that mid game where they're going to have a power spike if you're not power spiking through that early game. And unfortunately, it just like we said, the Hilda was a good early start. There's a certain time when you want to be able to pick that. Fortunately, now that they know that the side of Black Sentence Gaming has already taken, they don't have the opportunity of that Hilda. All they really need to do is kind of, I want to say, ban out the Khalid, and you've kind of secured a little bit of breathing room for an assassin pick on your side. And I'm wondering if that might come into play here for the next game for them.
Yeah, and in fact, here, Zina, Private said that Black Sentence doesn't have to worry about like the old composition, the first game here. In fact, they can repeat that composition, you know, because we're talking about the global ban. The hero, in the other side, the same team are not allowed to repeat, but the other team, they can pick the hero, you know. So they can think that, okay, so this composition works so well to the enemy, so maybe we can copy paste the composition. But of course, we're just kidding here.
Do you think that they will do that? You think that they're
Why
gonna
not?
try to
The
copy?
question is, why not?
Well, that's true, but it's also depending if that team will know how to what is it? Go against that, like to draft against it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they built that team, so they should know the way to draft against it, right?
One of the really important things here right now, even though I want to say this point has kind of been null and void a little bit in North America, dare I say, but I almost feel like coaches drafting, understanding what has been picked, understanding what is left out there is so important now that you have a global ban where you can potentially waste certain pickups. Harith is no longer going to be available, and unfortunately you wasted it on I don't want to say wasted it, but you used it on an unfortunate game where you lost. You had some strong picks out there. You have the Lilia, one of Xena's favorite picks. Unfortunately, another L for a Lilia. That means you can't pick that again. So there's all these different mechanics, and this is why I am such a huge fan of Global Ban, because it introduces all of these different aspects to these formulas. It's no longer this one formula that works, and you need to figure out just how to break this one formula. It's all right. This formula works. Throw that out. What's the next thing that we can create with the ingredients that we have left out on the field? All these different characters, and I'm kind of hoping. I mean, I want to see some of those outside the box picks. I want to see us getting a little crazy. We saw Sun. I mean, I was like, all right. That's the beginning. We saw that in AMER North. Yeah, the X-Borg. I want to see what we got in South. Maybe there's a comfort pick for some of these teams that now that you've taken out some of this meta, now that you're no longer allowed to pick it, maybe some of that will be able to shine here.
Yeah, I know what you want to see, bro, here in the draft. I know you want to see a Layla gold lane. I'm kidding. But
watch it do something.
Okay. But in fact, Private is totally right here about like that expectation for the draft phase here, because we saw Black Sentence. They have an idea with that composition to maybe have a strong early game with Lilia and Hilda here, causing pressure, especially in the jungler of the enemy here. But it's like the opposite happened, you know, because I think that Octa Gaming, they knew the idea, they knew what they were doing, and it worked so well for them. Now I think that Black Sentence can change just a little bit about like that idea from composition. I think that they can come with a very hard engage in the roaming, for example, to get more confident, to trying to dominate some kind of actions and some decisions in the game, for like forcing a flicker, forcing a spell from the other team from Octa Gaming here to open the breach, to open an opportunity to guarantee the objectives, the lords, for example, because was everything from Octa Gaming in the first game, you know. So I think that Black Sentence was really they're not so. They think that they didn't absorb well this idea, that situation, that they couldn't guarantee any kind of objective in the first game, you know. But I believe that they come with different idea. But what is not so different here, my friend Xena, is the banning system, because it's almost the same. I think that it's
basically the same. Those were it is the same. But they banned Harley at first. It was Harley then Sora, but now it's
just the order. Okay.
Same two in the beginning. Yeah, same two in the beginning on each side right now. Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, when we come and take a look at it, I talked a little bit about Valentina probably not being the best choice because some of the ultimates that they had out at the time, so that's a reason she wasn't picked up here. We don't need to worry about the Zushin anymore, so that should give a little bit of breathing room. We're seeing that the map is going to be flying clouds. For me, sometimes when I see that, it kind of for me, if I'm a side laner, it means I can play something that's maybe not as aggressive, or maybe might not necessarily win my lane. I could play something with a little bit of mid-game security, because if I need to go back and back to base to kind of heal up, I can do that, because now I have that little bit of transportation that's going to get me back to that side lane very, very quickly, where I wouldn't have that on a different map. I would risk losing some minions. I would risk taking some damage onto my tower. Here, I'll be able to kind of get back, even if I do take damage, even if I am necessarily not doing well on my side lane. Here, we're looking for that first pick. The priority earlier, I want to say, went to the Suyu. So are we going to stick with the junglers, or maybe kind of go for that mid lane security on the side of Black Sentence?
Yeah, we don't have Ivy here for the mid lane, so maybe Zushin can be the first pick for a Black Sentence. There comes, I don't remember the phrase of the hero. We're just waiting. Yeah, that's it. It is Zushin here, the first pick for a Black Sentence. And I'm going to tell you a dumb thing about myself, guys. When I play the Fly Clouds, every time that I use the fly, I'm reminding, and I'm thinking of the song, you know, I believe I can fly. every single time. So sorry about that. So sorry. But I like
no
it was
need to be
stronger.
sorry. Go ahead.
It is stronger than me. It is stronger than me. Okay. But continue here with the draft. Let's see what Octa Gaming is going to respond here to. I think that they want to prioritize now maybe the gold lane once again, but they're not allowed to use Claw. They can come with carry. Just to force Black Sentence not to choose very tanky composition because of carry here with the true damage and the buff for melting the tanks, you know. But this respawn here is very, very strong. They come with Khalid and carry. The roaming and the gold lane here, I mean the possible roaming here, they are two very, very strong ones here, Private.
Yeah, and when it comes to, I want to say, pickup times, when you're looking at a timeline of when both of these picks kind of come online, they're on opposite ends of the spectrum, where Khalid, right from the get-go, right from the start, he's got mobility, he's got restoration, he's got a ton of damage that he can do. And then on the opposite side of that, you've got Carrie, who at the late game has a ton of damage that she can do as well. Now we've picked up the Claude and the Fredrin as well on the side of Black Sentence. What, you okay there, Rico?
Okay.
You know what's going on? You know what's going on here, guys? I think that someone from Black Sentence heard my sentence here, because they are repeating the composition from Octa. You see that?
Yeah.
With Zushin, Claude, and Fredrin, you know, like the same composition for in the first game. But jokes aside, guys, now the third pick here was a Suyu. I thought they could choose the mid lane here, especially like Zetian that is still open. But I don't think now that Black Sentence is gonna allow to let this hero still open here. I think that they're going to ban, but we have to wait for it. But now they choose the jungler. Okay, one jungler here, Xena, is tanky, you know, and he feels more confident to get in the team fight to trying to guarantee the objectives. Another one, it's a assassin with a burst of damage, you know, that they can pick. They can pick some specific pickups here before an objective, before a team fight that can benefit Octa Gaming here, Xena.
Yes. Yeah, they're looking like they're taking out Glue here.
Yeah, Glue.
From the team. Yeah, and Lilia. Just they're trying to, like you said, ban out the mages for Octa, so they have a slimmer, you know, pick for that. They did pick up Zushin, like you said, on the first. I think they picked it up first since it was MVP last round, and that crowd control is amazing. So I don't know.
Okay. What's amazing for me is South in AMER South, as opposed to AMER North. AMER North, I think I want to say Zeus had about almost like I want to say up there about 90% ban rate. To the point that North, they just don't even want to deal with it. They don't want to try to counter it. They're just going to take it off of the table. And I want to say South is just a little bit more aggressive with it. They're like, you know what? We're not going to ban it. We're gonna put it out there. We're gonna allow it, and we're gonna deal with it. And here we're gonna see if Octa actually has a plan. They do have, I want to say, good ways. This is kind of like what I saw from Black Sens. You have the Suyu, who should be able to close the distance very quickly, put on a lot of damage onto the Zushin, but now you have that kind of coupled up with a Khalid, who can also get to that back line very quickly. He can also use his ultimate to possibly get that stun in there as well, and that's something that Black Sens is going to have to be very concerned about, especially because a lot of these more tankier picks have been taken off the table. They kind of read what you were saying about copying the build here. Glue was going to be the next recipe in there, followed by the Lapu, and it seems like Octa's like, no, you're not going to copy us. We're going to take Glue off of the table.
We're not allowing this.
And here,
no.
yeah, and here we were talking about getting to that back line. Who better to be able to do that than the Black Dragon himself, Yuzong?
Yeah, here comes a Yuzong here, just flying. They already have the flying cloud, and now they have a flying dragon in the composition for Octa Gaming here. So it's very, very interesting. But even though we're having Khalid here with the idea to take on a backline for against Black Sentence composition, but we see that they have Zunshin, they have Claude. You know, they are both heroes. They're very mobile. They can escape easier than some kind of hard engage here, you know, but instead of they decide to guarantee more a backline here invasion with Yuzong. But now here comes the final the composition here to finish the composition for Black Sentence. Arlott and Hylos. Okay, they didn't care so much about the carry in the other side, so they brought another tanky here for the composition with Arlott with a very, very strong and knock up and crowd control here that can work very well in that composition, finishing for a Black Sentence. And now we are waiting to see what is Octa bringing out. Maybe Valentina is still open here. Could be very interesting, but no. The phrase Valia!
That's good against those melee heroes. Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. We saw. I want to say we seen a singular Valir pick in the north as well, and it did especially well. Especially when we talk about you were talking about it, Xena. Those melee heroes, those ones that like to be right up into the front line. Oh, so. And this is what I'm looking at, a clash happening here, and I'm trying to imagine it with my limited imagination that I have. When you try to get to the front line, you're just going to be pushed back by Valir. When you're pushed back by Valir, you're going to have a Black Dragon swimming for your back line. How are you going to be able to close the distance on the back line of Octa here? I want to say this is kind of I'm kind of in love with this composition coming out from Octa.
Yeah. It's a good composition from them. The fact that they had that Valir to kind of push and slow down those melee heroes from ever reaching their backline, and Carrie is going to be the one to shred them. This one is a good pick for Octa. Their draft pick is really good.
Yeah, that it kind of blew my mind. I have to be honest, it kind of blew my mind, like bringing this Valir in that composition. I was waiting for a Valentina maybe, or maybe Farsa, which is also very prioritized in the AMER South. But no, they decided to bring a Valir here in that composition. Okay, so I think that for disengage also, Valir here can work very well in that composition from Octa Gaming private.
Yeah, I'm just when it comes to a Black Sentence right now, I'm trying to figure out in a perfect world for them, if they play perfectly, you have Claude who can kind of get to the back line with that blazing duet, but you're kind of waiting for that mid to late game for him to be able to pop off. We saw when it's played correctly, we actually saw from the last game, Claude was part of the first turtle fight. He came in with the he got his level 4 very quickly, came in with the blazing duet to even with like it wasn't doing a great amount of damage. I'm talking about for the first turtle, but he came online very early to be able to kind of support his team with a little bit of that suppressive fire. The problem is here when he gets to that back line, who's going to be back there to protect him? Are we waiting for like a counter engage from Octa? The Black Dragon comes in, maybe Hylos and Arlot, although Hylos is not, he's not like a I want to say a disengage option. He's not a good peeler. He's an engagement tool that you want to lay down that glorious pathway. But we're going to find out if their compositions stack up.
Yeah. So let's go and let's see what's going to happen in the second game here. Everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the second game. Black Sentences versus Octa Gaming. Reminding that it's 1-0 for Octa Gaming, and always reminding you that it's all the best of 3 here. So let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically game point. So Octa Gaming does, I want to say, a little bit of breathing room, you know, a little bit of a wiggle room to mess up if they want to. Already, I want to say, Erwin, I like to see this. I like to see the aggression right from the early spot there. Saber actually in trouble, uses that flicker and able to fight and escape.
My goodness, what happened here in the first minute of the game? See, Saber was Saber used the Flake. You know, it's almost like the 2 minutes for the Flake comeback, and the 45 seconds for the first turtle. So that can be a very good opportunity for a Black Sentence to try to guarantee the first goal, to guarantee the first objective here. But Octa Gaming here is still trying to take in the actions, dominating here some kind of the and somehow the pace. Let's go! Whoa!
Yeah, look at the damage coming out from Thanatos there. You get the damage and the CC coming from Valir, and then Thanatos on the Soyu comes in, swinging away, and almost takes down 2 from Black Sentence at the 1 minute and 30-second mark. And that's what a great early game that you have, and that's the value from a Khalid. That's why I want to say Octa Gaming had banned it out in the first game. They didn't want to see that instead of the Hilda pickup there because of the damage that it can provide right away.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't level 4 Hisuyo, but now the turtle in the upside. There comes the first blood for Zunshin here. That is happening, my friend Private. Let's go.
Yeah, you see the Black Dragon all the way into the back side there. Does get put down by Zunshin. Lucy in trouble. Gets taken down. Papa Dog with the last hit there. Thanatos gonna try to use those dashes to try to get himself out of harm's way. Papa Dog's a little low. Comes in looking for that demonic force. Doesn't have it. Finds himself a little bit of a kill. Papa Dog slams down onto them. Segan in trouble using that flicker as well. And he is down for the count. That is 4 kills for Black Sense. Looking for a 5th if Saber can try to get himself away, and he can't.
5-0 for Black Sentence. It doesn't seem like the first, it doesn't at all like the first game here, where Octa Gaming were like dominating everything, dominating the pace. But now Black Sentence pull the cards on the table. Okay, the turtle is guaranteed by Octa Gaming. Okay, the first one, but the fact is, we have 5 kills for a Black Sentence. You know, we have 2 kills for Sky. It's Zushin. Papa Dog with Arlon here with 2 kills. Aurora with the Fredin with 1 kill here. The goal lead here is almost a 2. No, it's 1K at 1,000 and just a little bit for a Black Sentence, you know. But more important here, Private, is the confidence, is the power for Black Sentence to guarantee these kills, and more important, the resources for the heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're sitting on 5-0. Especially, I kind of thought that the composition, if you played it a little bit right, Segan would be able to kind of get a lot of those slows, a lot of those pushes. Then Thanatos would be able to kind of come in with the Soul Sever and really dish out a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Black Sentence had a great job. The Black Dragon came out. The entirety of Black Sentence backed off. They kited him back. They burst him down. And then one by one are able to focus targets onto Octa Gaming. It seems like whatever rust they had in that first game, they have gone ahead and shaken off. Glorious pathway down onto the tower. In comes the blazing duet. Is that going to be enough to take down V2? Saber and V2 very low, but taking a lot of tower shots. Aurora, and just like that, a little greedy of a play there underneath the tower. They, I want to say, overestimated the damage they were going to be able to do, and that turned around very quickly.
We know that story, Private. We know that story, my friend. The greed took down the golem. You know, there were two greedy here in the bottom lane. Once again, Suyo is taking down another player in the sky, and now Joe Crew is the other victim. It's the 4 kills now for Octa. They are back in the game. Actually, they are ahead in the goal lead. Okay, there's not too much, but what happened here, my friend Private? Because they survived for so long in the turret and the bottom lane here. That tried for dive for a Black Sentence, but here they come again.
Yeah, and I want to say Black Dragon is out there. It's looking for one of the squishier targets, goes into the mid, and Thanatos able to find himself a retribution. Lucy finds a kill on to Aurora. The rest of Black Sentence looking for an escape, trying to kind of create some of that distance, while Octa Gaming is going to use this as an opportunity to start pressing their luck into the tower. Papa Dog and Sky alone in the mid lane, now looking for the defense.
Black Sentence, what are you doing? You had a very interesting advantage in the kills and the goal lead, you know, in the very first minutes of the game, but now it's like almost a nightmare for Black Sentence here, because now we have a V2 with the carry with 1 carry here, getting more items, getting more farms and more build. Oh, Joel Crew! You have to be careful, my friend. Now Vito here is causing so much damage with carry. We are about to see the build just a little bit later, but I think that the carries already have one item heading for the second one. Oh, thank you so much, production. It's a wonderful team here. Oh, the corrosion side here also for a carry versus the Demon Hunter for Claude. Okay, Sky Pierce already for Suyo here. You know, Thanatos is playing very well with Suyo, the jungler, you know, so Black Sentence had a very interesting advantage here, my friend Private, but they took down, and now here comes a dive in the top side. Will be no, Octa prefers to get safe, to take back, to get back here, to reposition, but Saber is up to something. Oh, look at Saber. He's trying to do something. Ooh. Okay, in the mid lane here.
Comes out there, Thanatos got caught. A great read there immediately. Irwin lays down the glorious pathway. Because I was actually going to critique that when it comes to the second, the last turtle fight we just had. The glorious pathway got laid down. Unfortunately, I want to say not all the team immediately was able to collapse onto Octa Gaming. And that's kind of like the synergy that you need. You need to be able to lay that down. The entire team collapses. Ooh, see another fight in that mid. They are laying down onto Saber, looking for an angle to get in there. You see a little bit of a stun goes on to Segan. Still on this turtle, and Aurora able to pick it up. Much more objective focus coming from Black Sentence here in game 2.
Yeah, I think that Thanatos didn't use the retribution here to guarantee the other turtle for Octa Gaming. But we got Saber here now to get in some info. Even meanwhile, you have Black Sentence forced at the mid lane here, like clean wave, forcing the minion wave here, but now they're heading for the bottom lane here. Here comes the Glory Path once again, Private!
Yeah, big final sledge comes out there, followed by the flanker from V2, and a blazing duet from Joel Crew, able to take down the gold laner of Octa Gaming, and another one, Lucy, down for the count. That's going to be 2 kills for Joel Crew there, bringing Black Sentence to a 9-5 lead over Octa Gaming, and this is a completely different team than we saw from the first game.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here, my friend Private, because now Octa Gaming here, it is taking so much pressure, especially in the jungler. In the jungle, I think that they lost the purple buff here for Suyo because they were in the other side. He was in the other side here, but now Black Sentence is continuing the pressure. Oh, Saber!
Yeah, Saber is in trouble. That lantern coming out from Sky. I know everybody's counting their lucky stars that Zushin is not going to be available for game 3, the possible game 3 if Black Sentence can make it out of here, because it seems to be making all the difference when it comes to some of these engagements. That's why we've seen it just banned out when it comes to AMER North. They just ban it out because right now there's answers that people are trying to test out here, and my prognosis right now is that banning. That's the best way to go against the Zushin right now. Black Sentence and Sky just having a great game. Sky sitting at 4-1-5 right now.
Yes, Private, you're totally right. We are not seeing Zunshin in the possible third game here for both teams, for neither of the teams here. So now we're seeing the Lord on the pitch. Oh, here comes again.
Yeah, Aurora actually got caught inside that bush there. Oh, he's looking for a wrap. Guy comes in, and Joel Crew finds himself another kill. 3 down for Octa Gaming, and Thanomos tease he's gonna have to find himself an escape. It's just him and the gold laner left for Octa Gaming. This is a bush that Aurora walked into. You had members in there waiting, and that's just the tankiness and the and that you get with the Fredrin and the support that you had from a Sky there as well.
That's it, my friend. I don't want to be early here, but I think that Black Sentence only loses this game if they want to. You know, because the Joel Crew here is very strong. We have Papa Dog here with Arlott also, with the Oracle, with the Boot. We are seeing Claude with the Demon Hunter, Gold Staff, the Corrosion Side also. 3 full items for this Claude here. We're seeing with the Glowing Hand in Zunshin and also Sky Pierce also for the mid lane here. Sky is playing so well also with the 6 kills. But now, here comes Black Sentence once again, Private.
Oh, yeah, Blazing Duet comes out there, down goes Thanatos Easy very quickly there. V2 activates the Speedy Light Wheel, trying to rain down damage there. Is able to find a kill onto Papa Dog. Both teams decide it's just better to live and fight another day. Both of them lose some members there. 2 go down from Octa Gaming. They're going to have to turn around there. Oh, actually, you see Saber kind of going in, testing his luck against the Aurora's Fredrin there, but not able to come away with anything there. See, this is what I kind of like. What you get with that Khalid is just the constant ability to harass. Come in there, get a poke. You're not going to be able to kill him. He's still got abilities that are going to be able to help him sustain, but it's allowing Black Sentence to kind of macro up around the base, trying to get some of the damage onto some of those towers.
Yeah, and we once again here comes no breathing for us, Private.
Oh, a little bit of the greedy play there comes out from Aurora. Goes in there for the purple buff, gets taken out there. Now that's going to cost him Irwin as well. 2 down for the side of a Black Sentence. And I want to say, when you go for those buffs on the enemy side, the rest of your team needs to be available, needs to be helping, needs to be kind of like stowing away the enemy for you. Right here, we saw maybe a little bit of a communication issue between Aurora and the rest of the team, but he had an entirety of Octa Gaming waiting there to put him down.
Winds of Nature for carry. We also got that immune here for the gold laner of Octa Gaming. You know, it was just because I said it was down for Black Sentence. After I said that, Black Sentence make 2 mistakes here in the last couple of minutes later, you know, so they have to pay attention and they have to be aware, especially with the carry. But Saber, what are you doing there, my friend?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's trying to find himself an escape, but Zushin Sky is right there to pull him back. A little bit of a fight up at the top. Thanatos TZ looking for an escape. Papa Dog disengages from that, but there's still 1 down now is Octa Gaming. About 5 seconds left on this Lord, and Black Sentence is in a great position to be able to kind of get positioning on it and be able to force away the enemy team. You can see Sky right there on the Zushin. Black Dragon is out. Looking for a target. Is going to be able to find Sky. Comes in. You do see the glorious pathway now onto the back line of Octa Gaming. Lucy in trouble. Comes in. Gets taken out by Sky. And the rest of Octa Gaming looking for a disengage. In comes Saber. The enemy's actually very low, but Aurora finds the retribution, able to get the Lord, and Sky takes down a Saber. The rest of the team coming in. Final slash. Able to take down B2. Thanomos looking to, actually goes in, trying to put some damage down, finds the Sky. Glorious pathway is down, but it looks like Black Sentence able to clean up there. It's just Segan alone with 4 down for Octa Gaming.
I mean, what happened to Saber? I thought Saber was about to ultimate in the Lord, you know, just trying to do some kind of disturbance in the force for Octa Gaming, you know, but instead of that, he didn't ultimate I think that it was against Papa Dog, you know. So there was no follow-up, there was no damage caused by Octa Gaming here. But now here comes the pressure in the mid lane, where the Lord is heading on the top side for a Black Sentence. Can't be the final push here, my friend.
Oh, well, I mean, they don't have the mid lane kind of synced up with the rest. The Black Dragon's going to go out there, but he's not going to be able. He's just trying to defend. Oh, actually, Blazing Duet comes out there. It's going to be able to shred down the Black Dragon. Lucy goes down. Sky's right there to pick up another kill. 12 and 2 for 13 and 2 right now for Sky, who's a maniac. And B2 goes down as well. 3 down for Octa Gaming. And Black Sentence is at the gates looking to siege Octa Gaming in here. Can they close it up? Thanatos TZ looking to try to stave off this push, but smartly and wisely, Black Sentence, they run out of minions, and they're going to go ahead and clean up the jungle on their way out.
No Maniac for Zushin here, but now they continue the pressure. Guaranteed super minions in the mid lane. The only turret left here is in the bottom lane here, the turret number 3, but it is injured here with half of HP. The base is still basically open for Octa Gaming here. A Black Sentence leading the game, dominating the pace here. The goal lead heading almost to 6k of goal lead here for a Black Sentence. Another Lord comes up in 3 seconds, and they have the advantage. They have the map control here. You know, for Octa, I think that for Octa here, a win condition, it is to protect V2 here, to make him comfortable, to make him confident to cause damage in the team fight. But it's also very difficult for them because here Lucy can be the first victim.
Oh yeah, you can see the Black Dragon coming out there, but that was used more defensively because of all of the damage that Lucy was taking. That means he's not going to have it for the next fight. And speaking of which, next fight is already here. Thanatos actually looking for an escape as he scraps with Papa Dog. 4 seconds left on this Lord, and you've got Papa Dog, who's kind of tucked tail right now. He's going to be looking to try to get some of that health back up. He is up, and you see Lucy actually got caught. Papa Dog actually goes into the bush, and the rest of the team locks on to Saber, looking for an escape. Zushin's right there. Sky spraying on some of that damage, trying to get those stacks on there. All the while, Black Sentence doing a great job working on this Lord while still zoning out Octa Gaming, and there is another Lord collected for Black Sentence.
It was a nice job here for Black Sentence to zone the games for Octa Gaming here, forcing them to use the ultimate. So losing the resources here for a possible team fight for the Lord. And now the Lord heading for the mid lane here. We can have the final push once again, but now it's for Black Sentence, Private.
Yeah, and they're looking to close this game out. Black Dragon is out. Ooh, Saber tried to come in with some damage, but gets bursted down. Lucy in trouble here, getting a chunk of damage down. Minions now at all corners of this base. It does look like Octa Gaming was able to take down the Lord. They got a little bit of a defense there. Irwin takes a chunk of damage on the front end there. Does have the immortality from the back end. Lucy looking for an angle, but gets caught by Black Sentence. They read it out there right away. This is going to allow Thanatos TZ to come in.
I don't believe that.
Looking for some damage. V2 finds some damage onto Aurora.
No way.
Octa Gaming trying to turn this thing around, but it doesn't look like Sky.
Oh my goodness.
On some of that damage. Just Sky alone. 4 down for Black Sentence, who looks like they overstayed their welcome at the base. Sky able to answer back at Saber.
Saber, what did you do? I think that Saber was he was so excited about something because he was chasing his Sky here. I mean, like, okay, it was Khalid versus Zushin, but we are talking about a Zushin with 15 kills, with a very perfect KD8 here for the mid lane, you know. So now Octa, they couldn't survive just a little bit, but now here comes the Glorious Path once again in front of it.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway is out. They're still spraying down damage. Sky actually takes a heap of damage. He's going to be able to use that flicker to get back and away. D2 cleans up Irwin, and that's the power you get from the carry and a speedy light wheel and time. If you can give Carrie the space and time that she needs, she's going to be able to shred down even the tankiest member of the enemy team. The problem from a lot of these fights has been that they haven't been able to. Their front line, Lucy will go in on that Black Black Dragon, and the rest of the team will be, I want to say, maybe like a half a second too late to be able to follow up. Then you have a Black Dragon that's down, and you don't really have that tanky front line that's able to protect V2 on that carry. Here, I want to say Octa Gaming has been able to find the angles. They've been able to kind of, they've been able to find a way in these fights to let V2 kind of shine. Sitting at 7-4 right now, but you're gonna have to compete, especially on Black Sentence's side. Sky has been lit up here, 15-2-9 on this Zushin pick.
Yeah, come on, Private, help me out here. I don't want to believe that Black Sentence is going to lose this game. You know, after all that we saw in this game here, and now Octa feel more confident. They already started the Lord here. Of course, we will have a fight back here for Black Sentence, but now the Lord is already out of the pitch. That can be a possible future team fight. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway is out. And those TZ able to pick up the Lord. This is big news for Octa Gaming. Papa Dog does get that immortality proc on the backside. The rest of the team's gonna try to get onto Thanatos TZ, who gets a kill onto Erwin, but cleaned up by Aurora. We do have that Winter Crown activated there by Thanatos TZ. He's gonna be able to find himself escape. One down for both of these teams, and a Lord looming down on the lanes of a Black Sentence. My, how the tables have turned.
Holy cow, what is happening here in this game, Private? Because we're seeing now Octa with the Lord heading in the top side. Of course, they lost Lucy, but it's only 15 seconds for him to get back in the game once again. And I think now that Octa can take this advantage to take down the turret in the mid lane here, waiting for this buffet minions. That was happened because they Black Sentence trying to defend and somehow, but Octa Gaming was trying to zone the players, right? Trying to cause this pressure versus a Black Sentence. And this is happening. This is working out. While the Lord is still heading for the top side here, and there's no way the Black Sentence can lose this. Is that it, Private? I don't want to believe that.
Lord stopped for a snack up in top lane for a little bit. I think that's just due to the engorged minions you get when you have no lanes on there. We do have the Glorious Pathway has been laid out there by Erwin. Lord puts a heap of damage onto the top high ground tower. If Octa Gaming were looking for a way in, they have found it. Papa Dog comes in, dashing back and forth, does not find the angle he needs for that final slash just yet, but Black Sentence gonna go ahead, focus down on the Lord. But I want to say the way forward has been open. Black Dragon is out. They're looking to maybe put some damage onto this middle high ground tower, trying to lure out Black Sentence. Another Glorious Pathway out there. Look at the damage that Erwin is taking. He still has the immortality. Down at the bottom, they are able to find themselves a tower. Sky on the Zushin still finding that damage, and no follow-up from Black Sentence. They are going to have to go ahead and lick some of those wounds, but Octa Gaming came and saw and found two high ground towers for their money with that Lord.
I thought that Erwin was like landing straight in the middle of the gaming lineup here, but he changed the mind. But now we have a Lord already open in the top side here in the river. Octa Gaming started immediately, but we are sure that Black Sentence is going to fight back this very important goal. With Erwin here doing the front line, getting this info, the Lord is almost with half HP here. We can have a possible ultimate here team fight for both teams, because at this point of the game, my friend, Private, every loss here, every kill can be lethal.
Ooh. Yeah, I want to say, Joel Crew is trying to maneuver around. He wants to keep those stacks up as a Claude to be able to come in with a blazing duet when they need it, but he's getting zoned out here. Saber is continuing to be a little bit of a nuisance here on their Black Dragon from the side. He's looking for Joel Crew, and you do have a Sandstorm that comes in there as well. Is it going to be enough? Saber getting blasted down, and the Lord goes to Thanatos TZ. Sky able to find a kill of their own on to Saber, and now the rest of Octa Gaming disengaged. I would say that is a fair play. You lose one player, but you pick up a 24-minute Lord.
Yeah, the Lord was once again guaranteed by Octa Gaming here, but I don't think that is gonna work for something, because Lucy, no, Saber, sorry, was taken down here. So Octa Gaming has this this situation that is one player less to try to do something, you know. But we still have, okay, Thanatos, what are you doing there, my friend? Oh.
Yeah,
he saw his light black before his eyes.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out there trying to cut off the escape. Lucy goes in, is able to kind of find themselves a way back there, but almost a little catch up there. Thanatos does have, especially out of Suyu, does have a myriad of different escape options that he needs. Look at Octa Gaming really pressing onto this mid tower as V2 trying to put on some of that damage. All the lanes are starting to come in, top and bottom. Lord up at the top. Will Black Sentence be able to live to fight another day? Their future for this series landing up on this fight as the Lord down to 50%. Glorious Pathway is out. Aurora tanking up onto the Lord. Sky comes in from the side, Saber looking for an angle. Lord is down, but the pressure starting to mount into the mid. Down goes Joel Crew. This is the opportunity that they're looking for. You have a big amount of damage taken out for Black Sense. Black Dragon swooping around. In comes the Sky with that ultimate, and that is going to be game 2 going to Octa Gaming.
Victory!
My eyes see. My eyes are watching, but I can't believe my eyes. Zena, please help me. I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe my reality. I can't believe what happened.
Yeah, I can't believe they turned that around. They were coming up strong. Black Sentence was doing an amazing job with the trio of Claude, Fredrin, and Zushin in the start, but for some reason, Octa was able to turn that around. What did I say? They know that their draft, they know how to counter it. So I think they came back around with that.
It's unfortunately for when it comes to the draft of Black Sentence, I mean, they did everything that they were supposed to, except they let the game last too long and they didn't close it up when they should have. When you're getting to that late game, especially against the carry and the amount of damage that she was able to do, and not just that, but the way that Octa Gaming was scouting for information, making sure that they could find where's the Claude. Are we ready? Black Dragon comes in, you mix that in with the Raging Sandstorm. They were all over him. They knew exactly what they needed to do to find that win condition, and that was to be able to take down the Claude. They found him, and that was another successful Lord take for them.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take this time here to say, Sagan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, because I was thinking in the game, and I was about to say that maybe Octa, they couldn't win this game so early if Sagan if Sagan choose Valentina, for example, you know, because I thought that Valir wasn't working out so well in that composition. But in the last few minutes of the game, he did it so well, protecting the carry, you know, especially using the second skill to disengage, to protect, to peel carry, to let him working very well, you know, like to let him causing damage. And it worked so well for Octa Gaming. What a resilience, what a mind mind fortress for Octa Gaming here, you know, because I don't know, guys, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I think that maybe on the 15 minutes out of the game, I say, okay, guys, it's done. Let's think about the other game. Let's think about what's next, you know, because I think that we don't have a chance in this game, but they were so strong. They were so mind protective that they could win the second game, Zena.
Yes, the carry. You let that carry build up. Later in the game, she's going to shred those melee heroes, and that's what she did right there, right, Private?
Yeah, when it comes to information about these teams and what they use to describe themselves, I believe Octa Gaming said, and I quote, the words that describe our team are communication and discipline. So, I mean, and that game kind of proved it, even on their back foot, able to still understand, all right, guys, we've lost every single objective, but we just need to make sure, keep doing what we're doing. Valir wasn't as effective through the mid game. He was being able to get those pushes. He was being able to get the CC. The problem is they weren't doing enough damage. I want to say you're absolutely correct. Like it felt like Sagan was kind of failing, but he was doing what he needed to. It just wasn't the time. You know what I mean? It wasn't at that late game where you could have the carry start actually doing out that damage to actually really be able to have the effect that they needed onto the teams. So a great job for them to stick to the plan, stick to the strategy, and be successful.
Yeah, you're totally right here, Private. As we see now the highlights on the second game that all appear to be perfect for a Black Sentence, you know? Even from the first minute of the game, the Black Sentence is guaranteeing 5 kills in a row. And we then after that, we saw like a crazy thing happening in the bottom lane that they tried to dive like, I think that 4 versus 2, you know, that here. They survived for so long, and they could give the opportunity for Octa Gaming getting back in the game here. So everything that happened in this game was so wild, was so crazy for both teams, you know? Like, okay, good job for Octa Gaming because they won 2-0, but Black Sentence here, at least in the second game, they showed us a strong gameplay. They showed us a strong micro and macro gaming that they can have more confidence through the rest of the tournament here to try to win the next games, Private.
Yeah, and I want to say you brought up the point that this for Black Sentence, this is basically a new roster for them, taking on Octa Gaming, who's got a lot of players that are from the same team. It wasn't Octa Gaming, but they were on ULF.
Yes.
So they have that history together, and I want to say, especially when it comes to that diving underneath the turret, things like that, it takes experience to understand your team, to understand what can we do, can we go in and can we win this, and can we win this quickly? Before you said it was a 2-on-4, but by the end of that, it was a 2-on-4 the other way because the Octa Gaming was able to kind of come back and clamor around to be able to close the distance on that turret because they saw what was happening and they were able to come in for the save. And that's what you get with a team that has experience, a team that has played together before. And here, MVP, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody.
Yes, we have this carry as our MVP. V2 has brought it at the end. He was able to secure the win for the team of Octa and did an amazing job, right, everyone?
Basically here, 150,000 K here of damage by this carry. We can say here that this carry carried the game, my friend Private, for the game. Because not only because of the damage, but because of the idea of the composition, the idea of execution. As you said, maybe Sagan was not so effective in the early and the mid game, but somehow they know what they're doing. They are professional, so they are working for that situation, especially with the win condition for the very, very late game that will happen in this game here, especially with Sagan protecting carry, you know, not letting, for example, Arla trying to ult carry, trying to knock up the carry, try not to knock up the carry here for taking down. So it was very positive for Octa Gaming here because they know now that this can be very interesting situation, you know, but they have to put in mind that the Black Sentence is one team, you know. Okay, they're new, they're not the same team that they were a champion in the last season and they were through the M7, you know. They're a brand new team with the brand new lineup. Only Papdog is the only remaining in that lineup, you know. And we have all the teams that they are very, very strong also. We have to mention Alpha 7, Influence Rage, you know, so they have to think about like if this kind of situation will work out very well with the other teams, and the same way that happens with a Black Sentence, you know, so they have to be aware about that to get the resilience and to keep in mind that they can do always the same, but the other teams are different than Black Sentence.
I have a question. We've seen the Zushin both games here with different results. However, I kind of feel like that second game didn't have to be as hard for Octa Gaming if it weren't for having that Zushin pickup. Where are we on the term of, do we feel like it's a ban worthy, or do we feel like we have tools that can take care of the Zushin?
Dina, what do you think about it?
Well, I think that Zushin is a force to be reckoned with, and I still think she is ban worthy. Yes. So.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think that this situation, I think this is a great question here, Private, because we're seeing, especially in the AMER North, the last 2 days of Zunshin being very banned with almost 100% prioritizing in banning or picking situation, you know. So I think that if it wasn't for the Octa Gaming composition and idea, it was supposed to Zunshin win this second game. Because if I'm not wrong, I think that Zunshin was with 18 kills or something like that, you know. So she was very, very effective. She was she was very present in the composition and execution for Black Sentence, you know. I think that what happened in the second game here, it was like the idea for the composition, not only for the composition, but about the execution for a Black Sentence, you know. The execution didn't work so well, but at some point, I think that they were missing some kind of decisions. They were like taking some decision wrongly here for that composition, for the idea that gave the Octa Gaming the opportunity to win 2-0 here in the first game. Lizina.
And we got Sagan here on for interviews right now. So let's speak with him about.
Hello guys, everyone listen to me?
Yeah,
Hello.
we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. The first game today, right?
So,
Yeah.
can I make the first question here, guys? Is it good to you? Is it good for you?
Go ahead.
So Sagan, I was saying to my friends here that I have to say sorry to you. First of all, I'm so sorry about the second game because I was saying like, oh, maybe this Valier, maybe it's not a good idea, you know. And early in the mid game, he wasn't so effective, you know. But in the very on the transition from mid game to the late game, it was like another hero. It was another Sagan, you know, protecting carry, like with a very good idea of execution. Sagan, this Valier is in one of the how can I say? Were you practicing this Valier for so long to bring in that composition, like to feel comfortable in that composition?
Yes, I feel comfortable because I trained Valier in the past weeks. And I am confident, and I think, oh, Valier works so well here, and I need to be confident to use this hero because this hero has a good early game, but our early game was bad because we don't work correctly, you know, in the early game. We use on ultimate and focus the right person. But I think we have. But I say in the call, we have carry, we have Valier. We can hold this game to the late game. So I'm confident in the late game, and we win with this hero.
So you called the pick, Sagan. You were the calling the pick for a play with Valier. Was it from you?
I can play with Valier or Guard, but I think Valier is good because. He has control. He has damage in late game. He is other hero, like so much damage, you know.
Nice.
So you come from RRQ, Akira. You got a lot of history in Latin America with titles, and when it comes to MPL, and when it comes to like the game style out there, I dare ask, when it comes to a Zushin, it's something different that we see in North America. They just ban it out. I almost want to see, like, I almost want to say, dare I say, it's like the effort that it would take for teams to kind of deal with it. I feel like North America just like, nah, it's just not even worth it. Do you guys feel like you had a plan for the Zushin, and do you think it was effective against them?
Yeah, we have a plan against Zushin because Zushin is good, but I think that they have more heroes that are so broken, like Baxia, Marcel, and Freya, and we don't have like 5 bans in the first 3 picks, you know. So it's a problem. But I think we executed the comp bad, but if you executed good, we can win in the early game. You know, it's like a miscommunication in the early game, but late game is okay. I say play with carry, protect your carry, and Valier, and you can play. Don't go greed, don't go so fast. You need back to protect your back lane.
Okay, Zina,
Well,
you have a question?
Yeah, I do have to ask, what is your favorite mid lane hero?
I think Valentina. Valentina is my signature hero, and I like play a lot. And she's a pick so strong in the meta game.
Okay, but what makes her your favorite? Just because is it because she's meta, or is it something about her that you find more appealing?
I played Valentina since the early, you know, like 3 or 4 years, I don't know, and I play a lot of Valentina, and I like this hero so much. It's my favorite character because he have adaptability. Yeah, this
Okay.
and so versatile. Yeah, you know what I think.
I got you, no worries.
Yeah, he's strong. Valentina is so strong. Oh my God! It's like say Massachusetts is Massachusetts. I don't know.
I can see you, my friend. I can see you. I know you struggle. You know, I know how it's hard to say this kind of words. Sagan, it is so good to start this competition with a very good victory against Black Sentence, you know. So what's next for Octa Gaming? You know, because we were talking about a competition that also has Alpha 7, Influence Rage, Dreammax, 9Z Globant. So what's next for Octa Gaming? You know, so what are your thoughts? How is the preparation for other games that are coming too?
I think we are prepared for the other games, and there are so many teams with potential players, and they are so strong. But I think we need confidence and play well against these teams. We cannot do so much mistakes. You need to do the right focus and mindset needs, you know.
Great. Perfect.
I do have a question. Who do you think it's gonna be the most hardest for you? Who do you think out of all these teams will be your greatest and difficulty
I
to
think
go against?
The mid, right? Mid lane?
Oh no, just in general, the teams.
General.
the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Alpha 7. Alpha 7 strong.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Okay. Alpha 7 was strong in North and in South as well. Then
They have so players good and need to be prepared to play against them.
Yeah. Sagan, a spoiler alert. Besides Valier, do you have another surprise for us?
I cannot say this.
you got
You can see
don't want to give
the
out
next
secrets, you know.
match. You can see the next match, okay?
Oh, okay. So Sagan, thank you so much for your time.
Scoop.
Yeah. Sagan, do you guys have a final question for Sagan, or we can? Is it good for
he
you
answered
guys?
everything I wanted to know. I'm very excited to see how you guys do. It was a very impressive game. Like I said, the discipline that you guys showed was immense there, especially seeing your way through to get to that late game to be able to kind of push your way forward and be victorious. So congratulations on a well-fought victory.
Yeah, congratulations, Sagan. Thank you so much for your time.
Did you have
congratulations for the victory.
Sagan, did you have any shout outs that you want to give out to anyone?
Good.
I am thinking. No, I think you need to just focus. You know, like everything will be good. Focus, guys.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sagan. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations for the victory.
Thank you for meeting with
I hope
us.
to see you next game. Bye bye.
Good luck.
We hope to see you. That was Sagan, the mid lane for Octa Gaming. That burns my tongue here, especially in the second game in Valier, and it worked so well on that composition. So that's it. Private and Xena, my friends, welcome to AMER South.
Yes, it's been
First
fun
game
watching
here.
it.
Yeah, the first game was like just a little bit idea, right?
Yeah, and one of the differences, one of the things I love to see, especially when it comes to a different region, like I said, it's interesting to see that North, we're at a point where we kind of view the Zushin as a ban-worthy thing, to the point where I'm pretty sure it was like 100% ban rates, 100% picker ban. Yeah, so and I think she only made it through once. She made it through the draft once, but otherwise 100% pick ban for a Zushin. So it's nice to go to AMER South and see that they're not just banning it out. So she's just this big question mark of how she plays or how you deal with her. Here, they're not afraid of Zushin. They have a priority of other heroes that they feel are just a lot stronger, and they're like, no, we're gonna deal with this. We're gonna find a way through it. So that's something that I'm very excited about.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now it is time for our partner once again. Right, Xena?
Yes, remember guys, you guys should get on Runestone and make sure you get on up for the analytics on there and the stats to improve your gameplay.
Yeah, guys, if you want to level up your gaming experience, check out runestone.gg. It's the perfect place to track stats, improve your gameplay, and stay ahead of the competition. Go take a look at it and start climbing smarter today. Yeah, you can see the little link right down there.
It's over there. It's over there here. So thank you so much, Runestone, for making it happen. And it was only the first game, guys. It is only the first day here of AMER South. We saw the last 2 days from AMER North, and now it is time for the teams from South America. And we are now excited to see the second game, the second match for today. It was 2-0 for Octa Gaming here. Always remind you guys that all matches are best of 3, you know, so we have all the teams playing today. We already had the first match here. It was Black Sentence versus Octa Gaming. We saw it was supposed to be to have 3 games. But the fact is, was 2 games. But now we are about to see the schedule for today.
Yes,
Xena, the second game is Dreammax versus Infinity.
It is Dreammax versus Infinity. That's correct, right? We see a 2-0 for Black Sentence and Octa Gaming, and now we'll see how these other 2 teams will go. What are your thoughts on this? Do you know so much info? Private. Go ahead. What are your?
I was going to say Dreammax.
I
mean, you've got a lot of fans there from Brazil going to be taking on Infinity, who is the #1 team in Peru. So a lot of pride going to be going on here. And just like we've been seeing in AMER North, and just like we saw from the last game, there are teams, like I said, that have juggled kind of around rosters. There are teams that have kind of stuck together a little bit more and kind of grouped and come in with a little bit more cohesion. So you're going to have a little bit of that at play when it comes to a lot of these teams kind of facing each other. We're going to see if we see that in this next game, Dreammax taking on Infinity.
Yeah, it's a very traditional team, Dreammax versus Infinity, that there was the champion from the ADT South a few weeks ago or months ago here. It was the access for the AMER South here, so they won versus... They won versus Octa game, actually. You know, the final was Octa versus Infinity. Infinity was the champion, you know, and Octa, as Private well said here, Octa, it is the lineup from the old ULF Esports, so that's why they are here competing on the AMER South. So it's going to be very interesting here. It's going to be very interesting match, Dreammax versus Infinity. It's a very traditional one because we have Dreammax with always a very good players, you know, with always very strong players versus Infinity. That comes with very confidence, especially for the ADT South. So it's gonna be interesting, and we hope here, Private, at least 3 games.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're always wanting to see it go the distance. But you brought up some great points, especially when it comes to Infinity, who were able to fight their way up here. So they've got a little bit of momentum. You've got certain teams that get, and I don't want to speak lesser of a team that got invited versus one that had to make it through qualifiers here. But there is something to be said about the momentum, the dealing with the meta, dealing at fighting games at the professional level. So that's something that might come into play when Infinity takes on all comers here, especially when it comes to Dreammax here. And we just watched that last game. I'm excited to see that Zushin kind of made it through. I'm wondering what else we might have in store. Valier starting to step his way up into the meta a bit here. We're seeing a whole different, and this is, like I said, I'm not against the meta. I hate to use words like repetitive or boring or things like that. But when you're talking about global bans, you're talking about something that is fresh every single round. A different composition, different things that you can start using in there. Valier, we've seen Benedetta, we've seen Xborg. What else do we have in store? And what might South America be surprising us with?
Yeah, we hope to see more heroes outside of the box here, you know, but because I'm with you, Private. I'm not against the new meta, you know, especially with the fighters in the gold lane, because I like to see the old marksman here, you know. I like to see more Beatrix. I like to see more Brody, you know. These heroes, they lost their space because of this new meta, bringing fighters in a gold lane. You know, I think that the only marksman that we are about to see here is Claude, Carry, maybe Moskov, you know. So it's going to, okay, but I want to see more. I wish I can see more marksmen here, my friend Zina.
Yes, I love the fact that they do have these global bans, the fact that they're able to, we're able to see more different heroes being chosen, and we're not going to keep being able to see like the same ones, like Private was saying, right? The fact that we had added this little bit makes it so much more enjoyable to watch. And the last match that we just went through, they almost went to a third game. Going back and forth was pretty good, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into the lineups of our upcoming match. It's going to be Dreammax. King bringing up the XP lane, Jump Style in the jungle. It's going to be Chakite in the mid lane. Bear with me here. Quimera in the gold lane, and Blink in the roam.
Yeah, we have so much to talk about this Dreammax lineup, but now we're about to see the lineup here for Infinity. That comes with Rusi in the XP lane, ZZ in the gold lane here, Lionel in the mid lane, Zablox is going to be the gold laner, and Fanboy, the roamer for Infinity. The former champion from ADT South coming up here on the AMER South for playing versus a Dreammax, and this is going to be wild. And
right into the draft.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Private. First of all, Private, what do you want to share? Okay.
I was gonna be. We talked a little bit about some of those outside the meta pickups, and I was gonna ask Zina, what's the outside the meta pickup that you want to see? We talked about the gold lane. Where do you think an outside the meta pick might go there, and why is it not Hanabi?
Oh man, okay. It's gonna be Hanabi, you know? I mean, Odette would be an amazing choice here.
Oh my god.
I love Hanabi. Don't talk about Hanabi here. I love Hanabi. I love her. I love her.
Odette is awesome.
Yeah.
But totally can be shut down so quick, Odette. So I don't think she's gonna be chosen here.
I thought that it was about to say Mia, for example. You know, like, okay, Hanabi.
Hey, I love Mia. Okay.
Oh, now she loves Mia. Okay.
I like Mia.
The guy talking about the draft here. we are seeing something different because Infinity here comes with Marcel and Guinevere from banning here in the first phase, while Dreammax are going to banning, or they banned already, sorry, Fredrin and Abaxia. But Xena and Private, we have to talk about this Dreammax lineup because, for example, King, they role swap. You know, he was the jungler in the last season, okay? Actually, he played the jungler in the last few years, you know? When he was champion with RIQ Akita, he was the jungler, you know? And now, he changed. He moved to the XP laner, right? The jump style here with, jump style was, he was the jungler of the first team that was a champion in the first season, the first MPL. I don't remember the team now. I think there was Red Canids, the first champion of the MPL. He was the jungler, and now he is in the Dreammax here as a jungler, Private Dancer.
I want to say, so, and I've talked about this at length when it comes to people swapping roles. We've got, sometimes you have certain positions. I want to say Roam and Jungle are usually the big ones when it comes to the amount you have to absorb and understand from different lanes and understand what's going on the map for both of those positions. Make a lot of those players easily able to kind of gain up. Okay, I can do XP lane, piece of cake, because I don't have to think about 3 different lanes now and who's ganking who and where I come in with the timing now. So sometimes you have some of these guys who have like this high amount of IQ when it comes to, and I feel like it takes Jungle and Roam, it takes somebody with a high amount of IQ. So I hesitate to really be like, oh, he's in a new position, he might not do well, especially when it's a jungler that is swapping a role to something else that might even be a little bit calmer than being a jungle with all that pressure and all that map awareness you need to have, and then worrying if you're going to get diffed with that retribution here. But we're going to start things off. It's a very familiar sight out there, except for seeing that Harley that actually made it through.
Oh, okay. Now we're seeing Harley in that Dreammax composition. A very strong early game here with a very burst damage. With a magical damage here, Xena, can be very interesting for a Dreammax composition so far. What do you think?
Yes, Harley does that burst damage. He can be a force to be reckoned with. Just jumping in there, getting that kill real quick, and then jumping right back out. He's very slippery, hard to catch for sure. So that is really good against the Zushin to kind of get her out of the picture. So
yeah, that is very interesting.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Chip and Julian with Infinity here. It is totally different from the first game that we saw, Private. You know, okay, Zunshin is the same, right? But we're talking about Chip and Julian, you know, and in the other hand, we're having Dreammax here choosing Sora. It's probably for the XP lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, and especially when it comes to Sora was left open and we didn't go with a Valentina as a first pick to offset. And maybe we're in the South. Maybe we have a way to deal with it the same way we do with the having a Zushin out there that isn't a Valentina. I know a lot of people, they see a Sora and you're just like, brother. Like the amount of CC, the amount of tools, sustain, defense that they have, like it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, but it doesn't make her invincible. And that might be what we have, especially with the Zushin out there. And we've seen how strong it is, even with a team who's just learning to kind of play cohesive. We've seen how strong that pick can be, and maybe that's kind of the meal ticket that we're looking at can kind of upset this Sora pick. Personally, I wouldn't let a Sora out there, but we've got some very interesting pickups here as well. Seeing that Julian's got picked up as well. You've got a lot of mobility there. You've got a way to kind of negate a lot of damage, especially because with the kits that he kind of provides there. Now we're moving into that second banning phase, completed that, and seeing where the rest of these picks round out.
Yeah, the fact that they picked Chip here they're able to get around the map way quicker, so that might be helpful for them, you know. Sora has that CC, but he can't get around the map as quickly as the Chip could, you know. So that can make a difference in the whole bit.
Yeah.
Just to get the whole team in one spot and ambush on a carry or something, you know, someone that's out of position.
Yes, makes total sense here. And we are seeing like Dreammax not only choosing a Sora, you know, for probably an XP lane, but they were banning Valentina. That was one of the best counters for Sora, you know, so they were aware about like this possibility for Infinity. So they took seriously this draft here situation, and they banned Valentina, and also now bringing Lilia for the mid lane private.
Yeah, it's for me it's a little questionable about how for Chip. We've seen it when it comes to Chip and Lu Yi. A big critique I usually have is when you're playing these dudes, we really need to make use of how they can get around the map so quickly. A lot of times I see Chip, and unfortunately it's if the team is able to kind of get that vision, get to those spots to be able to kind of keep tracking down, it's going to be a little bit harder for Chip to really kind of get that surprise. He does amazingly well when it comes into the opening phase of the game, when it comes to the laning phase, when you don't have a group that's always together, where you can kind of get that gank onto one lane and the rest of the team comes in via the portals and everything like that. As we start moving on, I want to say he comes a little bit less and less effective. Here, we're going to go ahead, pick up the Yuzong and the Granger. Very strong picks, especially when it comes to the XP and the gold lane. But like I said, this Yuzong is going to be going up against the Sora. So we're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah. And now we're seeing here a Granger for the first time today in Armor South, the gold lane here. And I think that it's gonna work. I think that it has to be with a very, especially with the skill shot ability, you know, because and working against Carry, okay, he has a quiet advantage of range, you know, but as we saw this carrying happening today, we saw carrying working today, so they have to be very aware. They have to pay attention about that in the first game here, because the late game can be very crucial for Dreammax, even though Infinity has a very interesting composition here, working with the Yuzong, especially Zunchin here with this high pressure, especially in the mid lane here, and working with Chip, that a Private was saying about, especially with the macro here, that he can work very well, bringing these teammates, bringing the colleagues here to work and give a good composition and execution, especially when they are trying to cross map or somehow, or trying to respond in some part of the map. So everything can happen here in the first game. We're talking about Dreammax versus Infinity. Zina, what do you think about that two compositions?
Oh, Dreammax versus Infinity, I think they each have a way that they can have a leg up here, so I don't know, it could be either one's game, but for me, I feel like Lilia will have a hard time catching those very mobile heroes.
Okay.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start things off here with the bang. You can see already Dreammax trying to get a lot of information for their team to kind of know where they are on these buffs. Already Blink doing a great job. That's the value you get out of a Khalid, being able to kind of traverse the map very quickly. That huge amount of threat that you have with the damage he can do, especially Julian. He does have a good kit for trying to escape, but he, after all, at the end of the day, is still a very squishy jungler.
Yeah, you said it right now, because I think that we know that Julian has this potential, especially of the physical damage here. Now with a very fast, clear path, especially in the jungle here for him. But he has this situation, you know, he is not allowed to be more aggressive, you know. He's not allowed to like face check something, because he can be surprised and he can be knocked it up. He can be surprised somehow here and not impact in a positive way for Infinity. So he has to be careful. He has to take care about that. But we're talking about now the first turtle in the bottom side here of the river that Dreammax already started Fanboy had this info, but Julian is a little bit far. I don't think that would... okay, there were no fight back for Infinity here, Private.
Yeah, and then that's kind of unfortunate too, especially not that he kind of wasn't in position, but we didn't get any value out of it. If you're going to allow the enemy to get the turtle, you kind of want to be able to put some pressure on a little of the lane, getting jungle from that. Oh, speaking of which, actually, Fanboy, the damage coming from those bombs from Shaykite there. Oh, and even more coming in from Blink. Lionel tries to put the pressure on with that lantern flare, but it's just not enough. Man, a lot of damage there in the mid lane. That combination of Khalid and the Lilia really paying its dividends.
Yeah, we got like 3 minutes so far. It is even, especially when the kills here, no kills for any team. But Dreammax, it is taking domination. It is taking the action, especially in the goal lead here. Almost 1K for them. The first turtle was for a Dreammax, and now 60 seconds remaining for the next one appearing out on the upper side. We I think that we have to see and pay attention, especially in the goal lane here, because we're talking about a Granger versus a carry. You know, we're talking about Chimera versus Zablax. You know, Chimera is a new acquisition in this team for Dreammax. Oh, no! Oh, almost.
Man, very close there. You got a great point when it comes to that gold lane too. I feel though, Infinity might be kind of like a half step behind. You got a Granger there taking on a carry. I feel like Granger wins out that fight like 9 times out of 10. But he's really not pressuring on the lane. I know you still have to be afraid of maybe the gank coming from Dreammax, but there's a lot of opportunities while the minimap, you can see the entire team. You know where they are. You know that you can start putting a little bit of pressure on. And this kind of goes to my point when it comes to that last turtle. Infinity just wasn't in a position. Oh, Fanboy in trouble here and might get knocked down. That looking like a dangerous magic. Fanboy, or deadly magic. Fanboy actually able to get away, and they turn it around. Infinity getting the first blood of the game, turning it around on Dreammax, and now it looks like this turtle actually might be contested here. Is that going to be enough? Jump style able to get the retribution.
Yeah, but man, come on, Infinity. They had the advantage, especially because a Blink was taken down, but still they couldn't guarantee the turtle, you know. And now Lionel here is with low HP. He's forced to play back to heading back here. 2 turtles for a Dreammax. Okay, the first kill, the first blood was for Infinity. It is in ZZ's hand. Julian is very interesting, but now Fanboy. Okay, jump style here. Oh no, ZZ stole the purple buff. Okay.
Yeah, they're actually able to steal it. Oh, Blink actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to put on some damage before he gets taken out. And from the backside, in comes the Sora. Jump style finds themselves a kill to be able to take down Lionel on the Zushin. And I was just about to say, when it comes, I feel like, maybe a little bit of a skirmish here at the mid lane. But Jump Style is going to be able to back off. The rest of Infinity comes here at the mid lane. But as I was going to say, like when it comes to kind of like cohesion here, it feels like you were right. They got the kill on the Dreammax, but I feel like the team was split off. Half of mid lane was still clearing minions while a turtle fight was going on. And then finally, Lionel comes in to try to put that lantern flare onto Jump Style, but by then it's already too late. They got the turtle. He got himself out of harm's way. When it comes to these objectives, you all need to be on the same page. We need to have the same focus in mind. And speaking of which, a Dreammax find a great opportunity to get behind the tower and finds the blot.
Yeah, I believe that these things can't happen for Infinity. They lost the first turret here in the top side. They are taking pressure for both almost every lane here. Now the focus can be in the mid lane here, but now we have another turtle. That Dreammax is already in position here. They started immediately, and apparently, okay, here comes the Black Dragon.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to find the target there, though. He's looking for an opportunity, but just does not find it. I feel like he maybe started that Black Dragon a little too far away. He gave Dreammax a heavy opportunity to prepare for it. They're able to kite away. They got the turtle, and they were already had a way more distance than they needed to be able to get away. Blink goes around to the other side there. We have a possible gank up at the top as they're going to be able to take down this first actually, no, it's going to be the second tower, so they're just going to match Dreammax here. Ooh, little engagement comes on here. Kite on the backside, trying to rain on that damage. The Blotch actually able to take down Blink, and King comes in with that Sora, and this is the value you get there. Rusi is down. Jump Style able to find a kill onto ZZ, and able to find himself an escape as well. 2 down for Infinity, and 1 down for Dreammax.
King is in the house, my friend. King, the Aspilin here for a Dreammax. Guarantee, what a beautiful knockout there. What a beautiful control. Giving the Dreammax opportunity here for winning this team fight. You know, so now, Guarantee came out from 2 kills here with Carry. As we've seen the build here, Guarantee now the Golden Staff and the Corrosion side for a Carry. You know, almost the 3 core items for Carry finished here to cause so much damage in Infinity's composition. So they have to pay attention. They have to be careful about that. As we see now, I think that King found his comfort zone, you know, not only playing in the XP lane, but playing with this kind of heroes, you know, that gives more sustain, that gives him more opportunities for create something for a Dreammax, you know. So the idea of execution here, it especially for a King, you know, to think about that kind of situation, to think about that opportunity, to think about that breaches that can happen and can appear for Dreammax here to take the victory in the first game. Now we have the first Lord here in the top side. Infinity is trying to get this info. He's trying to dominate the map here to get some kind of advantage. And more, they started immediately did this Lord.
Yeah, Jumpstyle's actually been doing a very good job here. It's 3-0 right now, but looking for an opportunity. Black Dragon comes out there. Gonna try to zone out ZZ. ZZ able to go ahead, pick up the Lord, even with King coming in on that Sora on the Cloud Style. Jumpstyle gets taken out by Rusi. Zablot finds himself a kill as well. Dreammax on the back foot looking for an escape, and suddenly you have a very confident Infinity team here with a Lord at top and now pressing their will through the mid lane.
Yeah, the last 2 minutes here was perfect for Infinity, guaranteeing the Lord with this composition, with a very with so many crowd control here. You know, like they are giving them the confidence for guaranteeing the Lord. Lord now heading for in the top side, destroying, taking down the second turret, and is still with full HP, almost full HP to give a tackle in the last turret here in the top side for Infinity. Now they have a very good advantage. The goal lead is not so far for Infinity, but is still in the map. They have the domination.
Yeah, and I want to say this, it's a great setup when it comes to Infinity. Unfortunate for Dreammax, I feel like Jumpstyle kind of gave himself away a little bit too early. He went in with that teleport on the Harley, gave his position away very early, and when he stepped back, immediately the Black Dragon came out from Rusi to go ahead and zone him out even further. That allowed them to get the kill onto Jumpstyle. That allowed them to get the turtle. It allowed them to get the Lord there, and look at the difference on the map now. You're almost down to the final 3 towers for Dreammax.
Yeah, we're seeing the items also here. Hunter strike for Granger. Oh, I forgot the other eye. Oh, Sky Pierce, and I think the Demon Hunter for Granger also. So he's a very strong hero here so far for Infinity. So the idea here now, I think for Dreammax, because their composition is not, they don't have a very hard engage here. They don't have a very crowd control idea for that composition, you know, so they have to think about, and they have to be more aware about what are they are supposed to do in the map. Even though we are seeing Infinity more confident, we're seeing now Infinity gain map domination, taking the actions, putting the cards on the table with Lionel here, with Zunshin so confident because he knows that he can do some kind of control, especially with the lantern here for Zunshin. But now Infinity is playing with patience, is playing with a strategy here to try something nice. Maybe a pick off here in a blink or jump style can be a very good opportunity to guarantee a second Lord for Infinity.
Yeah, and I feel like Dreammax, they just need to kind of take a step back and kind of play to their win conditions. Your initiating factor cannot be jump style on this Harley. You can use Blink. You've got a lot of answers. You've got King on the Sora. You've got Blink on the Kalito. Speaking of which, you have a Black Dragon coming out here now looking to try to put the damage on there. Putting it on to ZZ. Able to find a kill onto Blink. Looking for an escape. Down goes King. Zablat able to find himself a kill secured as well. That is going to be 2 down for Dreammax. Do they dare? Jumpmax hiding in the bush, looking for an opportunity. He's got great vision of
Jump
it.
style.
None of Infinity is checked. Jump style comes in, steals the Lord, and he pays for it. But he says to Valhalla, because that is where warriors go when they die.
Oh God, I'm so sorry about that because I don't know if he stole the Lord with the Retribution or the first ability, because I saw some cards over there, you know. So it was a very good situation for Dreammax. It was a very interesting stealing here, but they lost the jump style in the process. So it's still Infinity are the superior numbers, but they're not okay. They are being surprised by Dreammax. Oh my goodness. Okay. So now they play safe. Dreammax forces Infinity here to play back, to get back here, while they are losing the turret number 1 in the mid lane, and Dreammax won't stop. They want more, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Infinity. They did the right thing. You saw that Fanboy on that chip was trying to check bushes, but what you also want to do is slow play the Lord until he's been able to give you the okay and let you know, okay, I've checked everything. There is not a Harley lurking in these bushes to try to steal this Lord. And unfortunate, I feel like Infinity kind of jumped the gun a bit, and this is what ends up happening. Just like that, Dreammax is right back in it. More than a little bit of breathing room. They got themselves down. There's about 5 towers left on the side of Infinity. They are able to at the very least get themselves a little bit of wiggle room here to space it out. 8-5 right now, 42-38. So you still have a little bit of a gold lead mounting on the side of Infinity. But I mean, if you continue doing plays like that, Dreammax might be able to turn this thing around.
And you know the worst part here, at least for me, I saw the replay and I'm still confused. I still don't know if it wasn't the Retribution, if it was the Retribution or the cards of Harley here that stole the Lord, you know. So it was like very, very fast, and they took I think that Dreammax bought just a little bit time here, like for that composition, you know, because now we're seeing Malefic Roar Malefic Gun, sorry, for carry is another item here, because as we saw in the last game, the team has carry. They have a very good win condition, you know. So Infinity has to think about something to neutralize this carry, because we're seeing Blink trying to protect. Okay, we don't have the same cards as the last game, like Valier, for example, protecting carry and other heroes. We maybe have this Khalid or even Sora here to trying to protect carry, you know. So they have to think about in a way, you know, to surprise this carry. Maybe with Chip could be one of these options here, especially working with these portals to surprise carry and surprise the composition for Dreammax.
Well, that's why you have the Black Dragon out there, is because he's going to be swimming through the air, looking for the carry, looking for that opportunity to try to get back. You see now he goes back there, but it's kind of a little bit wasted. They aren't able to get onto the carry just yet, but they are able to scoop up the Lord. Now trying to look for an escape. Rusi actually might be in a little bit of a trouble, and comes Blink and King trying to put on the damage. Kite finds a kill onto Rusi. Flicker is out. Lionel able to kind of put on that suppressive fire with that lantern flare to hold off the rest of Dreammax. So So it does look like they are, I mean, you see Fanboy still in this fight, still
Fanboy.
some pressure, but he might be thinking twice about it. Does have the immortality. King on the side gets hit up by ZZ. A lot of damage there, and the suppressive fire coming from Zablot there, and able to find a kill. You were talking about carry coming online. Zablot only needed the BOD to come online. He already had half of it, now putting on a huge amount of damage on this Granger. That's going to be another kill. Blink down for the count. 10-6 in favor of Infinity right now as Dreammax have their backs against the wall. It's just Chimera here. Damage onto the tower, and that is going to be game 1 for Infinity.
My goodness, what happened here in the first game? I was checking and I was chasing like Zunshin, avoiding King to head back in the base with Sora in the last minute. I think that it was one of the things that gave the opportunity to Infinity close this game, you know. But we saw here it was Infinity, okay, slowing down the very first minutes here in the early game, but I believe that they have this idea to be more resilient and heading back in the game, especially with the 2 lords that they guarantee. I think that only 1 lord because Jumpstyle stole the first one. But even though they were very resilient to win this first game here for Infinity, Zeno.
It looked like they were having a hard time in the beginning. Harley was doing a great job of going around the map and making sure to keep those lanes pushed and clear those enemies out. For a good minute, the EXP lane was left unattended. So Harley went and tried to take care of that and make sure that putting pressure on that lane. So it turned out in Infinity's match, even though the other team ended up like they were losing their towers quickly in the beginning. So like you said, it could be anybody's game.
When it came to the effectiveness of the Harley, I mean, he was at like 3-0 to one of those turtle fights, and then it just kind of, I think there was just a little bit of a misstep. We saw it from both sides. Infinity at one point were able to get a kill, and then I feel like their priorities were split. Half of the team was going for the turtle, half of the team was going for the mid lane, and then you also had the factor of your XP lane joining the fights. But I want to say, like, so early, I feel like Yuzong and a King, or a Rusian King, Yuzong and Sora, when you, it's like a decision. Do I pressure the XP lane to keep Sora or Yuzong busy so that they're not joining this team fight? Or do I join the team fight and try to roll the dice because now I've got a Yuzong and a Sora in the mix of this fight, which kind of almost makes it like a 50-50 shot on who can get to the squishier target faster and be able to flip this. And as we started getting later and later, I feel like Rusi just was being a bit more effective of being able to get to that back line and find those targets.
Yeah, it makes total sense here, Private. As we were talking about, Yuzong, especially with the ultimate here, the Black Dragon, trying to find this flank, trying to find the back line here, especially searching and lurking for a carry, you know, for Chimera here for neutralize this idea for Dreammax, you know. And you were talking about King. I think that there was another problem for Dreammax, because I counted at least 2 or 3 times that King, he was trying to do something in the team fight. Like he was getting with the ultimate, especially with the tanky form, you know, the cloud form. You see that he could do the ultimate. He does the ultimate. It is very well because it knock up like 3. It control 3 or 4 players for Infinity. But you don't see a follow up. You know, you don't see the execution for Dreammax. You don't see they're continuing the damage. It was only King like getting alone, getting the entry alone. There was no follow up, and he was taken down in a sequence. And then I believe that there was one of the factors here that gave Dreammax this loss in the first game. And especially we have to talk about that composition for Dreammax, because there was a lot of damage, but almost no control.
Oh,
Because
who
we
is our MVP here?
we have Khalid, we have Lilia, we have
Who
Carrie.
is our MVP?
That's nice. But now we are having the MVP. Who is it?
It's
Fanboy.
Fanboy.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
0-0-10 from KDA. Okay.
Yeah, you can see there. I don't. Total damage isn't really what we're looking for a roam, but I mean, 0-0-10 meant that he was involved in a lot of the fights, getting back there, getting a lot of the CC onto them as well. So great job there by Fanboy, MVP, well deserved. And one of kind of the unsung heroes, because when you get into these fights, a lot of people usually try to. A lot of focus usually goes on to some of these the damage that happens or getting into the back line. Here we can see, like, I mean, he comes in here from the side, continually getting on that CC, involved in almost every single fight.
Yeah, almost calling the teammates for this probably team fight here to get advantage for Infinity, especially with the numbers of players. Always surprising Dreammax in some kind of execution and some kind of entry for Dreammax here. So Infinity was able, and they were prepared to counter attack these ideas for Dreammax. But the situation is a second game. Infinity is not allowed to repeat these heroes. Dreammax is allowed. It is allowed to take the Infinity's heroes in the first game, but everything is possible because we're talking about like so many heroes in the meta. The question is, will Dreammax be able to still let this Zunshin open Xena here in the second game?
Who knows? They let Zushin open. They let Sora open. They let a whole lot.
Zushin is not allowed for Infinity. I think that the question is Infinity. Will Infinity leave Zushin open for Dreammax? That is the right question, sorry.
That one, I'm not sure. They feel something else needs to be banned, and most likely hearing from, Seijin, he was saying that's not a priority for them. It's other heroes first. So if they find something more of a threat, I think that Zushin may not.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what we saw out there on the bans that is a bigger threat. I can understand the Freya. I can understand Gloom and things like that. I saw a Fredrin and Boxia, I believe, out there as well as on the ban phase. I'm not sure how high of a priority. I know they're meta. I know that they do have a place right now. I personally didn't think Fredrin or Boxia would be higher than like a Sora or Zushin in my books. For me personally, yeah, I know that they always. This is why I'm sitting here and not a good player out there on the esports scene, in the pros, doing well out there. So I mean, maybe they know something that I don't when it comes to being able to deal with some of these picks out there. Personally, I would just take Zushin off the board. I feel like, yes, there are options to be able to play against it. I just feel like there's a lot of effort. There's a time versus effort versus some type of math formula that will probably go into, is a hero worth banning? And for me, I feel like Zushin hits all the marks for that, to be able to kind of just put her away and deal with something else in that mid lane.
She has proved it too, that she has been a force in these last few games. So I would ban her. That's
yeah. I believe that's the situation for Zunshin here. I kind of can pass it on, especially with Boxia banning, because they say that one of the counters for Zunshin can't be Boxia, especially because of the mobility and this idea for crowd control situation, a control situation for a Boxia. But we are seeing here now the first ban is in carry for Dreammax. Okay, Zablax is not allowed to take this hero, and now Infinity said, okay, here you are not allowed to use Zunshin.
they're like, we're gonna take that out, thanks. I thought maybe they had something that they could have gave it to them and they knew a way to stop her, but I guess not. They're like, no, she's out.
Yeah, Marcel's another one that's kind of high on my list there as well. Despite the win rate, I feel like Marcel's still...
I don't get it.
You don't get why he's
honest.
banned or his win rate right now.
Yeah, I think both. You know, why does the rate of the banning rate and the win rate, because as we were seeing in the last 2 days in the AMER North, every time that he was picked up, the result was not so good. You know, like there was not in favor for the team. You know, because I don't know if you agree with me, guys, but for me, Marcel, I think that he can be a two-side situation. You know, he can be a very strong ally, but he can be a very strong enemy at the same competition. And the whole team.
Exactly.
Yes, because okay, by the time he has a very strong, controlling and engage, and disengage too. But it can work against the team if he using an ultimate outside of the time, outside of the tempo here for the allies. It can harm the friends. It can harm the allies here in a possible team fights, in a possible hard engage from the enemy. You know, so that's why I don't get it. I don't get it so much why Marcel has 100 priority here so far.
For me, the priority comes with heroes that have abilities that have timers on them. I'm talking like a Phantom Steed or something that if you freeze them, I've seen it, and that's a big use against the Phantom Steed, is where you go ahead, you put down that golden hour, suddenly the golden hour fades, you've got about 2 more seconds left of your ultimate that just completely got wasted. I agree with you that I feel like especially right now in AMER, we're kind of at a point where we can understand his strengths, that he's got a high ceiling. I just don't know if we're at the point where our compositions are really shining with him yet. Especially, I think he's at a 0% win rate when he has been picked right now. So, but he's still people acknowledge what he represents. We're going to be a first timer getting a Boxia picked up here. He's actually been a very high priority here in the South when it comes to a lot of the bans. So it's very interesting to see him get picked up now. And on the other side, Fredrin and Uranus picked up
looking very
for Infinity.
Yeah, so I think that one of the reasons that the Boxer has this high priority here, not only because of for example, and the juggler he has a very fast, a clear wave here, like a very fast pathway from the jungle, but the possibility of the flexibility for Boxia, you know, because depending on the draft is going on, you know, so maybe this Boxer can go to the XP lane or the jungler or the roaming, you know, as we're seeing here, at least in the last seasons, many teams using this this opportunity, you know, so they choose Boxia and they see what happens in the rest of the composition, you know, and depending on the rest of the composition, and say, okay, Boxer is going jungler. Okay, Boxer is going XP. You know, I don't think that this is happening here in this composition, because you are all seeing Kalia that has a high possibility and a high probability to go in the roaming. Okay, only roaming. I don't see Kalia in other role here. Claude in a gold lane, while Infinity here responding with Moskov. Yeah, first time here so far in the first day. Fredrin and Uranus. And I'm going to tell you, Zina, I'm not surprised if this Uranus comes in jungle.
Why?
Uranus, we can see here so many times, Private, Uranus coming in the XP laner, you know, but sometimes it comes in the jungle. Okay, we have Fredrin. Okay, Hiko, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? We already have Fredrin in that composition, but who knows? Maybe Infinity can blow our minds with that idea to change role. So far, maybe it's a possibility.
What's your thoughts, Private?
Well, I feel like Uranus, the biggest appeal for Uranus in the jungle is when you have a Fredrin on the other side. I kind of question I don't think that that's why this was picked up, or what the plan was for Uranus. There's obviously something in mind, because they weren't afraid of Uranus going into the jungle position for Dreammax because you already had the Boxia out there. So it's a very interesting
Okay, I like this.
My goodness.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's when because Kimmy was picked up, so they were like, oh no, we're gonna have to stop that.
That's actually kind of amazing. There's not a lot. I think that has to be solely for the Kimmy because I don't really know. Does her shield stop the blazing duet? I don't think so.
Yeah, it stops some of the hits, I think. Yeah, so like it could, block the hits.
I'm not that sure, but I'm sure that it reflects, the projectiles coming from Kimmy.
Yeah.
The blazing duet's a very good question.
Well,
that's like the only use I see of the shield right now, so it's gonna be very interesting. Maybe it's a comfort pick for Fanboy.
Well, I feel like it would make sense. Kimmy is like she can keep shooting and not stop, so it would be very helpful to just kind of block that for a bit just to help the team.
Okay, so welcome everybody once again to the Land of Dawn. We are seeing the second game. Dreammax versus Infinity. It is only the second best of 3 so far for today. It is 1-0 for Infinity. So let's go, Private.
Yeah, we're gonna see if this actually pays off in dividends. I want to say, like, for me, Uranus, he's one of my favorite XP laners next to Lapu. But he's kind of fallen off in the meta due to the fact that he's just kind of tanky. He has his place in a niche place against a Fredrin in a jungle position. But when it comes to I just feel like sometimes when it comes to like being in a roam, or not a roam, in an XP, there can be better options for setting potential. Ooh, we can see all that reflective damage actually coming, but it's actually might be enough to take down Fanboy, and a Chaekite actually not able to get the finishing touch, even with the shield out there bouncing and reflecting a lot of that damage back at Chaekite's Kimmy, still able to put on a worthy amount of damage.
It was like nothing happened. I think that Lolita raised the shield and said, okay, where's the damage? I think the damage was totally for Lolita, at least in the first minute here. But now both teams are heading up for the bottom lane and just waiting for the first turtle. And Dreammax here is up to something. Oh, what a nice reflex here, Private.
Yeah, Fanboy saw that coming from a mile away, able to dash herself away. So, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a Lolita out there.
Yeah,
So, so it's going to be very interesting. I do like the setting potential from it. It's been so long since we've seen that actually come into play. So I'm very interested to see how it goes here. As we do have a lot of damage going on to Roosy. He's going to find himself an escape. We do have the real world manipulation down there. King able to find a kill onto Roosy. The reset of the turtle as Blink looking for a little bit of an escape, gets a little bit of that health back. The rest of Infinity looking to back off. Fanboy in there taking a little bit of damage. ZZ able to scoop up the turtle, and that is a little bit of a linger there for Dreammax. They were able to push away Infinity, but ultimately ZZ able to come in, find that retribution.
Yeah, Zablak's ultimate here was just a little bit late. But that's okay because the first turtle was guaranteed by Infinity, and I think that Blink didn't want to do the front line because he was with a very low HP, and he was like he was working the stack from this buff, like gaining. Oh, here it comes!
Ooh, big damage, and down goes a Fanboy. That's kind of been one of the problems and why you don't see Lolita very high up on the tanky echelon there, is because despite that shield, despite the fact that her passive gives the rest of her team and her a little bit of shield, she is pretty squishy for what is supposed to amount to a frontline tank for your team right now. And Dreammax there taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, 2-0 here for Dreammax. So far, almost 4 minutes in the second game. Now we're seeing Infinity heading up in the bottom lane once again with 4 players. Maybe trying to, only 38 seconds remaining for the next turtle. Now we have Roosy here versus 2 players. We have Jump Style making the path with Boxia. And now ZZ can be surprised, and Blink always in the grass here trying to get this info. But now he has the information. He knows that the most part of the team of Infinity is in the river, in the bottom lane here, just waiting for the next turtle, while Jumpstyle is still doing the path, is still guaranteeing the buffs and the resources for this possible team fight for the next turtle, which is very important for Dreammax, because the first one was for Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, they did all that work. They were even able to get a kill. Ooh, actually, speaking of kill here, they actually might be able to get down ZZ right before the turtle, and that is just not what you want if you are Infinity. Rusi still trying to look for an opportunity, but look at all the damage going on there from Kite. Getting that passive stacked up there. Rusi comes in, putting on a lot of damage. Kiting in comes the Moskov. Nope, Jumpstyle able to get the retribution there. That was actually a little bit scary there, probably for Dreammax. I was wondering if he was going to kind of come in from that SOD, but decided to stay safe. It wasn't worth it. Live to fight another day. 3-0 in favor of Dreammax.
Yeah, and my head was like, hey, I got the ultimate, guys. Don't come, please don't come. It was a bad idea. It is a bad idea for you to come. But now Dreammax is trying to do something in the top lane here. Oh, here comes once again Private. Ooh.
Yeah, big stomp there onto the backside. Fanboy with the shield, the Guardian shield. Ooh, and able to take down with a Praiser's Wrath is ZZ coming in from the back there. We do have a blazing duet from Chimera and Fanboy taking a heap of damage, and Kite very wisely stopping the damage as soon as that Guardian's reflection goes up.
Yeah, I was like, I was about to ask why the focus on Blink here, especially versus Fredrin, but the idea was, and I believe that because Jumpstyle got the flank and neutralized Ivy, but once again here in the purple buff.
Ooh, yeah, you can see them come in there now. Zablat actually in a little bit of trouble. We do have the real world manipulation down. King in a little bit of trouble, cannot escape, barely gets out of the limitations of that RWM. No worse for wear. Both guys, ooh, Jumpstyle is just not done with this fight. He might think twice about that. He's got 4 members. Numenot Blast able to find the stun. Is it going to be enough? We do have that reflection coming out.
No way.
Might be down for the count, but they are able to return it in favor onto Fanboy. Rusi next on the dock looking for a zigzag. Can he get away? He's not able to. Blink with the finishing touches. Next is ZZ, and now a flicker onto Lionel under the tower. Is he going to be able to find themselves another kill there? Kite is on fire right now, still 1-0-5, but having a great time at the front of that fight.
Yeah, Jumpstyle didn't survive the last team fight, but he gained so much time for Dreammax to respond back here, guarantee 3 more kills for the Dragon Boys. You know, but now we have another turtle. Wait, what was that for ultimate from Zap Blacks here? Who was trying to find someone? Okay.
I guess he's just trying to let them know he's still there. A little bit of a let them know I'm still down here. Blazing Duet comes in here. Oh, a little bit of it does get reflected. Lionel going ahead and put a little bit of a slow. Real world manipulation is down. We do have the bravest fighter stance coming in. King finds a kill onto Lionel. Oh, he does miss that stun there on the backside. Kite might be in a little bit of problem. Gets hit with a spear against the wall, but Dreammax doing a great job steady on that turtle. Jumpstyle scoops up an uncontested turtle.
Yeah, the gold lady here almost heading for the 5K in favor for Dreammax. Another turtle. And always the plays from Dreammax here, like doing some kind of cosplay of Highlander, always surviving. Almost immortals here for Dreammax. As we see now the items here, the corrosion for Moskov, but instead of, we are seeing Golden Staff and Demon Hunter for Clog, especially with the Blazing Duet. But here comes once again the ultimate from Blink, focused in here the Hive, and the execution was perfect, Private Dancer.
Yeah, what a great tsunami slam to take them away from the tower, and then that allows King to come in with the bravest fighter stance and then find the ult and the stun to be able to take down Lionel. I was almost kind of questioning. I'm like, it didn't look like any of the team was in position after that tsunami slam, but King closed the distance very quickly. So it's just great understanding from the team. And now Dreammax putting the boots down onto the tower, getting a tier 2 bottom lane. Now looking looking for a little bit of engagement here. Blazing Duet onto the back line, takes down Zablot from underneath the tower. A tsunami slam, but Fanboy looking for the escape, but Kite right there with a double kill to clean it up. 12-2 for Dreammax.
Kite, take my money, take my energy. What are you doing in this game so far for Dreammax here? And we are talking about Blink. This roamer, which is a former player, which is a former champion also in RRQ Akita, the old RRQ Akita, that won the MPL 4 times in a row. But now we're seeing Dreammax always causing picture profit.
Yeah, another tsunami slam comes, catches ZZ, and down he goes. Fanboy's gonna look for an escape as Blink comes in, followed by King with another ultimate on that Lapu Lapu. They are just being surgical when it comes to being able to get these tsunami slams, get the damage on, and blow up the opposition. Now you don't have a retribution for this Lord fight. You can't even contest.
Yes, 8 games here in the goal lead for Dreammax. No contest, no fight back in this Lord for Dreammax. It is totally different from the first game. I think that Infinity here is having some issues to find a flank or find a back line here, especially to trying to neutralize the Claude or maybe Kimi, you know, but it still is very difficult because even though they both have some kind of mobility, so it's not so easy. It's not so... Oh, here they come again!
Yeah, another tsunami slam comes in there. Blazing Duet onto the back line. The down goes Fanboy, ZZ, and Lionel are down. 4 people down immediately. Zablot, I'm not sure where he is on the map. Yeah, he's right there underneath tower. Does not want to get involved in this fight to give them a clean sweep of his team. But you can see the rest of the team. They're looking for an answer, looking to close this up. And another tsunami slam, but Zablot able to get away from it. SOD comes out, but it's not going to be enough to save the core.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for a Dreammax here in the second game. My goodness. The first one was about in 17 minutes for Infinity, and this second one is about 11 minutes for the Dreammax. Xena, so fast, so clean.
It was so fast. They dominated so quickly. The rotation of the jungle and the roam was on point. You know, they were just demolishing and clearing things out, and it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when we're looking back on the, I'm not sure, the Lolita pick, it almost in an answer right from the beginning. I was like, what is Lolita going to be able to provide? I know she's going to be able to reflect. Is that going to be enough? And I feel like right from the opening gate, when you have Kimi come in, and right up came the Guardian's reflection, but still Lolita got bursted down to about almost 10%, had to turn away. I'm like, well, I feel like this is a little bit of an omen of things that come here. Like, yes, it was able to reflect, but maybe it just didn't actuate the way they thought it would on paper.
Yeah, but here comes here now the stats from the second game here. 17 kills for Dreammax versus only 2 for Infinity. And I agree with you, Private, especially about this Lolita pick. And I go further because I think that if Lolita comes with the Flicker instead of the Purify here, I think that will give that would give more opportunity for Fanboy here to try to do something, especially with the ultimate combo with Flicker, you know. So without the Flicker, with the Purify, he's not allowed to do many things about that, you know, because the ultimate from Lolita, okay, you have a very interesting AoE with this ultimate, but it is still static, you know, like, okay, you are not allowed to go somewhere with the ultimate, you know. So if you bring the ultimate with the Flicker here, you have more bridges, more opportunities to work so well with this Lolita. But it didn't work. It didn't happen for Infinity, and they lost the second game with a very good composition. Not only with a very good composition, Dreammax knew what they had to do in the second game, especially neutralize Ivy. Because we saw many things jump style with Boxia neutralizing here Ivy with especially with the ultimate. So we didn't see Ivan using the ultimate so many times or so much effective for Infinity. So Dreammax here knew what they had to do and knew what they were doing, especially with the blink. There's a very aggressive roamer, especially playing with Kalia, always searching the right focus, the right peak off here, guaranteed this advantage for Dreammax to win the second game. Private.
Yeah, Private. What is?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can see here, I mean, they got off to a little bit of a good start here, but eventually it was just so overwhelming. Even when it came to being able to, the tsunami slams being able to find their targets, there just was not an answer to be able to kind of save a lot of their players or to be able to kind of protect them. A blink here being able to get Rusi, especially as we move into the back end, you see real world manipulation. King comes in, able to really be able to dish out a ton of damage, and I think we're about to see that tsunami slam from underneath the tower. Yeah, and then in comes the Lapu Lapu to be able to kind of put on the damage. I feel like the combination at the beginning of it, where we had a Uranus pickup and the Fredrin, I don't know if that paid dividends either. Uranus does take a few items that he's going to need to be able to kind of get to that tankiness, but then there's a reason that Uranus isn't, I want to say, top tier S tier meta pick in the XP lane, because he doesn't really provide a lot of CC. There just was no answer. Once somebody grabs that, and that's a big thing when you have a Kalea on the enemy team, once she grabs somebody and has a tsunami slam, what is your answer? And I don't think that was answered here as we take a look at the MVPs.
Oh, our MVP is Shy Kai. Oh, female MVP in the mid lane. I just gotta say, she did an amazing job and did the damage. She did a lot of continuous damage for the team and made sure she was in there for those team fights as well, staying far behind. Her positioning was amazing and impeccable. She was a key factor for sure.
Yeah, she was very positive here. She was very effective with Kimi in the mid lane here, working with this Marksman, which has a very good mobility also. But now we are heading for the highlights in the second game here. Once again, talking about how fast and how clean was for Dreammax, especially working this with this composition idea with Blink with the ultimate here with the Tsunami, or King also neutralizing Ive also here with a lot of damage with the against the mid lane for Infinity, guaranteeing the second game here for Dreammax. And the fact is, it's even so far here, Zina. 1-1, and we're heading for the last and decisive game.
Yes. We are headed for the last and decisive game. What are your thoughts on this, Private? How are you feeling about that last match?
It definitely showcased some interesting picks that make me wonder where we were going for, or if possibly we were kind of saving something. I talked a little bit about that Uranus Fredrin kind of pick up at the beginning. I don't really feel like it kind of paid some of its dividends there. We saw the MVP there, and especially when this is one of the things for me is like mid lane and roam are so important, I feel like right now when it comes to current meta, even when it comes to global bans. It's just being able to clear up the mid lane and support your side lanes so that your Moskov, your Claude, your Granger can get fed is so important for a lot of these metas and a lot of these games. And I feel like sometimes teams, they set up that mid lane, but they don't secure it with a roam pickup that's really going to be able to enable that pickup. The Lolita not really known as an early game support, and then when what we saw from there, them having to go back to base really kind of set them behind and allowed Dreammax to really kind of push forward with a lot of momentum. Here we're gonna go on to game 3. Game point here. It's gonna be the end of the series for one. Yeah, all these teams. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they aren't taking a chance there. That's not gonna be we know how to counter. We're gonna try to find a way. They don't want Zushin out on the field.
They said nope.
Yeah. He was like, come on, guys, we just won on the first match here, the first day, so let's make it right. So let's ban this Zunshin here to not have some kind of a problem, some kind of issues against this mid lane. And now we're seeing a banning on Suyo for Infinity, or Suyu. Many people used to say that, used to call that. So here comes Carry in the first phase here of the banning for Dreammax. First pick here for Infinity. Damn. I could be...
They're leaving Sora wide open, right? Do you think he'll be...
Okay, yeah. That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
You're leaving Sora wide open, but you also have a Valentina open as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yes, I was thinking about that.
I think the good thing to do here is pick up the Valentina, because the Valentina ensures that the Sora, if they do pick up the Sora, they're going to have a bad time with it, and you can play along with it. And Valentina, I'm surprised, honestly, that we haven't seen more of her. Maybe just the ultimates haven't lined up when it comes to a lot of these teams, and what Valentina provides. If you got a lot of weak ultimates, she doesn't really do you're not really taking full advantage of her kit, and especially taking full advantage of a hero has to be on your mind when you're talking about global bans and things like that. You don't want to waste a pick like that and then not to be able to use it in the future. Even though this is the last game already, they do seem to be taking their time for this pick. So maybe that's the consideration. Do you go with the Sora pickup, or do you go with the Valentina?
Yeah, just like the meme from Toretto, you remember, like, this is Brazil. I can say, this is our South. Because Private is respecting more Valentina here, but they are doing completely the opposite here. Like, thinking about other heroes, thinking about other ideas for a composition. So you're waiting for what's going on in this draft here. But as we were talking about, like, they can choose Valentina or Sora, for example, that is still open, or guarantee. We haven't seen yet In Sun-Chin so far. You know, it's another strong hero here that they're used many times in the jungler or in the gold lane. You know, it's appearing in many times in the gold lane here, but so far in the first day he didn't come for AMER South. I'm not sure if he appeared the last 2 days for AMER North, but still is a very strong pick, is a very strong option here for both teams. But we are waiting for what is going on here in this
They're making
draft.
sure to take their time on this because it is 1-1, right? So the next person will take the game. So they're taking their time for sure. Deciding on what they want here.
It appears we might be in an actual golden hour right now, as all time has frozen on these.
Marcel was here, guys.
So, but I want to say too, like, I feel like, especially right now with the current meta, Yusun-Shin has to be kind of a surprise pickup, especially because I feel like he does have his faults, and especially now that we're at such a delicate spot when it comes to gold laners, who I feel are in kind of a rough position right now in the current meta, because depending on who you pick up, there's a decent amount of fighters that can counter you in that gold lane, and it's something that you have to be thinking of. It's rough times. Not only are gold laners, most of their pool at the beginning of this meta pretty much neutralized into like 3 or 4 picks, but now you have to worry about fighters in your lane too as well, and being able to understand what can be countered out. Yusun-Shin, I feel like he's one of those that doesn't favor well against a lot of fighters, heroes like Leomord and things like that. So that's why I say, like, I feel like he's kind of one of those later pickups.
Okay, so now what's next? The production is talking to us. Okay.
So we're just gonna go ahead, and it's gonna be, like I said, a little bit of since Marcel has been getting banned out, we're gonna go ahead and give you guys the luxury of experiencing what it's like to be in that golden hour, and we're gonna kind of rewind time a bit as well. But I mean, getting on to some of these picks.
For you, so we're immersing you in the whole.
This is like a 4D broadcast for you guys. You can feel it. But yeah, when we come into these pickups, both teams have been very dominant in their victories so far. And I feel like that's really kind of come down to draft. When it comes to some of the play styles, I mean, I can't really say that I've seen too much that I'm just like, usually like when it comes to play styles and you want to speak on something that might need a little bit more sprucing up, there's some of those plays where you're like, ooh, I don't know what he was thinking, or he shouldn't have gone in there. Yeah, they picked the Lolita and they had Uranus, and I feel like they did what they were supposed to on those picks. It was just the draft itself kind of from the beginning was a problem for them. And I feel like for both of these teams, I feel like that's where their success lies in. They know how to play these heroes. They know how to execute, even with something that might not be successful. It just, they need to find that draft and they need to get that priority right when they're kind of coming forward.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's because we're working with we're seeing some new things about the meta, you know, not only with the fighters in a gold lane, for example, but still now the teams, especially in the south, in the AMER South, they are changing their mind, especially in the mid lane, because the last seasons they prioritized so much the static mages, you know, like Ivy, Farsa, you know, with a very high magical damage and the burst, you know, but now they're choosing more mobility ones like Zunshin or Kimi, you know, like we haven't seen Farsa today, you know. We saw Ivy, but Ivy was like, okay, it did not work well for Infinity composition, you know, so they're trying to find some ways, they're trying to find some options to change in the mid lane here, not to take this risk of being neutralized every time, you know, with some mobility, mobile heroes trying to search the flanks or the back lines here. So that's why they are choosing more mobile mid lanes here, such as Kimi, Zunshin, Lilia also are coming up here in the first day. So many times in the mid lane here for the teams. So it's another situation that is happening here in the AMER South, Zena.
Oh, well, I wanted to ask you, is it Ivy or Yves? I've been saying it wrong the whole time.
It depends on the place, you know. Here we okay, here in Brazil we say Evie, some people say Ivy, you know, so that's okay.
I go with Eve sometime for the most part. We're gonna go ahead and jump right back into it. Guinevere gonna be a priority pickup for the side, so that's gonna leave. Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, so that's gonna leave Valentina and Sora open. So, or no, not Sora, because Sora's already been picked by the.
Okay. Sorry. By
Dreammax.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. And we have to think about like this possibility for Guinevere to come in the jungler. Oh yeah, Valentina now for Dreammax. But as I was saying, this Guinevere here, maybe she goes for jungle or Romy. You know, like we saw, like in the last season, we saw many times like this Guinevere working in the Romy here, or like adjusting for the rest of the composition. So let's see what Infinity is up to in this third and decisive game. Dreammax chooses Valentina here and Suyo. Probably Valentina here has this flexibility for mid or XP lane. So let's see. Let's wait for it. Now Infinity comes with Obsidia and Fovios. Oh, it's a very late game focus here, Zena, with these two heroes.
Has Obsidia been chosen a lot lately for you guys in the esports game?
I believe she's only been chosen once in the north. She's very successful though, especially when it comes to being able to, she shines when it's very mobile heroes that you want to be able to use her ultimate to kind of stick on to so that they can't get away. If they're trying to run away, she's going to be able to keep closing that distance on them while creating that pressure. Here, it's very interesting to me because I feel like Guinevere kind of shines with heroes that aren't as mobile because you're looking to kind of get that jump, and then you go into a Violet Requiem. Here, you've got a lot of heroes that can kind of, I want to say, maneuver. There's a lot of maneuverability on the side of Dreammax here that I feel like can bait out a lot of those jumps. But one of the things that's really kind of let Guinevere shine nowadays is the fact that she can just stack with auto attacks and stuff like that. So she can just, as long as she gets enough stacks onto you, she can hit you with the Violet Requiem and it immediately stuns you, starts sending you into a little bouncy house of doom, and it's a wrap for you. Here, looking into that second banning phase here, and you brought up Yu Sun Shin. Looks like on the side of Infinity, they're going to go ahead and take that off the board.
Yeah. And now let's wait for the fourth. Okay, the fourth choose here for Dreammax is Alice. Okay, as I was saying, from Valentina flexibility here. Now I believe that she comes for a mid lane while Alice goes for the XP lane here with more sustain. To trying to, yes, the 1v1 versus the 1v1 in the XP lane here gives more comfort for a King. And now finish the composition for Infinity comes with Leomord and Lilia once again in the mid lane. Leomord in the jungle. Oh, and as I was saying, Guinevere here comes in a roaming, my friend, Private.
I don't mind Guinevere in the roaming position. I feel like, especially because she's got setting potential. The only thing that kind of takes it a step back when it comes to like actual roams, tanks, or supports is she's very squishy without a lot of regen if you're not hitting that Violet Requiem. But I mean, when you're playing her, you're basically just trying to hide, wait for the opportune moment, and find that jump, especially when it comes to a lot of these objectives. So I'm not opposed to this. What I see here right now. We've got a lot of opportunity too for Dreammax, especially when it comes with the Valentina, the burst damage, and King on this Alice, so who's going to be able to soak up a ton of damage regardless if you're getting hit with the Violet Requiem or you're taking damage from Lionel. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these comps go into each other.
Yeah, so Zena, what do you think about this third and last game between the two teams?
I think that they would. It's a pretty good lineup on Dreammax's side for me, but who knows? Okay, it could be anyone's game, but like you said, you wanted it to be 3. Here it is.
Yeah, so here we go again, my friend Private Dancer, to the Land of Dawn, to the last game here on the second match of the day. Dreammax versus Infinity. It's a now or never for both teams. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be game point for both of these teams. Neither one, I mean, you want to set the tone when it's the first day of AMER South. You don't want to go in with L. Here, both teams have already experienced what it feels like to lose a game, and very evenly matched. Like we've talked about before, it kind of comes down to the compositions and how well they are going to be able to execute that for either of these teams.
Yeah, so the situation that is both teams here, they want to start with a victory in the first day because it's very important to continue in the tournament. As it is always good to remind you guys that it is Swiss format, you know, like, so the teams with the victory are going to face each other in the next day. The teams with the defeat are going to face each other, you know, so the more victories you get, the more chances you guarantee the spot for the playoffs here in the AMER North and South. So it is very important for both teams here to guarantee the victories, especially in the early stage of the tournament. So I'll take the time here to, oops, okay, it's a King versus a 1v2 situation, but okay, he uses the Foggy here to reposition. That is a clever move for a King. Now taking the time here to say hello from the people in the chat. Hello to GM Kilua, Alexandre Pereira also welcome and thank you very much. But now here comes the jump for Guinevere, only to jump scare Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately not able to find the setup that they want, but it does look like Dreammax getting in a good position to kind of ward away people from this turtle. Lionel in a little bit of trouble there, gets caught by King there, but Jumpstyle's going to be able to secure this turtle without, and this is something we've seen a lot before. I mean, and I kind of, I'm a big critique of it when a turtle kind of goes out without like much of anything coming from your side. You're not ganking another lane. We're not impressing ourselves upon the enemy's jungle. If you give a turtle away for free, eventually, as this game keeps on going on, if you keep on giving away objectives, you're going to end up getting steamrolled there because the lead that you get from the enemy team is going to be insurmountable. Now, a little bit of a Zaman Force kind of laid down there. I feel like Zablat's having a lot of trouble dealing with this Harith.
Yes. I was thinking about that, you know, because it is probably the weak side here with Obsidia, because she depends on the very late game. She depends so much for the items that she's about to get, you know. So in the early and the mid game, it's like Infinity is playing a -1, you know, because Obsidia is not allowed to do so much in this first minutes of the game. You know, so it depends if Dreammax are going to focus on the bottom lane or just focusing here of guarantee the goals, guaranteeing the objectives here, the farm so far that they were doing. The first 30 was for them, and then now 37 seconds on the clock for the second one, and now they're up to do something. Oh, ZZ. Oh, the golem spotted, but even though they went through it.
ZZ got caught. A great read there by Dreammax, kind of poking out, sending out those fish hooks, looking to see if they got a little bit of a bite. ZZ was right there, and the rest of Dreammax in a great position to be able to clamber on top of him. And now they're going to go ahead inside the jungle. Ooh, I believe, yep. King was still not, Jumpstyle was still able to get that orange buff. So great job by Dreammax. Immediately find the kill and immediately beginning to refuse jungle to Infinity.
Yeah, but now the second turtle here is on the pit, but now Dreammax is just up to do something in the mid lane. Oh, he was doing the front line here. The Glorious Path comes away with the kill for a Hendrit, and now Lionel could be the next victim, but now King is chasing in the back line, but now he gets a reposition. Okay, second kill for Dreammax and the second turtle too.
Oh man, Rusi kind of got caught in between that Elbush, trying to make his way to mid. Got caught there, took a ton of damage, and then I feel like there just wasn't enough left in the tank for him. Right now, 0-2. Dreammax having a great game here, able to execute what they want. We were talking about this gold lane. This is a very Dreammax heavy gold lane here right now, without a lot that's going to be able to be done. You can see they've already kind of switched up lanes here to give Zablat some breathing room.
Yeah, they have to do something for Zablat so far, because as we were talking and as we know that Obsidia needs more time. She needs it to get in that transition from mid lane to late game here, to do something because of the items and because of the damage. But Dreammax is aware about that, and they forces. Here comes the Glorious Path once again, Private. Ooh.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go ahead and lay in to Infinity, looking for. Oh, we did have the Throne of Rune come in there. Blink does find the kill. Lionel and Fanboy are down a break of Gray's invasion by Dreammax to come in on the back end. It does look like Jumpstyle able to find themselves a kill. Rusi in trouble, gets taken down. Infinity. It's just ZZ left. 0-6 for Dreammax. They are finding these great opportunities, whether it's at the bottom and being able to find, I believe it was ZZ at first under the jungle, or being able to kind of enforce their will in the early game into enemy jungle as well.
Yeah, and now Infinity trying to defend the mid lane here, but now here comes the Glorious Path once again. Here will come the next team fight, but now the Dreammax is zoning the players because they already took the first turtle in the top side. Oh, here comes the Violet Requiem!
And immediately bursted down. That's the amount of damage that Dreammax have right now, and that's where the value of King on that Alice pick comes out. Even if you get popped up, the amount of damage that an Alice is doing there is just huge. Even if you get them with the Violet Requiem, you're taking a heap of damage. And for that, an engagement by Infinity gets turned around and they lose too.
Yeah, it is 2 for 2 here, but now another turtle. But once again, it was Jake right here, guaranteed by Infinity. Yeah, there was the third turtle. 2 turtles for Dreammax, 1 turtle for Infinity. Now the next objective is gonna be the Lord. We are heading for almost 8 minutes. You know that by the time that we had the Dreammax dominating the pace, dominating the actions here, but now Infinity with these 2 kills, they show Dreammax that they are not dead yet. They can survive and they have the chance to get back in the game. But the goal lead here is, okay, it goes for Dreammax. It is almost 4K ahead for Dreammax. But Infinity is not done yet. They have Obsidia, a very strong late game.
Yeah, and it's not just the gold, it's not just the, it's also these side lanes are down. It's going to give Infinity a little less room to be able to run away from as well. Glorious Pathway comes out there, and yeah, another secure there for Dreammax to go ahead and invade. And unfortunately, Infinity right now, comes in, Fanboy, thought about the Violet Requiem there. I think actually executed did the Violet Requiem, but as the rest of the team turned around, I think thought better of sitting in there and had to use that passive to get away.
Yeah, and you are right about talking about the sides situation here for Infinity, because once again now the turret in the bottom lane here, the second one, it is taken down by Dreammax. The sides here for Dreammax is very strong. Okay, Infinity still have the turret number 1 in the mid lane, but I think and I believe it's just a matter of time to Dreammax taking down. So Infinity here has to find somehow to gain more time for Obsidia to get more items. You know, like, okay, the turn number 1 here is going to be taken down. I don't think so. Harriet come down for defend Chimera with the 3 kills so far. And here it is, the first Lord, the Lord Cam in the pit in the Land of Dawn Private.
Yeah, they're still at a point right now. It's 2 and 8. They're not going to really be able to contest this. And unfortunately, there's a lot of, I mean, you got a little bit of damage when it comes to ZZ, but there's a lot of melee, especially having a Leomord here. You're not going to want to contest this. You're about 4K behind, 5K now with that Lord, and Dreammax are really having a good game here. Haven't been able to kind of crack into that mid lane, but I mean, you don't need mid lane when you're able to refuse. Ooh, Fanboy is down. When you're able to refuse this purple buff, that's exactly what they're doing. They have this on a timer right now. Infinity says they changed for a purple buff. They really want that, are not going to be able to get it. Another kill goes down. Dreammax still looking to kind of clean the slate here. ZZ on the back end trying to protect this tower, but 2 in 10 in favor of Dreammax.
Kite here, so clever, using the magic shoes, the ultimate form Lilia to get the reposition, you know, and survive in a team fight. That is so clever here. And now I think, Private, the situation for Infinity here, especially when you pick Leomord in the jungle, when you pick Leomord in the jungle, you have to be, and you have to have the strong sides, you know, you have to have independent sides. The XP laner and the gold laner, you know, when you have a gold laner, oh, here comes the Glorious Path once again. It is just, just to zoning Infinity here to take down the second turret and the second turret on the top lane here for Dreammax. When you pick a Leomord here, you have to get, oh no, okay, the jump here for Guinevere.
Went in with the Violet Requiem, but definitely not doing the damage that they thought it would be. And that's another thing too, especially as a roam position on the Guinevere, you kind of really want to be able to get that early advantage on her so that you at least have a gold lead and you can offset the fact that you kind of want to scale quickly with her. Here, now you're on the back foot. Now you're on a hero that needs items, that needs to be able to do damage and is not not able to do that because they have the roam item. So they're constantly not getting gold through a lot of these lanes. Here, a 2,000 gold difference between gold lanes. I mean, there's one thing to bully your gold lane here. It's that the 2K gold lane is an absolutely different thing.
Yeah, so Dreammax now pulling the cards on the table. Only the last line of defense here of the turret for Infinity. We're heading for almost a 13 minutes in the third game. Sorry, and now we have Dreammax always with so much advantage, so much way ahead. Fake once again here, okay, with the Valentina, and always causing pressure, always like avoiding some kind of trouble for a Dreammax. But now here comes once again the glorious path private. Oh
yeah, Throne of Room comes in to go ahead and spark a ton of damage. Down goes ZZ. Violet Requiem is on, catches two members, but down goes Rusi. Zablato's actually able to find a kill of their own. Jump style though, returning the favor, as well as Chimera on that Herod. 8-0 and a 4. This gold laner is on fire.
Yeah, but now here comes the third, number 3 in the mid lane. Here comes, he can't be the final push here. Private Dancer, the Crystal Base is the target. It is focused now, legendary, and here it is. Dreammax guaranteeing the victory in the third game. So far, so good for Dreammax.
Yeah, and what a game by Dreammax too. I mean, that could have gone. I feel like the draft really kind of was hindering, I want to say Infinity there, but man, a great game played by Dreammax there, especially when it came to enforcing opportunities, going out there looking, are we able to find the jungler? Yes, everybody come along. Are we able to go ahead and get onto this purple buff? Yes, the entire team followed, and to the point where they basically had that purple buff on a timer, that every single time it's like, all right, boys, everybody to the purple buff. It's about to be back up. We need to refuse that to Infinity.
Yes, they did an amazing job getting all the objectives there and having 3 mages on all the lanes. So they had a mage in each lane, mid lane, EP lane, and the gold lane. And it worked out in their favor.
Yeah, that was very good for Dreammax here. There was one thing that I'm thinking about, like Guinevere situation here, because we see and we know that Guinevere has this advantage, especially for knocking up the players with the jump, you know. But I think that the sequence with the Violet Requiem, it is a very good combo. But I believe that sometimes it takes just a little bit time for like taking down the player, now taking down the hero, and it gives the opportunity to the enemy to counter attack, you know, especially in the mid and late game. We're seeing the stats here for the third game, 15 kills for a Dreammax. And we see the emblems here, especially for you're seeing Blink and King working with the tank and what's up, the vampirism. I forgot the name, so sorry about that. And now we're seeing here the team participation with a 35% for a Cheikite here with Valentina, you know, 0-0-15, the KDA, 15 assistance so far from the mid lane here to a Dreammax. But the situation, as I was talking about, Private, is about like, okay, Guinevere has this combo that can work very well. But I think that sometimes, especially from the mid and late game, it is like, it is not like a burst of damage, you know, like it takes some time to take down the enemy. And sometimes I think that this time gives the enemy the opportunity to counterattack, you know?
Yeah,
so
they're just really, I feel like the attack position was absolutely thrown off by the Alice pick. You want to go in, you want to get the Violet Requiem. I feel like maybe the Guinevere was destined for the XP lane until Alice came out. She's a huge counter for Guinevere because it doesn't matter if you can get that jump because Alice is still going to be able to out-sustain, out-damage you. And then we tried to salvage this possibly by like, okay, we're going to think outside the box, and put Guinevere as the roam position, where I feel like it did even worse because now you're not able to get any items onto her to actually be able to do any damage that would sustain you through a lot of these Violet Requiems, unfortunately for them. And I want to say, like, you got a lot of damage there from Chimera, but that was only allowed because King was doing a great job. Blink was doing such a great job being that front line for the side of Dreammax that allowed the mage, or it allowed the gold laner Chimera to be able to kind of really offset a ton of that damage out there.
Yeah,
they really have great team synergy for sure. And for the MVP that we have for the is who?
Not sure about. Okay.
Chimera, yes. I thought it would be him. He was getting all the kills. He was in the team fight participation 22% of the time. Did an amazing job there. But like you said, without the team, he wouldn't be able to do as great as he did.
Yeah, 904 here in the KDA for Harriet. I love the Zero, to be honest. I don't know how to play so much with him, but I like him a lot. You know.
He's a little hard for me to play.
He's got a sweet little spot that not a lot of people know about. You can get certain items to give him his max cooldown really early by level 4, which allows him to throw down that Zaman Force to be able to kind of dash away. The only problem is in the current meta, there's a lot of CC out there that can really kind of shut him down. Here, I feel like they did an absolutely perfect job of being able to lay down a great front line, glorious pathway. You had the Throne of Ruin coming in from the Alice, so you had a great front line that allowed Chimera to be able to just sit back there, pull out a ton of damage onto them without them being able to really even get back. And like we said, you saw them even when they were able to get back there. You only had one option, and that was really the Guinevere to try to jump back there, get the Violet Requiem, but you saw how fast that she was getting bursted down.
Yeah, it was very good for a Dreammax here situation, guaranteeing the victory, and the most important, the victory for the match. Now Dreammax is a 1 victory here. It goes for the top side. It goes for the up here in the Swiss format. Just waiting now for the next opponent. It can be. Forgot who won the first match. I'm so. It was Octa Gaming. So sorry. Yeah, Octa Gaming won the first match. It can be Octa. Why not here? So now we have 2 winner teams, and just waiting for the other 2. So it was a very good match here, Zina, with 3 games so far, and this is only the second match for the day/night, because now we're at least here in my city.
Yeah,
we
evening
are
time right now.
Okay, evening time. Sorry.
Do you have something to say, Private?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that, I know it was Octa Gaming because I believe I'm 0-2 for my predictions right now, what I thought was going to happen. Mm-hmm. And that just kind of shows how different things are with, especially down here in South, where a lot of teams, there's a lot of history with organizations here. But I want to say a lot of the team members have kind of juggled around a bit. And so there you have an influx of teams that are now playing together, starting to learn that synergy that they need to be able to play against. And it's a very rough, I want to say it's a very rough climate down here to bring in that new team against like a place with such history. So many teams that have such a history of success in MPL Latam and success when it comes to internationals and things like that. So, I mean, more power to all these teams. It could go either way. And it's been very interesting matches so far.
Yeah, we're seeing here like most of the teams sometimes following the meta, but sometimes trying something different, as we already saw today with the Valier on the first match, for example. So we can hope and we can expect more surprises like that in the rest of the tournament and the rest of the days here on the AMER North and South, especially. It's our region so far. And now just waiting for the next match, which is gonna be, let me take some info here because I'm not very good on memory. It probably will be Okay, where's this
Influence
schedule? I'm
Rage
so
versus
lost
MCT.
right
Yeah,
now.
Influence Rage and NC7.
I'm still lost. Oh, I found it.
He's still
Okay.
looking for
I'm
it.
kind of sad at
Sorry.
the fact that I think every game that Lilia was in, they lost.
Right.
But the reason I feel is a lot of the heroes are very mobile lately, like the meta ones and all that.
Yeah.
So she doesn't really do a great job in that sense of catching anybody because her bombs take a little while, like has a delay before they pop, you know, so... My way of saying it.
Absolutely not stand for this downtrodden Lilia picks right
Yes,
now.
please, come on, do better. Do better with these Lilias. But I already know. It was against her, like, in the draft, and I was like, kind of, Alice, she's not gonna catch no Alice. That's rough.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, a lot of these teams, especially, it's been very interesting. We finally see the Valentina pickup kind of coming out there as well. I want to say a great job when it comes to playing the Valentina. I felt like what we saw in the game before when it came from the mid lane for Dreammax is that the mid lane in the second game just really went ham. I think they had over like 10 kills on it was the Kimmy. Yeah, that's right. But in the second game, they really kind of took a step back on the Valentina, who does have a decent amount of damage that they can dish out, but took that step back to allow their gold lane to shine and really kind of playing almost in like a support type of role, getting some damage, getting some maneuverability around there, baiting out abilities too. So it's a great job by the team in the synergy that they had. Yeah, and you're right, especially because I think that this third game here was kind of a test, especially for the gold laner, especially for Chimera, because Chimera, he wasn't the gold laner last season. It was Gremio. They changed the gold lane here, and Chimera is a very good gold lane. He has a lot of experience, you know, but he hasn't reached the top players in the gold lane here, you know. So he's very good, but sometimes he has to prove to himself and to the other people that he can do that. He is confident for that, you know. So I believe that now Dreammax, they did the kind of a task with him. So okay, Che, as a private said, Che, be like, it is time to be a good sidekick, for example, playing with Valentina, and let Chimera shine with Harriet, and it works so well. 9 kills with Harriet here, so it is good for Chimera to gain this confidence to the rest of the tournament, you know. So it is very good for Chimera, it's very good for Dreammax. But there is another thing that is also very good, guys. Yes. So you in the broadcast, Xena is making the face like, oh, what is gonna be? But we are going to talk about the diamond drops. Xena is on the screen here, the diamond drops. Can you tell us?
Be sure to notice these diamond drops down here, okay? Bonux is doing diamond drops, and you can quickly secure that by going to Bonux. It's a reliable platform that you can refill your diamond and for good prices.
Yeah, so here we are seeing the diamond drops, but it is still the opportunity for you getting diamonds while you are staying tuned in the broadcast. You know, so stay tuned in the broadcast. So we have some contests for you guys, and the winners are going to win some diamonds during the broadcast. So you stay tuned, okay? Keep tracking with us here for getting the chance to win this diamonds during the broadcast. So the diamond drops here comes to surprise you, and is also very good. Private, who doesn't want to get
everybody
diamonds?
Wants diamonds. We need those diamonds for those skins, right?
Yeah, I need diamonds for changing my name.
There's a lot of amazing skins out there. Every single time we see a glue, we see that the Patrick wandering up out there. So it's your chance to kind of get something like that for yourself.
Yeah. Now it's just to guarantee the the skin, like especially for like Patrick or Cyclops with the SpongeBob SquarePants. I also have this one, so it is very, very good for us, you know. But this diamond is very good for the people that is watching us in the broadcast here, Xena. So it is a very good chance to get diamonds for free if you are watching us here in the broadcast.
Yes, you can choose your own skins and everything. So make sure you're watching. Get those diamond drops in, because you can pick and choose the skins that you really want, or even save them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even the emotes. You can get yourself the little.
Oh yeah, the
flexing
flexing
echo
emotes.
emote. Some of the little sleeping ones.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You know, for me, honestly speaking, in the game of Mobile Legends, for me, better than skins is the recall effect. You know, I like so much the recall effect. I prefer the recall effects than skins. I have to be honest with you guys. You can judge me, I don't care, you know, but recall effects for me is like awesome. You know, I have so many of them. I wish I could have all of them, but some of them are lost, you know, because I didn't have so much time to play the game, or I didn't have the diamonds to buy the recall effects. But it is also very, very nice, especially the Tin Liquid one. I don't know. I'm not sure if you know that the horse one. You know?
Oh yes, yeah, the horse one.
Yeah, it is so awesome. Like I like it so much.
I
Which
really
one
like
is
the
is that the Team Echo one?
Oh yeah. They were talking. That is emoji, right? That is emoji. I like the new ones, the Itachi one from Naruto. You know, I like this emoji so much. Something like
have
that.
some cool ones for sure. I love the ones where you know, that you can send to each other while you're in drafting.
Oh,
you can shoot people with the
yeah.
hearts, with Mia shooting the heart and the arrows. Those are so much fun.
I like the buzz one. You know, the buzz.
I like the slapping one. Slap with the Layla.
Or the dog one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Oh, but speaking of ways to improve your game, guys, if you want to level up your gaming experience, check out runestone.gg. It's the perfect place to track stats, improve your gameplay, and stay ahead of the competition. Go take a look and start climbing smarter today.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yes, get smarter. Make sure you go to Runestone.
That's it. It's only the first day here, so we got 2 matches. Octa Gaming versus Black Sentence. It was 2-0 for Octa Gaming. Now we had the Dreammax versus Infinity. It was 2-1 for Dreammax so far. It is only the first day here of AMER South. Always reminding you guys, you can know everything. You're able to know everything about us and about the tournament, about what is happening on MLBB scenario if you follow us on the social networks, you know. So keep following us to stay tuned for, okay, yeah, we are here. So MLBB Esports, we are in almost all platforms that you can imagine, you know, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you know, YouTube, and so far. Yeah. So you can follow us and you stay tuned, and you are able to know everything about what's happening, not only in the AMER North and South, but about other tournaments and other things about the MLBB scenario. Okay, we are here just waiting what's next that the production is talking to us. Now
we have the schedule. So far we have Octa Gaming against Black Sentence, and when we had 2-0, and then we had Dreammax 2-1 against Infinity. So far we have our winners for the Switch stage. Would be Octa Gaming and Dreammax. We have coming up next Entity 7 versus Rage is it Influence Rage? Sorry.
Yeah,
I swapped
Rage.
that. You know, my dyslexia kind of.
No problem.
Alpha 7 and 9Z Globant.
Yeah, so 2 insane matches, right, guys? 2 wild games. I promise you guys, it's gonna be insane, it's gonna be wild. But now it is time for us to breathe, to take a break now, we'll come short break here, and we are heading back, Private, after the break time for more games.
Yeah, see you guys in a few.
See you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from that little break that we had here. We are back on the casting desk. How are you guys feeling? You guys enjoy your little break?
gotta eat like a Kirby and get yourself a little bit of refreshments. But that's all due to how quick the action happens here in AMER South. So we're just ready to get right back and jump right into the matches again.
Yeah, they're so fast. They're so quickly, bro. Here we are again, guys. Okay, for the next two matches for today. That is gonna be wild once again. So get ready because the action it is still continuing here in AMER South.
Yes, up next is Influence Rage against Entity 7. What do you know about these two teams?
Okay.
Do you guys know any little bit about them? Are they new to South?
I hit my foot on the desk here. It was like it trembled everything. Okay, so sorry.
Oh man, he's so excited, guys. He's too excited. He couldn't help himself.
Everything was trembling here. I was like, okay, sorry about that.
Earthquake.
Okay, so we are heading out for the lineups here, guys, for both teams. I believe that the first one here is going to be the Influence Rage with Arctic in the SP lane, Hotun in jungle. We're heading for that is that we are having an interesting situation here for this composition of Entity 7, especially because when we talk about Marcel here, he can work very well, especially with heroes with range and projectiles, you know, like Granger or Kimi, you know. We're seeing Suyo here that can, okay, he has the arrow in the ultimate form that he can burst damage for this jungler, so he can be very interesting here. It can be very interesting situation for Entity 7. As we were talking about, guys, in the last matches, that the AMER South, especially Private, was talking about, and okay, Zina also talked too about like the mobile heroes, you know. So now we're seeing a focus, especially with the old mid lanes that they used to choose with Eevee, for example, and Farsa. One is picked and one is banned for Influence Rage, you know. So we have this situation here, Private. So now the question is, which mid lane is Entity 7 are bringing up? Maybe a Kimi, maybe a Lilia to like to keep with this idea with the mobile heroes. Can
I will choose my own path.
Lilia is off the board.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely not gonna be Lilia. Valentina is still an option, especially to give you your own real world manipulation. I'm actually curious as to why Influence Rage might not have picked up the Valentina themselves, just because of the prominence of the golden hour that you get from Marcel to be able to stop. You can go ahead and grab one of your own, and it might be a point, like I said, we haven't seen here in the AMER tournament the dominance of Marcel. And I think, Rico, you were talking a little bit about it. It's not even proven to you that he deserves that spot just yet, because we've only seen him flounder. Maybe, and that's the way Influence Rage sees it. They're like, oh, he's not up here as far as what we want to deal with. We don't need the Valentina to counter out. They went with the E pick up there, and they are focusing down some of those mid lanes. The Valentina's still an option out there as well. I believe Kimi as well, but I'm not sure how much you would like a Kimi out there when you have a Hilda kind of running around, and that's something that needs to be on your mind, especially when it comes to this early game. Hilda can be a real menace to a lot of those squishier heroes here, and not just the Suyu, who, like we said, has a decent amount of damage, can put up a bit of a fight, but I mean, it's pretty squishy when you're kind of putting him at the table with a lot of the other junglers that you can have out there.
Yeah, for me, it is something like, yo, shake hand. No, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn it. This is fact, you know, for Marcel. But jokes aside here, the rest of the composition for Entity 7 comes with Valentina and Uranus. Okay, the mid lane here once again goes for Valentina, which is very interesting for Entity 7. And now we're waiting for the last pick for Influence Rage. Magic is my life. Guess who is it? Guess who is it? Yeah, it's him, Harry. We just have to wait here he appears, you know? So, okay, I'm so sorry about that. Okay, it is.
I think they're just waiting for you to do more impressions of the heroes there to you pretty spot on there as well. We did see how well Harith did play into the last composition as well, especially when you're able to give him that wiggle room that allows him to kind of come out there. The only thing is, though, I feel like this is kind of countered out. If Marcel is played correctly, you've got two heroes here who Marcel's golden hour really can drag out their ultimates to the point where they're kind of useless, because they're kind of a timer on the real world manipulation, on the Zaman force. If you try both of those ultimates and down comes the golden hour, you've basically wasted both of those ultimates.
Yeah, so Zina, what do you expect about that two compositions in the first game?
Well, I'm thinking CC and Uranus is gonna have a hard time, and they're gonna be stuck there for a while. Because it's like a gradual damage, right? So she's gonna be like trying to chip away at Uranus, and he's so tanky, and get his life back from those minions, so it's gonna be a whole mess.
Yeah, so well noticed. So here we go again, my friend Private Dancer. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the third match for today. Influence Rage versus Entity 7. It's a best of 3, so let's go!
Yeah, you talked about it before. Entity 7 here trying to put their best foot forward, trying to live up to the hype, and we're about to find out if they can. Both of these teams, you can see right there when it comes to the jungling, on pretty even strengths when it comes to being able to clear there. Hotun is going to be able to kick up the Litho Wanderer, and now a little bit of a fight down at the bottom as well. Hotun and Hide on Bush looking like they're going to go ahead a little bit of, or actually not Hide on Bush. There's actually a little bit of a yeah, Vagine. he's definitely just focused down on the Marcel. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, yeah, you can see there 50% health there. Hotun definitely got the better of that fight.
You know, for a moment, I thought that Vagine was like spanking Hotun, but now, oh, Steffi.
Well, I want to say when it comes to this, yeah, Steffi's going to be able to get away, is going to use that flicker very early. So they're not going to have that for a little bit of a while there. So great job there by Entity 7 to go ahead and get that spell used out there very early.
Yeah, without this flicker here, we can possibly have no jungle invasion or domination in the part of for Influence Rage here, because it's definitely okay. Hilda has this this pack-up ability, especially with the move speed and trying to cause this pressure, this pressure on the jungle of the enemy. But the flicker is also very important. But now here comes the first turtle here, my friend Private, and both teams are dancing and fighting around this objective.
Yeah, actually, the Uranus actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Akashi going around the circle looking for an escape, where down comes the real-world manipulation, spraying down damage, and it might be it for Bagwin, who gets taken out. I Am Yu Shin has that old real-world manipulation down there. Doom able to find a kill onto Hotun, so that's going to be a jungler down. Entity 7 not able to get the turtle. It's picked up by Stephanie on that Hilda. What a big pickup there for Influence Rage, able to actually be able to clean up that turtle, even though Hotun, the jungler, went down.
Why Retribution? Why we have Stephanie here with the Hilda that can guarantee the turtle? And it was also very. Oh, sorry. You can go ahead.
No. I was about to say, I just noticed Hide on Bush at some point used his Retribution earlier because it just came off cooldown.
Oh yeah. So it was maybe it was in the buff or something, but now Hotun, Shin is in trouble. Oh, almost. There's so much damage here.
Just narrowly able to get away there. The rest of Influence Rage going to go ahead and take down the Litho Wanderer. But here, man, I want to say Akashi is just, Zena talked about it, man. Akashi is just walking all over Arctic up there in the XP lane right now. You're talking about a hero that can only put on a little bit of damage at a time, like sustain there. But Akashi really shines against heroes like that just put on that slow dot damage that starts building up there. You can see him getting a ton of his stacks.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact about Akashi, because in the last season, Akashi was a gold laner. Like he was a gold laner, especially for Dreammax. And now he's playing with Entity 7, and he role swapped again. And now he's playing in Excellent, but now he can be trouble. It's 2v1.
He had to use his consecration to kind of heal through that, and it's just enough to get him through it. Stephanie came in with a great positioning there, but not able to finish the job. 1 and 3 right now in favor of Influence Rage when it comes to the kills, but gold is still pretty even for both teams.
And he was cold, not forcing to use the flicker. He was really cold. He waited and he survived, and now we have the second turtle in the bottom side of the river here. Oh, with the last here come against. No! Private.
Yeah, Hide on Bush able to go ahead and scoop that up. Zaman Force is down, and 2 real-world manipulations are down. Arctic looking for an escape. Down at the bottom, Hotun doing the best he can to kind of survive, is going to be able to find himself an escape. Here comes Akashi, able to find able to get the damage on there, but it's going to be Doom who picks up the kill, and just like that, Entity able to just almost tie up this game.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Entity 7 very aggressive. Akashi? I think that was like 3 hits of the turret. Okay, now he's fine. I was like, okay, Akashi was like trying to do something special. between the turret number 1 and 2 and the mid lane, but now he heads back for the XP side versus Altic. But the fact here is Influence Rage. They were trying to get an advantage, especially in the early game, but now we are seeing Entity 7 with the resilience, guaranteeing the second turtle, and now causing pressure in the turret here in the top side. And now Arctic can be in trouble, but here comes the cavalry, Private Dancer.
Yeah, and I was about to say, Akashi is not moving. He was just sitting underneath the tower. That's how little of a threat that they feel like CC is against there. Hotun actually has to go in, try to get a little bit of a chase there. Hide on Bush, turns it around. Hotun in trouble here. Real world manipulation comes down. Is it going to be enough? Bagwin goes down. Hide on Bush, able to find a kill onto Steffi. Doom finds a kill onto Fury. They actually trade kills there. 2 apiece for each team, but the battle continues. Akashi in trouble, but in the Praiser's wrath digs him into the ground. 5 and 7 in favor of Influence Rage, as Entity 7 actually able to take down the mid tower.
What a wild match, what an insane game so far. It wasn't a good idea for Akashi to continue the follow-up, to continue the chasing, because a duel was taking down with the trade for the Fury, you know, so they trying to they're trying to continue the pressure, and it wasn't a good idea because Akashi was taken down. But once again, Entity 7, despite the difference in on the kills, for example, but the goal lead goes for Entity 7. We're seeing out the items. It goes for the Demon Hunter for Claude, but the Heaven's Feather and the Starlight. The Starlighting Scythe, yes, the Starlight Scythe.
Starlight Scythe, yeah, that's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. For Harriet, you know, so it's going to be the game are even. The game is even for me because both teams are like they're looking for opportunities, they're looking for breaches or some kind of loopholes here. But now here comes the 1v1 with Fury versus Akashi. But Akashi now, okay. I think that he has still minion waves in favor in the turret, but now he comes once again, Private.
Yeah, I was about to say, now here comes the cavalry. The entire team comes in. Zombie Force laid down, and we have a golden hour, and we aren't able to spray. A little bit of a miscommunication there. You had the Claude come in with the blazing duet, but trapped inside the golden hour was a Fury, so he didn't take any of that damage. Shin in a little bit of trouble, gets taken out by Steffi. 5 and 11 right now for Influence Rage, and 4 down for Entity 7.
It is a plot twist, this game, you know, it's ups and downs for both teams. It's only the first game here, but what did I say about Marcel? You know, because, okay, the idea can be good, Private, but the execution, I think that someone missed the class.
Yeah, I feel like they just weren't lined up. Doom came in with the blazing duet, and immediately you saw the golden hour come out, and unfortunately Fury was trapped inside the golden hour, couldn't go anywhere, and he's just like phew. And unfortunately that really turned around. You have 2 ultimates down for Entity 7, and that just allowed Influence Rays to really turn that bit around.
Yeah, but now once again the Lord is on the pitch, and Steffi, it is playing aggressive. Now Lording is getting reset once again. Both teams know, and both teams are aware this how important is this objective. But Akashi has to take care of Hotun also. But now here comes again another team fight is about to happen, Private.
Yeah, big tankiness up in front. Akashi is still trying to keep up some of those stacks right now. They do reset the Lord. It doesn't really look like Entity 7 really in a great position to really kind of get into this fight. Influence Rage right now, even though, oh God, I was going to say that they weren't in the lead, but it's actually pretty tied up. Entity 7 doesn't really look like they're in favor of a fight right now. Influence Rage looks like they're more than comfortable resetting the Lord to look for a fight. On the back end, Akashi and Fury kind of going at it, looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there if they can, down to about 50% real world manipulations. Both are out right now. We do have a golden hour on the back end. Shin goes down. Hide on Bush is taking out that That's 2 down for the side of Entity 7 right now. Akashi trying to do the best damage he can. Steffi flickers out of the way. How did he get away? Him and Hotun so close to death and such great control of their characters, able to sidestep some of that damage with just a hair of health left.
Wait a minute. Did I see once again the Golden Hour saving the Influence Rage composition? I'm not crazy, right? Because by the time that the Golden Hour, I think that Syndra was gaining time, was taking time with the ultimate, you know, for waiting to follow up for the rest of the composition from Influence Rage to cause damage, you know, and take advantage in the kills and guaranteeing the Lord. You see? That's what I'm telling you, my friend. Marcel? Okay, Marcel is very strong, but the idea, the execution can be almost perfect.
Well, that's the thing too, is I feel like we're kind of at a position. Ooh, Syndra got a little bit of a problem. He's gonna use that flicker to get away. Golden Hour there.
Okay.
When waiting, is able to find the kill. So finally, but it does get returned. Fury able to kind of backtrack and do Zaman Force laid down. Shin goes down on the back end. Hide on. Bush is down as well. 3 down for the side of Entity 7. Influence Rage. And you can see here, Houghton, Akashi, is he gonna fall for the trap again? Last time he tried to get in there and he wasn't able to finish the job. Unfortunately for him, it does look like he's hungry, he's bloodthirsty, he sees nothing but red, he wants to get that kill, but is not going to be able to close the distance.
Saw the purple buff, right? Akashi. Okay, yeah, I'm almost sure that he is told, and he's still now like getting the info for Entity 7. But for the first time, again burned my tongue here because the Golden Hour was effective for Entity 7 to guarantee the kill against Syndra, you know, but the sequence was not in favor for Entity 7. Influence Rage with a triple kill for Fury guarantee once again the advantage. Not only the map, but also the gold lead here. Okay, the gold lead is not so far for Influence Rage, but it's also an interesting difference. Maybe 1 or 2 items that can make all the difference, as we are seeing right now. Demon Hunter, Golden Staff and Corrosion for Claws, Heavens. The Crystal Magic, the Magic Crystal now for Harriet, causing so much damage. Meanwhile, we're seeing Horacle, the Green Horacle for Akashi here to get more sustain in the team fight. But the question is, and the situation is, okay, you can have more time in the team fight, but you can also have the follow-up to the damage. But now Hotun, it's lost in a paradise. Hotun, what are you doing there, my friend?
I was gonna say, he was a little confused back there. It's like, this isn't the bathroom. And you had an entire team of Entity 7 right there to clamor up. So they're gonna be able to take him down. The rest of Influence Rage resetting on the map. Lord is up again. And now another real world manipulation comes down. Golden Hour to freeze out the real world manipulation. Hide on Bush on the backside. Though is not able to dish out the damage. A little bit of mistiming there to be able to take down Syndra. You saw that evil queller and the soul sever come out, but it was right before the golden hour ended. So Syndrak didn't take any of that damage, and that's just a little bit of a timing thing. Maybe they just need to be able to kind of get a little bit more practice with that Marcel to time the abilities a little bit correctly. Here it allows Influence Rage the time that they need to be able to pick up this Lord. Heidenbush gonna go ahead, pick up this orange buff. They don't really think they're going to be able to contest this next Lord.
That is a great thing to see here because Influence Rage loses Hotun, right? The Retribution, the jungler. So maybe that could be a very interesting opportunity for Entity 7 to, I don't know, maybe secure the Lord, you know, go for the objective. But in fact, instead, you see Influence Rage taking the action, you know, like taking getting the entry, getting the engage versus Entity 7, you know. So okay, once again the golden hour for Vagin worked so well, but it wasn't enough for Entity 7 to fight back and fight as equal for Influence Rage, because okay, Doom got the kill from, I think that 1 or 2 players for Influence Rage, but he was taking down the sequence, you know. So Doom is very important for this composition for Entity 7. But now, here, we can have the final push for Influence Rage, Private Dancer.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and make short work of that mid-high ground tower. Zaman Force has been laid down. We do have the real-world manipulation laid down by Syndrak, trying to power on a damage. So here comes the golden hour, freezing 2 members of Influence Ray. Steffi takes a little bit of damage, is able to eke his way out of that. More minions down at the bottom. In comes another IMU real-world manipulation, followed by the blazing duet from Doom. Zaman Force has been laid down. The damage onto Akashi is huge, and he almost not able to heal through it as the rest of Influence Rage take their licks and disengage from that fight.
Yeah, they could defend the base. They only lost the turn number 3 in the mid lane here. That could be worse for Entity 7. But now they are playing aggressive. They're heading for the jungle of the enemy. They're heading for the jungle of Influence Rage. There's nothing to farm. There's nothing to steal so far. But still, they are trying to get this info for Influence Rage, because the next lord here can be the last one, can be lethal for both teams. So they now have to farm. They have to get more resources as faster as they can for the next lord here. But check it out, Steffi. Okay, I thought that Steffi was trying to do something like trying to flank, but I think that he changed his mind. He went back. He head back now for his own jungler, for his own point of view. Once again, we're seeing the items here. We're seeing an Infinity Glaive in the glowing hand in Valentina's hand. Besides, Syndra also with the 4 items too. But now we have the two teams here wanting to fight a face-to-face here, Private.
Yeah, and especially right now, Fury is full build right now. I want to say Doom was probably working on his last item. So Fury, when he lays down that Zaman Force, he is just doing a huge amount of damage here. 3 members! And Akashi almost gets caught there. Golden Hour used to stop the engagement there. Zaman Force has been laid down, and what a play there. It allows Entity 7 to get away, but you don't want to always be using that defensively. I think one of the biggest problems that we've been seeing here when it comes to Bagwin is that he gets that golden hour, but Entity 7 is just not in a good position to be able to follow up. Speaking of follow up, down to 25%, Hojin in a little bit of trouble. Arctic 7 trying to lay on the damage. Is it going to be enough? We have the Zaman Force, hide on Bush, gets the Lord. Arctic trying to lay on the damage. Are they going to be able to get away scot-free? Shin looking for an angle to get out of here. Here comes the flickers. In comes the damage. Syndrak able to find himself a kill on to Shin. Fury on the back end, latching on to hide on Bush with the Zaman Force, and able to find the kill on to the Entity 7 jungler. This might be it. Even with the Lord, they might be able to close this one up. Akashi and Bagwin trying their best to stop this push. Is it going to be enough? Out comes the blazing duet, but on the side, Sandresk trying his best. They don't have minions. Here comes the final push. Minions up at the top. It is going to be Influence Rage at the 18-minute mark.
Yeah, my friend, just remember the Thanos scene, you know? Did you get the Lord? Yes. What did it cost? Everything. Hey, they got the Lord, but they were wiped out, you know? And that was a victory for Influence Rage in the first game. But Zena, what a game, what a match.
Yes,
everything was wild.
I like that combo of Harith and Ivy, you guys say, together. Just the fact that she, you know, controls the area and slows everybody down while Harith throws out his ultimate and then is able to dash around, do that burst damage. It was really nice to see that happen. It was really strong.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the game, it was a great turnaround there too, because I want to say when it came to the XP lane, I really felt like Entity Rage, man, the Uranus was actually having a field day against, you called it out as well, that CC was just not going to be able to do enough against the Uranus, and we saw it there at the beginning. Unfortunately, I feel like a few calls with Bagwin going in, getting the golden hour from Marcel, just, I feel like Entity 7 just was not quick enough to respond some of the times to really get some of those kills, especially Syndrek, who had a phenomenal game, 6-1 and 14 here. That was a target that they were kind of looking for. Unfortunately, he only died once there, so he was able to kind of find his escape, even with, I want to say, I counted at least 3 golden hours laid directly on Syndrek.
Yeah, that is actually one of the strongest point for Influence Rage, because they have Syndra and also Frost in the mid lane. Both players are very, very, very good, you know, so decided to play with Syndra, and it also worked very well, as you saw and as you said, working with this Ivy here, like with a very good area of effective, you know, with a very good ultimate. I think that Entity 7 didn't know how to handle against that situation, and it was good for Influence Rage to secure the first victory, to secure especially this kind of the idea for the composition and execution, especially working with this high range with Syndra.
I want to see, we saw it right there at the beginning of these highlights, how Steph was able to get the first turtle as a Hilda. I don't want to, I'm going to find a better way to say this, but I want to say hide on bush. There's a few things that you need to do as a jungler, and one of them is to make sure that you have your retribution up by the time the objective comes around, especially with Influence Rage having their jungler down at the time. So it was basically a sure win for Entity 7 to be able to pick that up, and there's just a lot of those little tiny mistakes that begin to add up. Whether it's that retribution, whether it's the mistiming with the golden hour, things like that, they begin to add up, and it allows Influence Rage to be able to get some of these great leads that we were seeing here, especially some of these fights. You see how well they were able to get that Lord, but look at how low a lot of the team was. Doom and Shin running for their lives, but not able to find the escape from Syndrek.
Yeah. I was noticing, like, in the early game, Entity 7 was mostly doing objective plays, so they were playing more towards objectives, while Influence Rage was trying to go for more of the kills and stuff. So how do you think that worked out in their, like, favor? Do you think that does anything to help the team in any way? Oh, and our MVP here is Fury. The Harith, of course. Harith has been dominating in the games that he has been in.
Yeah, so Harith once again here with the KDA 917 with almost 93k of damage with the gold per minute with 724. Once again, Harith here is a very strong option, you know, instead of marksmen or fighters in a gold lane that comes with Harith. That is also a good option here for those, in this case, for Influence Rage, you know, once again. And Zina, I think that a difference from Entity 7, the idea and the composition or the execution versus Influence Rage is about the synergy, because Influence Rage has so much time together, playing together, you know. Not the whole lineup, but most of them, they have more than 2 years playing together, you know. Like Entity 7, these 3 new ones is about like 2 or 3 months, you know. So I think that they need more time to get synergy, to get synchronized, you know. But I believe that Entity 7 can go so far with this composition, Private.
I feel like yeah, there's a point in there too when you say that they were, when Zena points out that they were able to find those objectives very early. So they have the macro, they know what needs to be done, they have the timing, but there's just that little thing that you brought up, that synergy that you can't have just joining with the team. You have to play with them. You have to understand, all right, he usually comes in, he usually likes to wait before he goes for the golden hour, or he likes to pull the trigger really, really quickly because I know this dude, because I've been playing with them for so long. We saw the inklings. They know what needs to be done. They're where they should be. There was some great engagements there. There was some great closing the distance on a lot of those heroes. That Marcel, though, I'm not trying to blame Marcel. I'm just saying that the combination, adding him to that formula, It's a boiling pot that can go either way, because like I said, they were where they needed to be, and I feel like if it was almost any other roam, they would have gotten the gank. They would have gotten what they needed to do. It's just, like you said, it's just those little things that need to spruce up, but the skill is obviously there.
He's kind of a newer hero too. I feel like he still needs to be played more in this sense, and no one really knows how to utilize him correctly. So
you know what I'm doing, guys? It is dodging for Marcel. I'm dodging. Oh, Marcel, no. Yep. That was Marcel in the first game, and you saw what happened. It was Marcel in the first game, and you saw what happened. Okay, he's very strong. I'm not. See, I don't disagree with that, you know. But I think that for many ideas, it has to be almost a perfect execution, you know, because we saw like twice or three times that the golden hour for Marcel wasn't good, you know, like it gave the opportunity for Influence Rage to disengage or buy more time to get the follow-up from the team, you know. So Marcel, it's really strong, you know, but I think that Private is disapproving what I'm saying. Like,
no,
okay,
I agree.
You're right. You're right, but
I don't want to say that it was all on Marcel, because there were many opportunities that there was. What I want to say was a perfect golden hour, and we saw that I believe Hide on Bush came in with the Suyu and executed the Soul Sever too early before the golden hour ended. That's not on Marcel. That was a timing issue on the jungler, who kind of jumped the gun and didn't realize that the ult was going to last just about 2 seconds more longer. So like I said, it's a big timing issue here when it comes to Marcel. But what this does mean is that Marcel is still 0% right now on the field for the AMER tournament. I mean, I want to say, where was it? In the MPLPH, Marcel had a pretty rocky beginning as well. A lot of teams tried to use him, but not a lot of people had really gotten honed in on really how to play their composition around him just yet. And here we're going to go ahead and it is on, I want to say it is on Entity 7 here to go ahead and ban Marcel, because they're not going to be able to use him anymore. And the Zushin taken off the board on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah. Mom, can I stay with you? There's a Marcel over there. Okay, don't worry, son. That's no problem for us. Oh, just waiting out for the third ban here for Influence Rage. And always reminding you about the map features here. Now we're working with the Flying Cloud once again. And always reminding you guys, you in the broadcast, you in the live, send the like, share this live with the friends, with everyone. Call your friends to watch the AMER South that is going on fire. Yes.
Make sure you hit that like. I don't know where it is.
Call your friends to see Marcel losing once again. So sorry, Zena.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I'm just agreeing with you. Hit that like.
Well, Boxy is going to go ahead and be picked up there by Entity 7. It's been one of those big priorities here in the South when it comes to picks. I don't even feel like it's had that many bans in the North. I think it's kind of put up there with the Fredrin. There's a lot of other things that I feel like North kind of prioritizes than when it comes to the Boxy and the Fredrin, but he does provide a lot when it comes in to a lot of these compositions. I think the last time we saw him, it's almost kind of hard to really kind of find out where his strengths were, because I think that was the game where there was also a Lolita on the enemy team, and I feel like on one side, sometimes some of these games can be hard to really understand. Was it the success of this pick, or was it the failure of the composition on this side? So here, though, we do have a decent early game for the side of Influence Rage. You got the Zeshian pickup, followed by the Gadakachi.
Played for the first time today.
Among the planes exists
he's finally able to be picked up. Yeah, first time today.
I was talking to some friends about like Box's situation here in the South, and most of them, they told me something like, we like Boxa because he looks like Johnson's cousin, you know, because it was like almost the ultimate from Johnson that can that they have a very hard control, you know, especially for the first skill. and they still have the ability and the high mobility around the map, you know. So it doesn't have the ultimate from Johnson, you know, but it still have a very fast pathing clear in the jungle, a very interesting control, especially with the first skill. So it gives more chance to, I don't know, maybe dominating the jungle or for the enemy, for example, like maybe gain this information for your team for the composition, and always trying to guarantee the objective so far, also for the composition while they are rolling, you know, while they are blading on in the jungle around the goal, around the objective, you know. But now we are seeing the composition with Entity 7 with Grok and Eevee. Oh my goodness, you want hard engage. You have hard engage now for Entity 7.
Yeah, interesting pickup here too, especially with the Grok, because I feel like a pop-up is one of the easiest ways to knock Claude out of his blazing duet. So Grok has a great opportunity to be able to kind of find that as soon as the blazing duet goes off, if he can hone in on him, he'll be able to kind of really take away a huge and significant chunk of Rage's offensive abilities here as we move into the second banning phase. You see the big focus from Entity 7 is on that jungle position. Suyu and Lancelot taking off the board.
Yeah, Lancelot here is one of the comfort zones for Hotuns, and so it is taken out, finishing with Harriet. And now we're waiting for the fourth choice for Influence Rage. Assuming there's still XP laner maybe, and the jungle. Glue is the fourth choice for Influence Rage.
Oh, Glue. It is Glue.
Is it?
You are messing with the game.
I predicted you was getting.
Yeah, great prediction there from our host there, Xena. Glue is one of those big ones too. I don't even know what we have as far as to be able to kind of take care of Glue. We do have the Boxia out there. If you use the Tortoise Puissance, you're going to be able to get a lot of anti-heal down on the ground, which can hopefully be able to kind of offset a lot of the damage that Glue's able to put out there. Ooh, Benedetta. This is probably the second time that we've seen a Benedetta out there. This is going to be in the XP lane, I believe, which is going to be going up against either the Glue or the Gatakacha. I'm assuming it's going to be the Glue. It's going to be
the beat of the flash.
I don't remember the phrase. Oh, Joy!
Joy. Good plan.
Okay, Joy in the jungle.
Give that mobility to that team, yeah.
Yeah, and high mobility, great finisher. Okay. Versus Boxia.
I like now some of these picks make sense. The early scoop up of the Gatakacha makes sense here now with the Joy getting picked up on that side as well. We don't really have a ton of CC that can actually take down the Joy before they kind of latch onto the back end. I'm gonna be very curious to see how this goes in there. If Akashi has like a wonderful, spectacular game, maybe, but I feel like there's a lot of boxes on the Entity 7 side to check to be successful here.
Joy is one hard little, what is she, fox? Stop. For sure. And they don't have that on the side of Entity 7. This will be interesting.
Okay. So once again, let's go. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. We are about to land just right now. Yes, thank you so much, production. So let's go. It is time for the second game here, Influence Rage versus Entity 7. 1-0 for Influence Rage, so everything is possible in the second game here. Let's go, Private Dancer.
Yeah, we talked a little bit during draft about Entity 7. We see the macro, we see the skills. They understand what they're supposed to be doing. It's just those little synergy. And that comes with, like we said, playing with each other and communication with your team. Are you guys in the voice comms? Are you guys making it clear what you're trying to do when you're trying to do that? And that's something here that Entity 7 needs to clean up if they want to be successful. Like we said, they have all the keys that they need to be successful here. So we see here a little bit of a skirmish there at mid, but no worse for wear is either team.
Yeah, they got a 2v2 here in the mid lane. The two mid lanes with the roaming. while we're seeing Hydron Bush is stealing some farm in the jungle for Influence Rage, but now he heads back. But Vagin, what are you doing there, my friend? Okay, he is a Grok. He's a tanky. He has very resistance. But now we're seeing Doom can be 2v1.
Doom in a little bit of trouble there, and the Hotun able to find the kill there underneath the tower, and that is unfortunate for Doom. We already talked about that. The Yusun Shin, he's not like a great marksman when it comes to being stacked up against a lot of the other marksmen that can go in that lane, and he's more of a niche pick there, especially because he needs to be ahead. He needs to kind of have that lead. Here, this is going to be a big loss for the side of Entity 7. Ooh, Syndrak takes a lot of damage, saves that flicker, is going to be able to use it to get out of harm's way, but that's going to go ahead and line up Entity 7 for this first turtle.
Arctic here was supposed to use Flick to survive. Now he heads back to the base, and also with Syndra using the flicker. And I saw the recall effects from Syndra. It's a horse.
You saw nothing. Yeah. He was just saying hello. That's how they say hello in, I believe that's the Peru flag there. We do have a real world manipulation that is down, and Syndrak in a little bit of trouble gets taken out. Doom with a great rotation from the top gets down to mid, able to find the kill, bringing the lead for Entity 7 to 2-1.
Yeah, Doom now rotated for the mid lane here to guarantee the kill. Okay, meanwhile, the Cloud now, Fury, was like taking the gold energy from the turret, but still, they had the kill. It is 2-1 here for Entity 7. The first turtle is up for Entity 7. Now we're waiting for the second one. And Syndra has to pay attention, has to be careful because he still doesn't have the flicker and can be a very good opportunity for Entity 7 to get more kills.
Yeah, but you can tell they're doing a great job trying to defend. Steph doing a great job kind of being that front line for it, because he knows that that his mage doesn't have the flicker, so he's going to be in prime position to kind of get picked off there up at the top. I mean, I think the last time we took a look at the items, Doom wasn't so far behind Fury, even though he did take that early death as well. So still doing a great job. We saw how quickly Doom was able to kind of rotate to the mid lane to help out with some of the pickoffs here too. Ooh, look at the damage actually getting on there. Great poking ability coming from Shin on that Eve onto Steffi there, being able to kind of bring him down. That Gatakata, that's going to go ahead and force him back, especially with 24 seconds left before this turtle. Do have a Blazing Duet that comes out there. Doom is able to use that dash to get away, but Hydron Bush on the backside might actually have a killing on his mind. Goes in, Tortoise Boostance is out. We do use the Rage of the Phoenix, but here comes the real world manipulation. Vagwin with the finishing blow there with the Tectonic Charge, and Hotun goes down. That's going to be Fury down as well. 2 down for the side of Influence Rage. 4-1 in favor of Entity 7.
It was a 4v3 in the top side here for Entity 7, guaranteeing more kills. Now the turtle is in the bottom side of the river. Immediately started by Entity 7. I don't think there's going to be a fight back for Influence Rage, but now there it is. The second turtle guaranteed by Entity 7 so far, with a different early game from the first one.
Yeah, Entity 7 is just having a great game, and this is, like I said, I know that they had it in them. We could see it from the macro during the first game. It's just that the Marcel kind of, like, I want to say, threw a huge wrench in that. And down goes Hooten. They did have a little bit of an engagement there that we just missed off screen, but Hydron Bush and Shin able to double team and bring him down. That's going to bring this lead to 5-1, almost a 4K gold lead at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm telling you, my friend, I'm telling you, this Entity 7 with the 3 players, they know each other so well. They have a high synergy. They can be a very good for Entity 7, but now they're focusing the mid lane here. But there is a high, fast, clean way for Influence Rage. And now they defend once again. And in the top side, oops, there is a Cloud causing pressure versus Akashi. Now Akashi is forced to head back in the base once again. But everything is good so far for Entity 7, but they have to pay attention because in the other side they have Influence Rage. It's almost a rematch for the final in the last season.
Yeah, it's really interesting here too, because you brought up that Akashi was up at the top lane trying to take on the Claude, and that's because the Doom is actually rotating around the jungle, trying to get fed on this Usopp Shin. Steffi actually in a little bit of trouble. You can see Hide on Bush actually kind of tinkering him down, and down goes the roam. Steffi is down. A real world manipulation came out. Maybe a little bit of a waste there. I feel like you could have saved that. It felt like Hide on Bush kind of had that underway. Fury in a little bit of trouble. Is going to use that BMI to get himself out of harm's way. The 3 members of Entity 7 decide against trying to go in there. Speaking of which, Akashi goes in, finds himself a kill, but gets taken out himself by Arctic. That's going to go ahead and leave a little bit of wiggle room for this next turtle. Hide on Bush going to be able to secure it without much contention from Influence Rage.
Yeah, one more turtle here for Entity 7 is Akashi playing with a carry one instead of Imbranas on the first game, but now he has the confidence here to trying to carry. But once again, oh, here we come again, Private. Steffi.
Yeah, Steffi is in trouble, looking for an escape, but Doom comes in with the dash. Down comes the Fury of the Phoenix to find the stuns, and that might be it for Hide on Bush. Actually very low. 2 members, Doom and Bagwin, are going to have to use that flicker to get away. Arctic and Fury are down for the count. 4 members of Influence Rage taken down by Entity 7. 11-3, a completely different game from the first.
Completely different. But now we're seeing, oh, Steffi. Okay, 2v1, but again, it's very low HP people. They still continue here. But now Shin, it's coming up. Still the buff.
Bagwin came in and stole that purple buff in the middle of the fight. He wasn't even like aiming to try to help out his partner. He's like, I'm just gonna squeeze through here. Excuse me, brother. Takes the buff and then goes to teleport back home. 11-3, Entity 7 is what I was saying. The tools are there for this team. And here right now, when everybody is on the same page, they are an absolute menace to be dealing with. You see that Demon Hunter sword has finally been picked up there by a Fury on that Claude. I'm wondering if he's, we're at the 8-minute mark, so he should be pretty close to that Trinity build. And that's something that Entity's gonna need to watch out for when it comes to that next Blazing Duet, because it's gonna be able to kind of chunk them down.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Begin annoying everyone here in the jungle for Influence Rage. With the Doom, with an instant machine, but now here comes the ultimate just to spot the enemy. Meanwhile, do we have a mega kill for Shin with against Hotun. So now Influence Rage doesn't have the jungle, doesn't have the retribution to fight back this important objective here, my friend Private.
Yeah, and another thing too is that they did a good job. Ooh, actually going in for it. Arctic and Steffi trying to offset. This is 4 members, and I'm not sure if this is the fight that they actually really want to take. Actually, Steffi looking for an opportunity. I think he wants to come in with that Avatar of the Guardian, taken down very low, and Hide on Bush going to be able to secure the Lord. And I was going to say that Entity 7 did a good job because they allowed the rotation from Akashi on that Benedetta to kind of get to the top lane, which allowed Doom to kind of rotate around them. Oh, speaking of which, Fury talking about Doom and being farmed up. It allowed Doom to get around the map to get the farm he needed to be able to do that, to lay the damage onto the unsuspecting Fury there.
Yeah, you saw the real world manipulation here for Shin, but I believe that Akashi was like, it's something like, okay, I'm just a decoy, my friend. So you were trying to kill me, but I'm just a decoy here. So you were baited. And now here comes the cavalry and guarantee the kill versus Fury once again. And Entity 7 is taking advantage of that situation, taking down the turret number 2 in the bottom lane while the Lord is heading in the top side. The gold lead here is almost, oh my goodness, it's almost a 9k for Entity 7. So far, so good. I don't believe that they are going to lose this game, Private. Let's go.
Oh, please. The last time you said that, I believe it was Black Sentence. We don't spread bad juju here as casters. We do have the Fury of the Phoenix coming out as well. It allows Steffi to use that Avatar of the Guardian to get away. Tower up at the top is taking a heap of damage. The rest of Entity 7 looking to put on the boost. Real world manipulation is out. Fury and Hotun have to get out of the way, and Entity 7 unfortunately have to turn around because they're not going to be, they don't have any more minions. They're not going to be able to secure that tower, but still a great push here for Entity 7, sitting at 13-4.
Yeah, 13-4 so far, but here comes once again Entity 7 causing so much pressure. Hide on Bush is trying to flank, trying to search the angle, but now here taking so much damage. Here comes the Blazing Duet once again. Oh, now once again, Influence Rage can defend and they protect the turret so far.
Yeah, they were able to kind of go in, get the damage on there, and unfortunately, the Fury not able to get the Blazing Duet stacks on enough to be able to do enough damage before they were able to disengage from it. Right now, Entity 7 is having a great game. 7K gold lead by them at the 11-minute mark here. Unfortunately, it feels like the Hotun on this Joy pick just is not paying in dividends. They did find that early kill on to Doom, but like I said, there was just some great plays made here or great decision making when it comes to a lot of these engagements, the rotations, deciding to allow certain people to farm a little bit more, to get built up. And right now you're at a point where a lot of this gold, I want to say, is on Doom, is on Hide on Bush as well. You can see both of them sitting at level 14, while the highest level on the side of Influence Rage is about 13. Most of them are at 11, 10. So that's a 3-level goal, or a 3-level gap for both of these teams right now. Houghton trying to go into against the Kashi. Ooh, Hide on Bush actually looking for a little bit of fun there from the flanking position, but the rest of Rage is right there to see him off. Now we do have a Fury of the Phoenix. A big dash comes out from Dune, but they want the fight. Big flicker comes out. You can see from the back end, Fury has to get out of there. Hotun has to get out of there. And on the back side, it does leave Arctic by himself. Poor Patrick goes down for the count. Shin finding the kill there as well. Just seeing to set up Entity 7 to be able to focus down onto this Lord.
Yeah, so once again, the Lord is guaranteed. No fight back from Influence Rage, sorry. Guaranteed by Entity 7 once again. The goal lead here comes almost with a 9K for Entity 7. One more Lord. It's only the last line of defense of the turret for Influence Rage. Once again, Entity 7, they have the knife, they have the cheese, they have the cake to finish this game. So everything is possible since we saw today with the previous games, Private Dancer.
Yeah, really interesting. Oh my God, I was gonna say that really interesting. I don't really see the gold lead there on the Yusun Shin. Doom still having a great game, so he's really getting a lot of value. He's only 700 gold up on Fury on the Claude, so just his items that he's getting, he's just got a better value for, like a better bang for his buck, basically, for what he's getting out here. Sitting at 3, 1, and 6. The big money makers right now are Shin on that Eve. Just has a huge lead when it comes across the map to Sindrek on the Zishin, or on the Zeshian. So real world manipulation comes out as well. That's to kind of zone out the rest of Influence Rage from this bottom tower, as Lord up at the top as well, actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage, looking to try to take down this high ground tower at the bottom. Are they going to be able to find it? One more minion there down. Blazing Duet is on to the side of them. The rest of Influence Rage coming in, trying to put on the damage. Are they going to be able to find it? No worse for wear, but Influence Rage actually took a beating in that. Is going to have to return to base.
Yeah, I think that the idea was very good, you know, but the difference, especially in the goal lead, it's very huge for Entity 7. So,
yeah, it's
still
10K.
Yeah. So now they are trying everything here as possible, doing at all costs, trying to defend and searching for the angle, but nope, here we go again. Ooh.
Yeah, you can see there right now. Oh, and Hotun is down again. 2 down for the side of Influence Rage. The rest of them beating feet, looking for an escape back to base. Have to go tail tucked between their legs. They do have minions coming out though, but so does Entity 7. You can see the actual lanes actually starting to stack up. A great job done by Akashi. Try to get these lanes synced up. You can see all the lanes here synced up. Are they going to be able to find a close here? Entity 7 locking on, trying to clear out some of the minions, trying to lock on to Steffi's. down to 50%, does have that revitalize out as well. Still a bit of minions out here. Real world manipulation comes out, focusing down onto the core. They do find 2 kills on the side of Influence Rage, 1 traded back to Bagwin, and the rest of Entity 7 gonna have to looking for an escape. We do find another kill. Down goes the Bagwin. 10% auto attacks there from Doom are able to clench this for Entity 7.
A different Entity 7, the second game here, guaranteeing the victory, all leading for the last and once again decisive game here in the first day of AMER South. Xena, everything is even. 1-1 here.
1-1. Entity 7, they did the same thing. They were going towards objectives, but this time they got their kills and they were able to actually take it and snowball that game.
I feel like we're beating a dead horse, but you pointed it out. This is the same target and objective focus we saw from the first game. It's just here in the second game they were successful with those pushes. They were able to kind of get to the back line. They were able to get a lot of that farm up there. A 10k gold lead. So a great game here by Entity 7, and I feel like this gives them a nice a bit of a sigh of relief, because I know, like we said before, they weren't satisfied with their performance last season. So here now they're looking to make a statement. And I know that first game, definitely not what they had in mind. This second game, definitely it felt like a completely different team, Rico.
Yeah, it was a completely different, especially because of the composition they had. They have more options, to take the actions, to dominate the pace of the game. We're talking about like Vagin with Grok with a very hard engage one. We're talking about Hide on Bush with a Boxer in the jungle, like with a fast pathing, clear path, not only for his jungle, but also for the jungle of the enemy, as we were saying the very first minutes. And now we're seeing like Fury trying to escape here, but at this point, Entity 7 were so confident, they were so like playing together, there was given no chance for Influencer Rage to get back in the game or survive somehow, so everyone was so good, everyone was so playing well in the Entity 7 composition, especially Akashi, because we saw Akashi in the first game play with Iranos. Okay, we can say that Uranos is very annoying, especially because of his sustain, and he can buy more time for a possible team fight, for example, or splitting up. But now Akashi were playing with Benedetta. There was kind of it's more like a carry for him, So we can see that he was more confident, because once again, as I told you guys, Akashi was a former gold laner. He wasn't a XP laner, so he changed he role swap for this season. So I think that Akashi left out the gold lane, but the gold lane didn't leave Akashi, or something like that, But now we were having the MVP on the second game. It goes for Shin, the mid lane here, playing with EV or IV 709 with the KDA 103,000.
Wow.
Of damage. Xena.
Yeah,
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it seems like Ivy has been a big factor in both the games, right? Ivy was chosen in the first one, and now it's chosen this time around. So Ivy is really a great pick in these drafts.
Yeah, Shen, a big MVP there. MVP for those luscious locks, too. He belongs in a shampoo commercial. Some beautiful hair he's got there. Not just that, but the damage was raining down on to Influence Rage here was just huge. An integral role to their success here. We talked about all the different pieces that were starting to come together for the side of Entity 7. And that is definitely the foot that they wanted to kind of press forward. And we saw from a lot of those highlights, like I said, this is no different than we saw from Entity 7 in the first game. They were able to get to the side lanes. They were able to get to the objectives first, but this time they didn't have to jungle around the timing for a Marcel. They knew exactly how the Eve works, how to trap people, how to get on with the Boxia in there, and they executed to perfection. And there's going to need to be a big, I want to say a big turnaround when it comes to Influence Rage if they want to be able to kind of get over this hurdle. That is what you want to see if you want to be one of the better teams here in AMER South.
Yeah, and it was a very interesting situation because, as I told you guys, there was three players. There are 3 players in Entity 7. There was for the old lineup for a Black Sentence, and there was a player in the Influence Rage lineup that it was also a former champion in the Black Sentence last season, and it's Steffi, because Paquito, the old roaming, now it's in Alpha 7, and now Steffi is the new acquisition for Influence Rage, you know. So as we talk about like synergy and time enough to Entity 7, I think that we can also say something like that with Steffi and the lineup for Influence Rage, because they were used to play with Paquito, now is with Steffi, with the 2 different play styles. You know, like Paquito is more aggressive. Steffi is more like, okay, I have to check the situation. I have to see what I'm going to do next. So I think that they need some time also, I believe, that to gain the confidence, to gain this idea for execution for Influence Rage. But the situation here now, it's a 1-1, everything is even, and now we're heading for the last game, the 3rd game here, reminding you guys it's all the best of 3 here today, and always reminding you in the chat, you are the main star of the show, so send a like, share the live, call your friends, and don't forget to follow us on the social media to get more information, to know everything about what's happening in AMER South. Zina.
And you were asking for those 3 games. Now we're having it back to back. We're having 3 games in each match so far. So that's great. Joy. I wanted to speak on Joy here. We were saying there was nothing that would stop Joy, right? In the draft, we were saying, oh, I don't know how they're gonna deal with Joy. Joy's pretty quick, but they ended up finding a way. What do you guys think about that?
I think the mobility, and especially Boxia isn't exactly the most ideal target I would pick a Joy against, just because his kit off, like right from the standard, he's got probably the most magic defense of any character in Mobile Legends, and then plus he gets a lot of anti-heal with all of his skills that he lands. It's not the optimal opponent that you want for a Joy. We saw a little bit at the beginning, Joy was able to kind of get through even under tower, find the kill on to Doom on that Isun Shin, but like I said, I'm not sure that it was a Joy problem as much as it was a as much as it was an Entity 7 success. From, like we said, they were able to get to the objectives first. They were able, when you get to the objective first, you're able to enforce your will, you're able to zone out the rest of the enemies. What are you going to do as a Joy? Are you going to try to pop in there by yourself and hope that you can maybe get it? You can try, but then you're going to be, you saw a lot of those deaths kind of landing onto the Joy there as well. So, like I said, sometimes it's not about the failure of the pick, but it's the success of the opponents and what they were doing.
Yes, and makes total sense, Private, because I don't know if you remember, guys, in the first game, there was some point of the game that Entity 7 took down Hotun, and I was telling like, okay, now is the time, now is the opportunity for Entity 7 to try to secure the lore. But instead of they were like walking through the map and Entity Influence Rage, they started the action. They tried to chase the Entity 7. They tried to take down the other players, you know, and that was like very different from the idea. And now we saw like Influence Rage winning the first game. And the second game, as Private said, like Entity 7 came with a new kind of a mentality, always like playing forward, always the idea for the composition to work so well, especially with the hard engage from Vagin, with Hide on Bush and play so confident with the Boxia dominating the objectives, you know. I remember that the last Lord, Entity 7 was already in almost every bush, you know, like they had the total control of the map domination on the Lord that Influence Rage couldn't take back. The Influence Rage couldn't enter. They couldn't fight back for the Lord, you know. So they were well executed. They were so well in the second game that makes all the difference for Entity 7. And now we're ready for the third game once again with Flying Cloud. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens instead of like, because of now, once again with this banning, Marcel, Boxia, and Sora for Entity 7. And Influence Rage comes with Harley, Freya, and Azunshin on the first phase of ban. And Entity 7 starts with obvious. Influence Rage respond with Hylos and Carry.
Yeah, you still have that Fredrin open for the side of Entity 7. I don't believe they were actually picked it up yet, so that's still an option for them. I like the Phobius. Interesting that you kind of go with the Phobius with the I'm happy. I'm not gonna lie. I've talked about this before. One of the things I really kind of miss is the fancy, flashy assassin plays where you kind of get in and out and have all these great killing moments. And Lancelot, the Hayabusas, Ling, who I can't even remember the last time I saw a Ling. So Lancelot here is going to be very interesting to see. I was going to talk about the Phobius pickup. The interesting to me to have a carry on the other side, especially because of how Phobius can kind of lock on to the backside and Dash's kind of really help out his kit. You do have the Hylos, which means you're kind of going to be looking at a very high engagement type of composition here. Guinevere picked up here for the side of Influence Rage now.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say about Lancelot. Beautiful Dad. Jokes aside here, guys. We're seeing now Guinevere for Influence Rage, probably in the jungle here to trying to do something against Lancelot, you know, because when we talk about objective, it's very hard to steal an objective from Lancelot, you know, because they do the second skill. They feel he is like invulnerable and he gets the retribution, and it's also very easy for Lancelot guarantee the objectives here. So I think that Guinevere comes to somehow counter or trying to neutralize this facility for Lancelot to guarantee the objectives. But now he comes with another phase of banning Louis as the fourth ban for Influence Rage, and Selena for Entity 7, Zena.
I'm just kind of surprised. These are different bans, and so I'm kind of like, okay. But I guess I don't know. I guess they are trying to stop the Louis from them having Louis. The fact that they have the chip and the Louis together, that's a lot of transportation. So they're like, yeah, let's stop that, right?
That's a lot of transportation.
Nice.
It's like it's the two moving vans. And the Selena taken off there because Selena can use her mines to get vision on the area, so they'll be able to get like a little bit of an advanced warning when a chip is coming in. So that's a good ban coming out from the side of Entity 7 there, but it is going to go ahead and leave a lot of some of these prime picks open.
Yeah, but now we have to talk about like the first the mid lane choice for Influence Rage, because okay, we still have Arsa, we don't have Kimi, we don't have Louis or Selena. I think that we still have Farsa open here, but I don't know if it's a good idea for Influence Rage, because on the other side we have, as you said, Private, we have Ovius, and now we have Lancelot. They have a facility in as an easy way to get back in the back line, the flank, for example, to neutralize some kind of ultimate from Farsa. So the Night Skies from Esmeralda is the fourth choice for Influence Rage.
Yeah, so I mean, you gotta a pretty decent amount of magic damage on the side of Influence Rage right now. We'll see how it kind of works out there. For me, the big question is how Entity 7 is going to handle the chip, and are we going to be able to kind of use those portals to our advantage? He really kind of shines, I've talked about this before, shines into that laning phase when you can kind of catch people off. Well, I mean, depending on how the compositions roll, he shines when you can catch somebody out and you can get the entire team to basically swarm onto them. We've seen Guinevere before. We know that this one's not going to be a roam Guinevere, so it'll be able to shine, especially when it comes to getting some of those items. So that's going to be the jungle for them. Zeshion and Bruno picked up for the side of Entity 7.
And Bruno's gonna come in the early with his bursty damage and against the carry, trying to shut her down early on, right?
Yeah, I mean, like Bruno has a strong early game here, and it comes well from the mid and late game, but not so strong as carry. But yeah, at least it's another one with a very interesting mobility here with Zetian. But now let's see what happens from the last choice here for Influence Rage. Assuming the mid lane. I don't remember the phrase from this hero. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, I like the hero, but I don't think that it is a good idea for Syndra in this game.
Taking on that vision.
Well, it's not just the vision. I can tell you what we're looking for. What we're looking for is her to kind of pull out that ultimate, expand the hit markers for the rest of the enemy team. That's going to allow the Guinevere to come in and get that pop up and the Violet Requiem. That's where the thinking is behind this.
Yeah, thank you, Private Dancer. That's right. Zeno, what do you expect from the last game?
It could be anyone's game at this point. I'm not even sure. Entity 7 proved themselves on that last one. Influence Rage was doing an amazing job in the first, so this one I really don't know. They both do amazing, so it depends on how they execute it.
Very, very nice. But now it's about a few seconds. We're about to see the Land of Dawn once again. For these two teams, the last time, at least for today, it is the third game, Entity 7 versus Influence Rage. It is even so far in the best of 3. Both teams here are seeking for the first victory, and more important, guarantee the top side in the Swiss format of AMER South. That is very important for the teams to continue the dream, to guarantee the spot in the playoff. That is going to be wild for this tournament. So we're waiting for what is about to happen in this third game. Eyes on hide on Butch here. I'm so sorry, Private, with Lancelot, because he is very good.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see how that's going to work out. I believe with Shin on this Zeshion, you're going to kind of try to get some of that ult down with the Fury of the Phoenix to kind of stun them. That will allow Hide on Bush to kind of come in, connect a lot of those dashes that he needs to get his stacks, to get his damage up there, to be able to kind of really put down some of the squishiers into the back lane. It's going to be very interesting to me. I feel like Syndrek, I see the plan here. The only problem for me is Syndrek, especially when it comes to a Navaria, great ability to kite, great ability to keep your distance from the fight. The only problem is here, having a chip on the team, you don't know where it's going to be coming from. So it's going to be very curious here. As ladies and gentlemen, we are at game point for Influence Rage taking on Entity 7, 1 point apiece. Both teams looking to leave here on day one with the victory.
Yes, my friend. So far, one is going to win and one is going to lose in the last and decisive game here, 1-1. Influence Rage versus Entity 7. We are waiting for the best. We hope for the best here. There's so many actions. The two teams that they know each other so well. So once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. The last game here, my friend Private Dancer. Entity 7 versus Influence Rage.
Oh man, you can already see Hotun already very quick on that Guinevere. She's actually got a very quick clear as a jungle there. You can see already starting on the second minion, while Hideout Bush is just now starting on the Litho Wanderer. So you're gonna have a little bit of a faster gank when it comes to influence rate on those side bushes. Hopefully the rest of Entity 7 is tracking that.
Oh, okay, now, Hotun here was trying to jump. Now it's a 2v3 situation, and Influence Rage was taking so much damage, Private.
I was actually questioning that. I'm like, does Guinevere have 2 dashes that can happen? But no, that was because she tried to jump on the Shin, and that passive activated and bounced Hotun right back away from her. So a good plan there, but you still have the passive there from the Zeshian.
Look at the bottom side.
Ooh, yeah, a little bit of an engagement there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hotun trying to surprise, trying to take Akashi down. It was almost worth. You see Akashi with a very low HP now. I think that gives an opportunity for like Hotun continuing the path. But now look at Hotun. I think that Hotun is trying to do something because he is heading in the bush in the bottom lane. Ooh.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity here. He doesn't really want Vagwin. He's got a lot of tankiness on him, and I suspect he's probably going to turn around unless they can get some damage there. Ooh, now we're going to go ahead and start on this turtle. I'm very curious, and I'm wondering to see, because Entity 7 is usually really good about these objectives. Here, it does look like they're a little bit of a step behind here. Not going to be much of a contention for Entity 7 to be able to get into this. Ooh, is able to get that turtle. A little bit of a fight there, though, as Arctic went into a bush with 2 members of Entity 7. Ooh, out comes the Astral Echo, and then Orb goes ahead, connects with the Doom on the mid lane. Now trying to chase Vagwin. Vagwin is pretty deep into enemy territory. I'm kind of confused there. Has the entire team just missing the demonic force. Vagwin goes down. Akashi gets taken down as well. And the rest of Entity 7 just, I want to say, mistimed that. They tried to go in after Syndric, but he still had that flicker up, and that puts Akashi underneath the tower as he missed his demonic force and didn't have a way to get out of it. A great play there by Influence Rage.
Yeah, but now Arctic, we're so excited. He used the flick here to try to take Shin down. It didn't work, and he was killed. But now Hideout Bush forcing to use the ultimate here to survive, to buy more time for Entity 7. Meanwhile, we have 2v1 situation in the top side. Fury versus Doom now, because Vagin is heading back to his own jungle, while Hotun is trying to get some info. But now here comes Vagin once again.
Yeah, big flicker and a pop-up follows into the demonic force. Because the glorious pathway was out, but it was not able to help Hotun, who does take a death there. 0, 1, and 2 for the jungler for Influence Rage. That's gonna tie things up here for Entity 7 at 2 and 2 apiece.
I think that there's going to be a nightmare, this situation for Vagin calling the teammates with the chip every time. You know, that can be a bad surprise for Influence Rage. They have to be aware, and they have to get ready themselves for that kind of situation, because I believe that is going to happen so many times. But now we can have a 2v1 here, but Doom is aware of that, though it's Bruno, so he has a dash. He can reposition so easier here. And now we're heading for another turtle, my friend Private. It is in the bottom side once again, and once again it started immediately by Influence Rage.
Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and start this, and this time it doesn't look like Entity. Ooh, Entity 7 is gonna go ahead and try to contest this. Hotun actually able to scoop it up. We did see a Violet Requiem come out there. Vagwin actually able to get away. Akashi being chased down by 2 members, and no worse for wear as Entity 7 does. Ooh, look for the engage. Vagwin came very close to eating an astral orb.
It's like a goalkeeper, right? Yeah, it's fine. Oops. So now was able to, he dodged the orb. And now once again, Private, that's a situation that I don't think that's a good idea for Entity 7, or not so comfortable for them, because once again, another turtle secured or guaranteed by Influence Rage, you know. And the last game we saw Entity 7 so effective. They were so present, especially in these objectives, you know, guarantee And now we see that, okay, they're just like giving them the objectives. Now they're just giving up. But now here comes Hunger Games.
Yeah, and this to your point, especially here, I want to say Entity 7, it's because they realize a lot of the players on their team, a lot of the characters here, they're going to need items to do well. Akashi's like the only real early game that you want, and he's going to have a hard fall off in the mid and late game. Shin's going to need some items. Vaguen's going to need to get some damage up there. Doom needs to get a lot of that items to get that spike through the mid and late game. But now another big fight there. Fury actually gets taken out. A hide on Bush, finding the connecting pieces there. Akashi's going to go ahead, cut off Syndrek, comes in with the demonic force. Another one. Flicker has been exposed. Shin in trouble. Steffi goes down as Akashi able to find a kill onto Syndrek as well. Arctic uses the flicker, might not be able to get away. Is able to find a little bit of speed. Oh, I was about to say, is that minion worth it? Is it really worth it, Arctic? Because he was about to eat a full 4-man team coming from the side of Entity 7.
Don't worry about a thing, because every little thing's gonna be alright for Entity 7 because they had a plan. Once again, like with the dive in the top side here, guaranteeing more kills for them. And now, because I said so, okay, now the turtle not getting the proof stat, now controlling by Influence Rage. Here comes the ultimate for Syndra. Here we go again, Private. Oh,
and Syndrek able to scoop up the turtle. Now the Rage is going to go ahead and turn this around on Entity 7. Vegwin a little bit of trouble, looking for an escape. Is going to be able to squeeze out as an Astral Orb is dodged, and Akashi actually eats that for his teammate. 5 and 3 right now for Entity 7. That's going to be another turtle for Influence Rage. And right now, I mean, a great job by the side of Influence Rage. You saw the plan out there. Astral Echo came out from Syndrek, and then came in the jump coming from Hotun, and then the Violet Requiem. The problem is the follow-up from the rest of the team. They just don't have the damage that they need to be able to stop this onslaught. Vagwin, as I say that, I mean, 4 people on 1, that's going to be enough damage for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Rage here took the opportunity because Vagin doesn't have the ultimate available. But now they're taking the chance to take pressure on the mid lane. Oh, Private guarantee 1 more kill for Fury. Actually, it's the first one. It's the first for Carry. They didn't take down the turret, but still, they had the kill, they had the chance, and they had the advantage.
Yeah, it's very surprising here. Syndrek actually has the most kills right now, sitting at 3, 1, and 2. I was expecting to see more from Hotun, but I want to say maybe it's just the fact that Hotun's able to get in there, get the jump, get the Violet Requiem, which is allowing Syndrek to land a lot of those Astral Echoes when you have an opponent that's not going to be going anywhere for a little bit here. You can see a 1,200 gold lead here by the Esmeralda, by Arctic over Akashi. That's not where you want to be, especially because Akashi's going to be falling a little bit behind as we start getting here to the mid game.
There we see once again in the cross, not a cross map, the little map, the small map, Arctic was trying to chase Zetia in the mid lane. He used the ultimate, but it was like not very worth it for him. But now the Lord is appearing in the pit on the bottom side of the river. Both teams are aware about that, and both teams are like heading for this important objective, this important goal. It is a dance around the Lord. There's gonna be a possible team fight here, Private. Let's go.
Yeah, it's make or break time for Entity 7. They cannot allow any more objectives to go out. We have Violet Requiem come out. Steph sitting here tanking the side. Akashi on the back end with some demonic forces, looking for the kill onto Furry, but not able to find it. Idon Bush comes in, finds a kill onto Steffi. Arctic comes in with the falling Moonstar. A big flicker is going to allow Arctic to escape, but it's going to put Entity 7 in a great position for this Lord. They're going to reset it. They want the fight. Ooh, actually, Hotun actually takes a big amount of damage there from Hide on Bush. He jumps into that bush now, looking for an angle to get into this Lord. You can see the pressure mounting at the mid lane, and Syndrek able to find a kill onto Hide on Bush. That's going to be a jungler down for Entity 7. Influence Rage. Are they going to turn around onto this Lord? Yeah, they know it. They have a jungler down from Entity 7. They're going to go ahead and latch onto this Lord while Entity 7 doesn't have an answer.
It's all what they needed. They took the jungle down. There is no retribution for Entity 7. So there's no fighting back for this Lord. Easily guaranteed by Influence Rage, a very important goal. There is also already heading for the bottom lane here in this very frenetic game so far by the two teams. But now Influence Rage has just a little step ahead in the goal lead and the map domination. Now the Lord is heading on the bottom lane here, Private.
Yeah, Lord heading down at the bottom, and I want to say Influence Rage has a lot of space on the map here. They're going to be able to take down this tier 2 at the bottom. You can see the rest of the troops coming in through the side, looking for a flank. Glorious pathway has been laid down onto Akashi. Has the Astral Echo, big pop-up lands. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Akashi. Fury with the damage. Shen coming in for reinforcements, but it's not going to be enough. Lord still has a decent amount of health. Entity 7 able to finally chunk it down. Hotun is right there though, trying to put on the damage. Look at the Astral Orb starting to land. Almost takes Shen down to 50% by itself. While on the other side of the map, Fury able to find themselves another tier 2 tower, and we are left at only high grounds for Entity 7.
Yeah, only the high ground for Entity 7 here. Influence Rage, like growing up more this advantage, especially in the map. Only in the last line of defense for Entity 7. There's so much time for the next Lord, so it gives a chance for Entity 7 to farm something to get, buy more time to get the next items here to try to fight as equal versus Influence Rage. One more time, we're seeing now the items here, like the Has Claws, the Berserker Fury, and the Malefic gun for Bruno. While Carry has the Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, and Demon Hunter, and almost closing the fourth one. I believe that is going to be also the I don't know if it's the Malefic War or that could be also the Has Claws, but I don't see much. I don't see many times a Has Claws for the carry. But the fact is, now only 40 seconds remaining from the next Lord here, and Influence Rage trying to gain this info, and while Hidden Bush was like pushing the minion wave in the top side, but now he's heading back to the base, and it gives the chance for Influence Rage to dominate the jungle, dominate the river for the next Lord, but it's still there in the bottom side here, trying to maybe find someone lost, maybe trying to pick off someone here. That could be very, very interesting for them.
Yeah, and right now, Entity 7 Influence Rage looking for an opportunity. Lord is about to be up in 3 seconds. And for right now, I feel like the damage is just not there for Entity 7. Doom really hasn't come online yet. I think he just got his Malefic gun, so he's going to be able to get some of the space. As I talk about that, Arctic in a little bit of trouble here, takes a big damage. Astral Echo is out. They spot Shin. Hotun looking for it. Shin able to use the flicker to get away. Is that going to be the turnaround that they need? Glorious Pathway is out. Doom takes down Hotun. Arctic in trouble, gets taken down with the demonic force. That's gonna be 2 down for Influence Rage, but they just are not in a position to be able to take this Lord just yet.
They went from heaven to nightmare in a question of seconds here for Influence Rage, but now it comes again, fighting the back line, and they're searching for the remaining players for Influence Rage. Now Hidden Bush trying to, he was taken down. Here comes Private. The idea was good, but execution, no.
Yeah, they tried to come in there. They really wanted to get on to Fury and Syndrek, but they just were not able to follow through. And unfortunate for Hide on Bush. 4 and 2 right now on this Lancelot. Now we're at an angle where you can see Bagwin gets caught. He's able to get away though, but he might be in a bad spot between a bunch of team members. Does have that ultimate out there. Bagwin goes down. Fury able to find a kill. Doom able to take down Syndrek. That's going to be 3 members down for Influence Rage. Big stun lands. The demonic forces out already. Doom dives underneath the tower, able to find the kill onto Fury. And now Doom has hit that power spike, hit that damage, and is trampling all over the rest of Influence Rage. It's just Steffi and Arctic here left to try to defend here. Shin comes in, putting the damage onto Arctic. You can see Steffi, Glorious Pathway is out. Doom doing a good job standing right behind Akashi, trying to get that zoning, now landing some pressure tower shots onto the core. Arctic underneath tower. Is it going to be enough? Astral Echo is out and finds a kill onto Shin.
My goodness, what a sniper now from Syndra, getting Shin down. But this Lord will probably stay for Entity 7, but now we have Hotun alive. But I don't think that they are gonna fight back for this Lord here, because they have less players, and now Heidenbush guaranteed this Lord. Man, this game is so ups and downs for both teams. At one time we are seeing Entity 7 with the advantage, and another time we see Fluid's Rage with on fire. But now Entity 7, I think that they are in a better situation because they already have the super minion on the mid lane. As the same way that the Lord is heading away, I don't think that they are following the Lord, just synchronizing the mini waves on the sides here to get more turrets, to get more advantage. But hey, who knows? Who knows that can be the final push here, Private?
Yeah, they're going to go ahead. They're laying a decent amount of damage onto this top high ground tower. Astral Echo is out, followed by the Glorious Pathway, but not able to do much. They do save that top tower, but I feel like the difference is right now we've hit that power spike for the Bruno. Doom, so now when we're getting those stuns, when we're getting that CC onto Influence Rage, it's not just not having an effect. Now you're just taking boulders from Doom, who is just launching just so much damage at your team.
Yeah, Doom 505 here with a very good KDA. It was a very effective during the, especially with the team fights here, guarantee the kills for Entity 7. And now Entity 7 has a very good chance, a very good opportunity here for finish the game. But let's not forget about Carry on the other side with Fury and Syndra, with this skill shot, especially with the orb here that can make all the difference for Influence Rage. But they have to be aware, especially with Vagin, with Chip, that he can call the teammate at any time if he wants. So it's a very complicated situation for Influence Rage.
Yeah, and what they need, and the problem here right now is the old plan of having Gwen go in and get that Violet Requiem. Now it needs to include Doom. You need to be able to get that on Doom. If you don't, he's gonna burst you down. It doesn't matter how much health you're getting back on that the Violet Requiem. I don't care if you have a concentrated energy or anything. The amount of damage he's gonna be able to put through is gonna be huge, and that's kind of already where Doom is at. And Fury, you saw already, just got that Malefic gun, so he's gonna be able to have that little bit of that damage. I just feel like Doom does, when it comes to burst, Doom has this huge amount of damage that he can do to some of the squishiers, whereas Fury's job is kind of to get into the tankier ones. And while the tankier ones do go down, it takes a little bit of time with the speedy light wheel to get a bunch of attacks to kind of land on there. You will eventually be able to take them down, but just I don't feel like it's to the effect that a Bruno can do damage there as well. 14-10 right now. Entity 7 looking to set up for this next Lord. Ooh, Astral Orb does hit Shin, followed by a lot of damage there. We do have the Glorious Pathway has been laid out, so now they're not going to be able to have it, but they don't care because they see Hide on Bushes at the top lane. They know he's not going to be able to close the distance as well, so they know that the rest of Entity 7 at the very least is a player down for this fight.
Yeah, but now we're seeing Heidenbush clearing the path in the jungle, while Influence Rage trying to bait someone here for Entity 7, like starting the Lord, leaving the Lord. But now we're seeing the whole team from Entity 7 around this objective, around this goal. Here comes the Glorious Path from Stefan, but he finds nothing. That can be a very good chance for Influence Rage. Entity 7, sorry. The Lord is reset once again, and both teams are dancing around this goal. But once again, Heidelbush is heading on top side.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because now they're going to see he's up at the top. They're going to see that the lane is cut off. Esmeralda doing a great job of that Arctic, and they're going to reset the Lord again. Influence Rage really just wants this fight, like I said, and doing a great job. This is kind of what you do as an assassin when you're not going to be as effective in some of these team fights. Split push, do the best that you can. Actually, they might actually have a minion that's going to be able to get themselves a free high ground tower.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Arctic in the top side here, but now Lord with the half HP, that can be guaranteed by Entity 7, but now here comes guaranteed by Entity 7, but now the first kill comes for Syndra. Okay, Akashian is taken down, but the Lord comes for Entity 7.
Yeah, a worthy sacrifice. You saw that Heidelbush was able to kind of come in there, get the Thorned Rose, and absolutely demolish the Lord. So a great job by the rest of Entity 7. Like I said, the first couple of objectives, Entity 7 really just was not concerned with objectives. They knew they weren't going to be able to win the fight. They knew that this composition was more to the mid and late game before they were going to actually get some of those power spikes. And now they're just becoming this huge menace at a lot of these objectives. Lord coming through mid at the 21-minute mark. Astral Echo is out. Heidelbush able to get the tower, uses the Thorned Rose and dashing himself away to safety. Shen catches an Astral Orb. I want to say Shindrak has actually, despite the way that the team is going right now, Shindrak has been pretty surgical on these Astral Orbs. I feel like Shen, there's a few times I've been like, that has to be luck. And then I'm like, that has to be luck again. But at this point, Shen has to be counting the luck and saying like, oh my God, how many times is this guy going to hit me?
Yeah, I mean, like, Syndra is one of the reasons that Influence Rage didn't lose this game yet. Because of this skill shot, because of this this ultimate that can spot the team, you know, and debuff somehow, and it is very important for Influence Rage so far. So Syndra here is being a hard try warrior for Influence Rage. We're gonna see now the Infinite Glaive finished by the Sheen. Okay, we have now a magic penetration for Zetian. That could be very, very good, especially with the first one stacked, the first skill stacked, and the ultimate. So that can be very interesting for Entity 7. But to be honest here, my friend Private, if you ask me who's gonna win this game, I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right now the momentum is definitely on the side of Entity 7. They've got a good plan when it comes to a lot of these objectives. They can keep pressure on a lot of these side lanes. They're forcing Arctic to kind of go out there because Lance Heidelbush is going up to these side lanes, keeping them pushed, keeping the pressure on because they have the chip. They have the ability to kind of get back into the fight there. Actually, speaking of which, Arctic's gonna have to use that. Glorious Pathway is out after the flicker coming out from Arctic. Akashi might be in a little bit of trouble here. Ooh, catches a big pop-up there. Here comes the Demonic Force. Thorned Rose just for measure. Oh, big pop-up lands on the back side, but Vagwin's going to use that Purify to get out of harm's way. A big Astral Orb just narrowly misses Akashi, and Shin is looking to try to teleport there, but he was right in front of Arctic, who checked that bush, and now they're going to have to teleport a little bit later with Lord up at the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, 24 minutes of game so far here. The next Lord is up on the pitch on the top side of the river, and now both teams are aware of that. But meanwhile, we're seeing Arctic versus Heidelbush in the bottom lane fighting for the minion waves, but we are seeing Doom approaching the Arctic. He can be in trouble. That could be 2v1. We are not seeing, but in the little map you can see that. But Arctic is buying some time. Arctic is buying so much time for Influence Rage here. But now Heidelbush has to run against the clock because he has to try to guarantee the objective. But here,
wow! Shen comes in with the Fury of the Phoenix, able to scoop up the Lord, even without Hide on Bush in position. Now they've turned it around. 3 members down on Influence Rage's side. Syndrek and Fury alone as the Lord pushes in mid. Entity 7 looking for their first win on week 1, day 1 of the series, and they get it in the 3rd game of the series.
Shin, you are my hero, because what did you do in the last team fight? Guarantee the Lord for Entity 7. Hey, once again, why Retribution? Why we have Shin and Zetian? Xena.
Wow, Shin stealing that Lord at the end gave them that win for sure. They were doing a great job defending and then also offensively, so that could have gone either way. But at that point, that was a factor to changing that whole thing.
Yeah, there were so many answers on the side of Entity 7 as we moved into the late game. And I was actually kind of questioning it too. I'm like, Lancelot, Hide on Bush is nowhere able to kind of get and close in on this fight. You had the whole of Influence Rage right there. And then you had the Fury of the Phoenix come down and a great play there by the mage. It just Shin just did a great job with that ultimate and then being able to come in there. 4, 1, and 11.
Yeah, 25 minutes of game here is one of the longest one. There went for Entity 7. We've seen a very good job, especially from Chin and Doom with Bruno, guaranteeing not only the kills but the confidence for Entity 7 to always play forward, always playing aggressive. Akashi once again doing a good job with Fovios, trying to stack somehow and trying to look for the angle, not making, for example, Fury comfortable with the carry or Hotun with the Guinevere. Because as we see, this confidence was so far that we saw Hide on Bush. Okay, Hide on Bush tried to run through the Lord as fast as he could, but the result was Shin guaranteeing the Lord, stealing the Lord for Entity 7. You know, it tells a lot about the confidence of the team. Because if we don't have Hide on Bush, you have the other players that is also so good. Not only like stealing the objective, stealing the Lord, because this is not happening every time. But we see Entity 7 as playing confident and knowing that everyone do the role so well, so that's why they feel comfortable of like that kind of situation with Hide on Bush so far from the Lord.
Yeah, and that's just the amazing thing from them too. As we take a look at some of these replays here, the damage that's going on to Shin it sounds like Shin was getting caught every single time from those astral orbs coming out from Syndrek. But like I said, as this got later and later, it just felt like Entity 7 really had the best game plan when it came to all the damage that they were able to output onto Influence Rage here. You saw it, especially as Bruno came online. There's a reason that it was getting banned out by Influence Rage. There's a reason they didn't want to see it out there. Ooh, and you saw that astral orb that was able to take down Akashi. Big damage coming out as well. And this, I believe, was after the actual Lord steal coming out from Shin.
Yes, Shin was doing an amazing job giving the team vision as well as being a part of the team fights. Just giving that CC. Oh, our MVP is Doom. That massive damage at the end came in clutch. He was able to not even die at all. His positioning was on point.
Yeah, an Immortal. A Highlander here for Entity 7, 607 from KDA. 90,000 of damage. Again, I was confused about 90k or 90,000 for total damage here for Doom. There comes out for MVP that once again he played a very well with Bruno. Not only like guaranteeing a very strong early game, but especially with the mid and the late game here, stacking the first skill, to causing much damage from against the enemies here. So it was a very important. I think that Shin also deserves here a mention because he he was very good, especially, of course, in the last team fight, guaranteeing stealing the Lord for Entity 7. I think that if he didn't steal the Lord, maybe the result could be different. Maybe the result could be in favor for Influence Rage, you know. But once again, Shin played very well with Zetian, another hero here that can be very prioritized with ban or pick in AMER South.
Yeah, it's because it's just like a huge ability to really offset the enemy's capability to be taking that Lord, which we saw from that last hit there. Another thing too, I feel like whoever's making the shot calls for the team did a great job too. It just kind of allowed a lot of those early objectives to go. They're like, dude, we're just not at a point. We're not going to be able to fight this. We need to get to that late game, especially to the detriment of the Phobias, who I feel like took the biggest hit in that early game to be the only, I feel like the only real source of anything, of any type of offense in the early game, to just keep Entity 7 above water until until Doom was able to get the items that he needed, until the Zetian was able to get the cooldowns and everything that they wanted. So just great overall decision making from that team. And what for me, big takeaways so far are that Zushin is worth a ban. Marcel, maybe not. I feel like that was a huge, I feel like Marcel, it's just the difference. It's so crazy to look at that first game. It's just a completely different team of Entity 7 than we saw from the last two.
Yeah. I think that they remembered what they were against, up to, you know, because as I told you guys, this game was a kind of a rematch for the last final, you know, because it was Black Sentence, like the three players, Shin, Doom, and Hiram Burst versus Influence Rage. The final was a 4-1 for Black Sentence versus Influence Rage in the final, you know, and Influence Rage now with only Paquito out and the roaming in this lineup, but still they were like not about to win.
They did their homework and learned their lesson.
Yeah, they didn't do homework, you know. So I think that now Influence Rage has to be careful, has to pay attention about that situation, because so far, like, I think if I'm not wrong, it was like the third or the fourth game versus these players that they couldn't win. They didn't win, you know. So there comes a situation, there comes a kind of a rivalry or something. So Influence Rage has to think about it.
Speaking of learning lessons, they learned their lesson from that first match. After that, at Entity 7 took both the ending matches, correct? It was they were like, all right, I think we messed up the first time. Nerves got to us, so we're gonna turn this around. We know what we need to do. Let's focus. Let's zone in.
It was the anxiety for the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it gets harder once you have the advantage and it starts slipping away. You're doing great on fights. Well, I want to say they weren't even doing really great on fights. There just weren't any fights. They were just completely avoidant of Influence Rage. Entity 7 just did everything they could to try to get around, get farmed up. They wanted to hit that mid-game spike as fast as possible. And then once you're at that point and you start seeing some of them, and I dare say that I don't see so much frustration coming out from Influence Rage, because I feel like a lot of these fights were still very, very close. You talked about it too. If they would have lost that last Lord, or if they would have gotten that last Lord, this very much could have been an Influence Rage victory here for them. I feel like more often than not, especially when it comes to the Fury of the Phoenix, you're not always going to be walking out with a Lord secured for yourself, but a great job nonetheless. nonetheless, and unfortunate for Influence Rage, who did not have. Like I said, still had a good game, and like I said with the second game, when it comes to like certain picks, like the Joy or something like that, I don't feel like they played bad. I actually kind of like some of the strategy that came out of it too, having a Novaria there to make the hitboxes bigger so that your Gwen could be able to kind of get in there and get the jump. The only problem is I feel like we didn't have the follow-up for the Gwen. After a while, Gwen is not going to be able to handle a lot of those fights by themselves, and unfortunately Carrie just was not able to close the distance to be able to kind of be where she needed to be in those fights up in the front.
Yeah, you're totally right, Private. Because we were seeing Influence Rage. Okay, they lost versus Entity 7, but they still a very strong team. You know, they're one of the top teams on the MLBB scenario in Latin America, because they were always heading for the final. They were always heading for the top of the competition here in the Latin region. So they got a lot of confidence. They get a lot of this powerful gameplay from this from their players, from their like coaching staff, you know. So Influence Rage always comes up. They always heads up from the top side, you know. Okay, it was the first game they lost, but we can expect a strong and very good Influence Rage for the next matches here in AMER South. You know, it's a funny situation because, as I told you guys, it was like kind of a rematch, because against the three players that were the former champions for the All Black sentence here. So Influence Rage, like, okay, well, we have to think about some strategies here. The ideas, as you said, Private, was not bad. They had an idea, they had the composition, you know, but maybe the execution was so far so good, but it was close for Entity 7. And hey, the last Lord here could be different, could be the different result for anyone, you know. So as Sheen is told the Lord that it came for Entity 7, but I believe that Influence Rage could guarantee that goal. I believe that they could win. So okay, they lost, but it's not I think that is not a big problem for Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, it's a great gameplay by all. And I'm kind of wondering where we go from here. We've seen a couple of picks kind of coming out there for the niche. Some of the surprises have been that the Lolita pickup, not as successful. Joy, not as successful. Kind of comes into that old adage that just because something is different or outside the box doesn't mean it's going to be very effective. And the meta is the meta for a reason. It's not like it's something that we force on somebody. There's just strong picks out there, and there's a reason for some of those strong picks, and you kind of gotta understand them to make sure that some of these compositions work the way that they're supposed to when it comes to the certain counters that you have out there. We talked about last time when the Gwen was picked up. What was it going up? It was going up against an Alice, and had probably one of the worst games you'll ever see, especially because like you're gonna go in there, you're gonna get the jump, you're gonna be taking a whole bunch of damage while refilling Alice's health as well. But when it comes to this, I feel like if the goal was to kind of put your best foot forward, which we've talked about, Entity 7, like we said, disappointed in their last season, and this is what they were kind of looking for. They know they had the skill, they know they had the tools, they were very effective in getting to objectives when they needed to, finding the ganks when they needed to. They just needed to have the right composition to really be effective. And so that's going to be a great game for them, especially as we move on to, unfortunately, it's going to be our last match of the night, but it's going to be probably against some of the more talked about teams here when it comes to fandom.
We'll be having Alpha 7 against 9Z Globant.
Yeah.
And the favorite right now is Alpha 7. They, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. This is a very, very interesting match. It is the last one for today, because Alpha 7 is a very, very strong team also. They were the champion for the last year, not the last season, but the last year. They went through the the MSC, if I'm not, no, it was Influence Rage. They went through the M6. I'm looking for it, but Alpha 7 with a very good lineup here with the 2 players from Philippines. It is common for one of the favorite to win the AMER South.
Yeah, I want to say like they're a big fan favorite when it comes to 9Z Globant, so they've got a lot of fan support behind them. But I want to say, just like when it comes to AMER North, Alpha 7 has a very strong roster of people, and if it's anything like what we saw in AMER North, they understand what it takes to win. They know what they've been doing as far as like scrims and putting their best foot forward. So I'm very eager to see what this organization has, because like we said, I honestly, we've got actually a few of these teams have like North and South versions of the teams there. So it's been very interesting to see. And I'm definitely want to see if Alpha 7 maybe is going to be just as strong as what we've seen coming from the Alpha 7 in the North.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, they did pick up really strong players in the North for sure. Everyone knows them. Was it best player Shark, right? They're in the Alpha 7, so I am looking forward to seeing what Alpha 7 has to offer here in the South.
Yeah. It is something like North say, hey guys, represent us nice, represent us well, because in the AMER North, I believe that they won the 2 games, right? They were like 2-0, if I'm not wrong, from Alpha
I believe
7
they
North.
they 2-0'd both of their games on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah. So always reminding you guys that AMER North, it is up to Thursday and Friday, and AMER South is on Saturday and Sunday here, the best tournament ever. So we're just waiting for introducing you guys the lineup for the 2 teams on the last match for today, that is Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. Alpha 7
remember,
comes...
guys, make sure to like and share this stream, yes. And subscribe if you have not yet. Remember, hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Be sure to check out all of our social media as well. We're on Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, whatever K is.
Yeah, why not? Why not, dude?
And you can check out our socials down as well at the bottom. You can check out our social medias as well to catch up on all the action and maybe catch some of our opinions and some of my failed predictions. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the lineup for our first team here. I believe this is going to be Alpha 7. Hesu bringing up the XP lane, Flick in the jungle, Frost lane Eve in the mid lane, Upatizi in the gold, and Paquito bringing up the roam.
Yeah, so that is the lineup for Alpha 7, and now we're seeing the lineup for 9Z Globant. That comes with Chino, an XP laner, Luizinho, the jungler, Feshin, the jungler, also Gusta Lagusta, the gold laner, and Alboto Crazy in the roaming. I believe that Feshin is heading on the, let me check. Oh, it's a mid lane actually. It's okay. I was like, okay, nope.
Oh yeah.
I was a bit confused. But as the mid lane, I saw the goal lane, the sign, okay. But 9Z Globant here, Azina and Private. It's a very curious a team, you know, because for example, we have Gusta Lagusta. He's a gold laner. He's a champion from the old RRQ Akita that won the MPL 4 times in the world, and now he is in the 9Z Globant. You know, so 9Z Globant, it's a very good lineup. But for me, question is, will they complete the synergy? Will they play good together? Because we have many different styles of playing of game style from 9Z Globant. You know, for example, Peixin is more aggressive. Luizinho likes to play aggressive. Gusta likes to wait, likes to buy more time for getting the items to have a strong mid and late game. You know, so Chino is like the same thing. So it's a lineup which is very good individually speaking, but together I will have to see how they are going to play this match so far, Zina.
I didn't cure the pain.
Not sure how they're gonna play, but I see that Fanny is getting banned here. So are they targeting somebody there?
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start off. This kind of brings me to shades of what we see in North America, the setup with the prioritization of the Valentina. They're going to go ahead and take Zushin off the map as well for some of those bans. You talked a little bit about team synergy for some of these guys who've got different styles too as well. Alpha 7, a team kind of coming together as well to try to be dominant. And like you said, that kind of comes with practice. It comes with people knowing each other and playing together for a while and understanding how they play on some of these heroes. With that, I assume we're going to be seeing a Suyu. Oh, definitely. I was going to say Suyu, but no, Boxy is going to come out with the carry as well.
Yeah, it's that's an interesting effect from Alpha 7 lineup also. Paquito, he was the last season he was playing Influence Rage, you know. So Alpha 7 decided to take out Paquito from Influence Rage just to nerf Influence Rage. You know what I mean? Like just to turn them weaker. Because Paquito, because Paquito is a very aggressive one that matches so well with lineup, the style of Alpha 7 lineup, especially with the Flick and Hasto, the two Philippine players here. So they decided to do that, you know, just to turn Influence Rage weaker. And I was thinking about why not taking players from Black Sentence. You know, it's a question that comes in my mind, but I don't know the answer. But here, I think that Alpha 7 got stronger with the Paquito acquisition.
Is Paquito's favorite hero Paquito? All right, I'll see myself out.
Come, Paquito, come!
I'm just kidding.
I'm a little curious when it comes to picking up the Harley against a Boxia. I feel like Harley's kind of negated out. I guess we're maybe trying to, we're going to be able to try to find a back way into to be able to take down that carry. But I feel like I've talked about this before. Boxia comes stock with magic defense, and he's gonna be able to kind of get that anti-heal kind of put down, especially for the glue out there. We do have Valentina out there, so we're gonna have possibly our own little tsunami slam coming out as well. So that's something that we're gonna have to watch out for as we move into the second phase of this draft.
Yeah, and I think that 9Z Globant has to take care about like Harley situation here, because we know that Harley has a very strong early game. You know, he can work with this burst damage, especially with the carry and other heroes that can coming up from this lineup for Alpha 7. But so far, Private, as you said, maybe for a Boxia and a Kalia, these Harlan cannot be so effective, you know. But let's see what happens with Glue and Valentina, always with the backup ability to copy the enemies and the ultimate from the enemies here. So let's wait it up. But Harley here has in my opinion, he has a very high responsibility to guarantee a very strong early game.
Yeah, Harley is there to take out the carry for sure. Like you said, I don't know about the Kalia and Boxy. I wonder what they'll choose for the other lanes.
Well, I think you're kind of banking on we're banking on Harley. I feel like we're banking on some squishy heroes to come out at some point here that will give Harley a decent target. We'll see how that goes. It's a very stiff front line already. Glue himself just really provides a great oppressive ability in that early game. You're still going to be waiting on carry to get a decent amount of items at the 9-10 minute mark. We do see we're finally rounding out. We have the Yuzhong taken out as well as the Kimmy on the other side. Got Akacha and Moskov taken off the board, and we're going to go ahead and pick up a Linux.
Well then.
Okay. You want late game? There it is. Linux and carry in Alpha 7 composition.
Also, you don't exactly have a tanky hero to go against Harley, but you have a way to negate that deadly magic with the brilliance coming out from Linux.
Yeah. And I believe here the call for Alpha 7 composition is, guys, Radiant Armor as faster as you can. Radiant Armor here to avoid the damage from Harley. I believe that. I thought it was at the first time I thought it was Athena, but now they're choosing the Radiant Armor here to defend and prevent for Harley. A possible Harley's damage here. Now, to finish the composition for 9Z Globant comes with the Claude and Arlott. Okay, Claude, a very good marksman here with a very strong late game. Arlott with a very good knock-up here. But I'm trying to figure it out how is Arlott going to, I don't know, maybe try to neutralize or even carry or even Lunox. Lunox has an ultimate that makes her invulnerable, you know. So I'm trying to realize here, but in the composition of Alpha 7 comes Atamus. Oh.
I want to say this is probably a first for the AMER tournament, seeing Atamas. He does really well when it comes to those skirmishes, 1v1s. So it's going to be very interesting, especially when he used that, I believe it's the Quadrant Inferno that gives him all the health back when he activates that ult and he starts fighting. He starts getting that pool underneath him that starts taking damage onto his enemies there. So I'm very interested to see. I've never actually seen how it does against an Arlott as well. One thing I do know for sure is that 9Z Globant, I feel like has a little bit more a setting potential on them, especially because you have the IMU coming from the Valentina, you've got the glue, you've got the final slash coming out from Arlott, while on the side of Alpha 7, I feel like we're really relying heavily on the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, so Zina, what do you think about this first game?
I'm thinking both of these teams have great potential to win the match. I don't know. I can't choose either. They do seem like both great options. Just the fact that Linus can, escape Harley's ult. I think choosing Harley at mid is kind of rough. Because then they can pick and choose, not too many squishies, right?
Yeah, you're right, Zina. So, let's go, my friend Private Dancer, because this is the last match for today. Welcome to the Light of Dawn. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. I'm seeing some people making a mistake in the chat. I mean, wait, Alpha 7? Frost? Paquito? Oh, wait, it's Alpha 7 from the south. But now, here comes Private Dancer. Oh, first blood for Frost.
Yeah, Albo crazy already. Alpha 7 starting things off with a bang, even having freshen on that Valentina with all that damage in the early game. It's still gonna go over to Frost Lane Eve, who's gonna go ahead and scoop up that first blood for Alpha 7. I don't even think it was a full minute yet, and that's just showing you the aggression that comes from this team.
Yeah. That's their style. Alpha 7 always play aggressive. Always. They always like to have a very strong early gaming, always trying to dominate the goals, dominate the objectives. So I think we are gonna see so much of their play styles here. But now the first turtle heads up in the top side of the river, and as we are seeing Alpha 7 dominating the pace. But now here comes Hasu. Okay. Oh, Okay.
You saw them trying to get into position for it, but not able to kind of close the distance just yet. Preston comes in, puts some damage out. Ooh, Flick with a little bit of tried to go in and backed up very quickly. So not much of a contention coming up from Alpha 7. We've been seeing this before. A lot of teams, if they don't feel like they have or not Alpha 7, I want to say not much contention from 9Z Globant there, and that usually comes from them not really appreciating the kind of power spike that they have just yet. Luisenho does have the Harley, but I mean, by himself, he probably could have gotten taken out there. Tsunami Slam is out there. Paquito in a little bit of trouble, takes some deadly magic, but no worse for wear. Still underneath enemy territory. Chino gets taken down to about 25% health and is going to have to return to base.
Yeah, we're seeing. Oh, he changed his mind. He's heading for the turret in the top side with the half of the HP. He already used the regenerating, but now he's fine. He's fine in the top side here. But meanwhile, Alpha 7 is trying to get this info, especially in the river. You're seeing Flick trying to do the golem, but Aboro crazy. Oh, didn't.
Yeah, they're still kind of dancing around this. So we do have the one kill on the side, and I feel like 9Z Globant's still doing a good job kind of keeping up some of the farm here. Not really falling behind just yet as we take a look at some of the items. A little bit about 300 gold lead for the side of Alpha 7. I got kind of confused. I almost thought that it was the other way around because I believe it was 9Z Globant who took that first death really early. We do have the Tsunami Slam coming out there as well. And down goes Albo Crazy again.
Yeah, Alberto Crazy here was crazy enough to get killed once again and taking this opportunity for Alpha 7, guaranteeing the second turtle. And hey, come on, man. You get 2 kills for Lunox. Hey, she wants to have a very comfortable late game, she wants to have a very comfortable game here to get in the late game so comfortable. So 2 kills for Lunox maybe might not be a good idea for 9Z Globant so far.
Yeah, and the problem here too is I feel like Glue's gonna have a rough time in the mid lane against something like a Linux, against something that's got a lot of AoE damage it can do, against something that can get a lot of AoE healing off, especially if the Glue has a bunch of the minions out. That's gonna just be a huge amount of healing. Here we have the Brilliance coming out now. Oh, a nice little stack there, followed by a Tsunami Slam. Chino looking for an escape. Is he gonna be able to find it? Gets tossed back onto the back line and taken out by Paquito.
What an aggressive play once again for Alpha 7. But now guarantee the kill for Paquito. Yeah, he is the roaming. Is the roaming play here. Somebody is gonna say, okay, kill for the carry, but what matters here is Alpha 7 once again playing forward, trying to dominate the actions. Once again, on the top side here, we saw like Luisinho. He isn't comfortable here with the Harley because he is not having a very interesting early game. He's not dominating the objective, the 2 turtles so far for Alpha 7, 20 seconds for the third one. So they have to do something to at least to reduce the gold lead here that comes for Alpha 7. Almost a 3K in a row for Alpha 7.
Yeah, 3K here at the 6-minute mark, so it's about 500 every single minute as they keep on stacking up. Now going to make a little bit of a fight here at the Little Wanderer, deep in enemy territory. Albo is going to be in a little bit of trouble as the rest of Alpha 7 looking for the engagement. Chino on the backside gets a final slash. Is that going to be enough? Brilliance is out. Is it going to be able to take anybody down? Paquito is going to go ahead and catch a quick ride home. Still 0-3. Nobody worse for wear there just yet. You can see Freshen coming in, looking for a little bit of an engagement, but there are 4 members from 9Z Globant on the backside. Paquito comes in, looking for an angle to get in here. Big pop-up does land onto the 9Z Globant, but Luisenho able to find himself a good, successful retribution on that turtle. They're still going in for the engagement here. Paquito on the back end fighting up with Chino. Finally, both teams able to disengage.
Yeah, at least like the third comes for 9Z Globant. They're able to secure at least the last one here. I saw the cursed helmet for Boro Crazy to somehow tank the magic damage from Alpha 7, especially from Frost with Lunox. So 9Z here is trying to do the things that they can, whatever it takes to not letting the gold lead, getting so far for Alpha 7, and so far it's okay, you know, because they're waiting for Gusta, because now Claude has the Demon Hunter. I saw carry, but
Elbow row Crazy gets taken out again. They have been finding him, fishing for him, and finding him with a ton of these tsunami slams, and then the rest of Alpha 7 is right there to follow up. I want to say that's got to be that's the 3rd kill on to the roam, and that is unfortunate, especially for a Glue who has been so dominant through a lot of these games.
Yeah, my friend, it reminds me of that song, you know. Oh, Boro's been crazy. Oh, Boro, it's crazy. But now we're seeing the situation so far. It is a benefit for Alpha 7 because they let down the turret number 1 in the bottom lane. Oh, Camus, okay, was Hassel and in trouble, but here comes the response for Alpha 7. Oh, Fashion here using the ultimate from Lunox to escape. That was good though.
Yeah, it came in with that Tsunami Slam, was looking for the kill, but the Brilliance came out, and a great cooldown there coming out from Fish. And not just that, but that because it was the IMU ultimate, so a great ability there. As we can see now, 9Z Globant in a great position here. Hasu getting the vision for his team. Is that going to be enough? Tsunami Slam comes out on the back end. Flick able to get the retribution. Upatizi able to find a kill of his own as well. 9Z Globant gets caught by a 3-man pop-up. Is that going to be enough to take one of them down? Down goes Paquito, returning the favor. That's going to be the first kill for the side of 9Z Globant. But look at the damage, returning the favor to Alpha 7 there as well. Both teams going to have to disengage while the Lord starting to loom at the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, 1 kill for both teams here, but now once again the items, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, and then Corrosion side for a carry. While Lunox here comes with the Genius 1, and always closing the second one. That would be the Magic Crystal? I'm not sure, but the fact is, the Lord comes for Alpha 7. He is heading on the bottom side for the Alpha 7 team. And now the players are trying to dominating the jungle, dominating the Epo, and Flick here is trying to search in the angle, but he's a boxer. He can survive. He can escape so easily. But the Lord is marching in the bottom lane, Private.
Yeah, and not just that, but they're already starting to put the pressure onto these tier 2 towers, and you have not a single tower down on the side of Alpha 7. A very dominant game for them so far at 1-5. Not a high killing game, but that just tells you that Alpha 7 definitely understands that with each kill that they get, that they need to be able to kind of use that to get the advantage. The kills are great, but you need to use them as a tool to be able to get some of these objectives, to get a tower, to be able to get some of these turtles here, and they are using that very well. Now, finally, only high grounds left for 9Z Globant and a 5K gold lead for Alpha 7.
Yeah, they got the high ground here, at least for 9Z Globant, the last line of defense. Now, okay, for Luisinho, he even doesn't get the orange buff here for him. It is also a very complicated situation for 9Z Globant. So far, 5 kills for Alpha 7, just 1 for 9Z Globant. They're just waiting for Gusta. Lagusta getting stronger here to do something, you know. And the goal lead here comes with almost a 6k for Alpha 7. Once again, the items, the crystal magic, the magic crystal for Lunox, as I was saying, glowing hand, glowing wand for Valentina. And now one more item. Oh no, almost. A carry is heading for the gold meteor for the Marksman. Opposite leading the actions so far after 12 minutes of game.
Yeah, the carry's already about 1k up on Gusta Lagusta right now, who does have his Trinity, but he's just not able to be as effective in a lot of these team fights, especially now as they start expanding this gold lead. No contention there from 9Z Globant onto Alpha 7 as they pick up a free Lord. It's going to go back down to the bottom lane there as well. And what's different now is that they know they only have their high grounds right now. Look at the team. Look at how they're trying to kind of freeze up all of these lanes. They're not attacking.
Yeah.
They're just waiting. They want to make sure that all of these lanes will go ahead and crash in at the same time to put the maximum amount of pressure onto these high ground towers. It's easy for a team to be able to defend one lane, but when you have to defend all of them at the same time, that's where it really shines for a team like Alpha 7.
Yeah, freezing to synchronize the waves, and especially for to deny more resource for 9Z Globant, especially for Gusta Lagusta and his club. Once again, the Lord is heading in the bottom lane here. That can be very interesting for Alpha 7, and all the players are causing the pressure in the bottom lane here. Here comes the tackle for the Lord. Meanwhile, we're seeing here the mid lane. The Alpha 7 is still taking pressure. Causing pressure, sorry.
Yeah, you can see that off screen, the Lord does get taken down as well, while the rest of Alpha 7 kind of lying in wait, looking to see if they can find themselves an angle to possibly... Oh, speaking of which, we do have a Tsunami Slam that goes into the back line. Fashion able to turn it around onto Paquito. Upa TZ's going to have to get away. Deadly Magic actually locked onto him. But the rest of the rest of the team is looking to try to take him down. 9Z Globant actually has taken down Alpha 7 very, very low. They're on their back foot looking for an escape. Frost Lane Eve and Upa TZ, the last two left, as 3 members of Alpha 7 get taken down, maybe overstaying their welcome.
It was a 3-1 for 9Z Globant. I think that I could say that everything went wrong for Alpha 7, but at least they took down the turret number 3 in the bottom lane, guaranteeing super minions. But now 9Z somehow survives. They breathe. They buy more time for that composition, especially with Arlot and Gusta Lagusta with Claude here to try to revert that situation for 9Z Globant. They are not done yet. They're not dead yet here, my friend Private. Of course, the advantage for Alpha 7, it is still big. It is still like reliable, but 9Z Globant, they feel confident now to trying to reverse that situation.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you took what was like amounting to about a 7k gold lead, and you reduced that to about just over 2k gold. So, I mean, you've got the tools, you've got the momentum that you need. Elbow roll crazy goes in, is gonna get caught with a Tsunami Slam. He is taking out Immortality proc, but Upatizi is right there to return the favor, takes him down, follows up onto Chino. The rest of 9Z Globant running for the hills. You can see Luis is gonna go ahead, turn around, throw some cards at Alpha 7 as they turn around, realize it is just a better idea to go ahead and pick up this Lord while they have the momentum.
Oh, Bodo crazy. Oh, Bodo crazy. The minute that 9Z Globant saw a hope, saw a light at the end of the tunnel, this thing happened. And now they have to see once again Alpha 7 causing another push, but now I think that they changed their mind, trying to push the minion from the mid and the top side here in favor for Alpha 7. But once again, I mean that the last team fight, the team fight that 9Z Globant won, you know, that Fishing did a great job with the Tsunami ultimate for Kalia. You know, it gave them the chance and the hope to get back in the game. But this Lord now, this situation that Alboro Crazy, okay, he tried to buy some time for the team, but he was taken down. And now Alpha 7 has the tools to trying to finish the game 1, Private.
Oh, yeah, Lord coming down at the bottom. They are able to make short work of that mid-high ground tower. Now looking for the minions to try to take down this final high ground. 9Z Globant does have to go ahead and pay some attention to this Lord. They do. Minions coming in through the mid lane as well. Another Tsunami Slam lands onto Alboro Crazy. Is that going to be enough to take him down? He does use that ultimate to try to get away. Short work of the top lane high ground tower as well. And 9Z Globant's core is bare and alone right now. No towers to protect it as Alpha 7 disengage.
Yeah, Alpha 7 choose to play safe, choose to head back, you know, not trying to do some kind of overextend in here that could benefit 9Z Globant. Now I see once again at this point of the game, especially the Monster Man here, the gold laner are the full build, you know, like with the gold meteor and the malefic gun for Claude, and also Winds of Nature and the malefic roar gun, sorry, and the gold meteor for carry, you know, so they're all took me once again.
Alboro Crazy is just a glutton for punishment. Got caught again by the Tsunami Slam. Upatizi takes a whole head full of deadly magic, but it's not enough to take him down. Meanwhile, 2 more members of Alpha 7 trying to push onto Gusta Lagusta, who's able to find himself and escape. There are 2 members down for 9Z Globant and a 20-second time limit before they're going to be able to be back up. Meanwhile, you have a Lord that is due to be back up in 12 seconds. I don't know if they're going to actually be able to beat it as they come in onto the core. Minions are, as they tower lock immediately. Alpha 7 with a quick finish on to this game.
That was wide for Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. It was a good match. It was a good game for between the 2 teams. But as we were saying, Alpha 7 always dominating the pace, always dominating the actions here. That led the victory for Alpha 7 in the first game. Zina.
That Glue pick, they totally drafted against it. I mean, Lunix can't latch on, Glue can't latch onto Lunix, and the fact that the other 2, Boxy and Thamus, are too tanky, they're too mobile for him. It was just a bad draft for Glue, all in all, so that was sad.
There's bad drafts, and then there's kind of the amount of times that Glue got caught. Yeah. And I want to say that the problem with it is that every single time Glue kind of went for the split, had all those minions behind it, you had a perfect opportunity for Kalia to go in, get the Tsunami Slam, and drag Glue back. Because with all of those minions, you had a Lunux that was just dealing so much damage to it and making short work of it. I don't think the Glue even realized what had hit them as many times. And we're going to go into the highlights, but I want to say, we're going to go into some of the stats, but once we get to the highlights, I want to say 90% of those are going to be watching Alboro Crazy just get absolutely dished into by the enemy team here. As we take a look at some of these stats, 4-0-5 for Frost, Elaine, Eve, and then Upatizi on the carry did a great job. Even 5-0-2, even with, I want to say, Louisenho was actually able to close the distance, get to the carry, but carry did a great job of strafing, dodging to the side to be able to dodge a lot of the damage coming out from that deadly magic.
Yeah, you're totally right here from the first game for Alpha 7, my friend Private. And once again, Luizinho, I think as we were talking about, like, when we saw the Harley choose the Harley pick. Okay, Harley, he has a very interesting early game with the burst of damage, with the magic burst damage here, but he has to choose very well the focus, the target here, you know. And what Alpha 7 did was like to read and neutralize this kind of a situation, you know, because we saw like, okay, Louisiana was not able to pick off, was not able to take down, even carry. So as we saw, the Upatizi was like, he didn't die in the first game, you know, especially with carry. You had the Harley on the other side, but it's still Alpha 7 knew what they were doing, knew how they were handling that situation. So it was so far so good for them in the first game. As much as Feishin tried so much with Valentina and also Gusta La Gusta with Claude, but they couldn't resist the pressure. They couldn't resist the aggressive playing style for Alpha 7 in the first game. But now we were talking about Upatizi. Upatizi is the MVP here with carry, Zena.
Yes, carry here. It's the carry like you always say. And so carry here takes the MVP with 502 KDA, 60.5k in total damage, and 739 GPM.
Yeah, the gold per minute is actually pretty crazy there. And like I said, you saw a lot of times when they were actually still able to close the distance on the Upatizi, but he did a really great job of being able to dodge that to make sure that you weren't really getting the maximum amount of damage that you could out of the deadly magic. So here, as we go into it, you can see right from the back, Upatizi just in the back doing a great job of kind of keeping the distance there and putting the damage out there, using that flicker to get out of harm's way as well.
Yeah, as we were saying about carry once again with a very strong late game here, heading the MVP for Upatizi in the first game here, the light victory for Alpha 7. As we were talking about the global ban, so Alpha 7 is not allowed to repeat this composition, is not allowed to repeat that hero. Instead, 9Z Globant can pick these heroes, you know. So let's see what's going to happen in the next draft phase here for Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant. As we were saying, Alpha 7 taking Paquito from Influence Rage, and Paquito was he matched so well in this aggressive play style for Alpha 7 here, especially with Kalia that gave them so many options, that gave them so many opportunities to pick off, especially with the ultimate and the combo that came through the execution. So it was very good for Alpha 7 in the first game so far, Zena.
Yes, they did an amazing job. Alpha 7 started off very strong there, and they kept that momentum up throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and honestly, right from the beginning, it felt like they just honed in. They saw a weakness, they saw a crack in the armor, and they just kind of pressed onto it and continue making that crack even wider and wider. And this is, I want to say, Glue hasn't really had a great night tonight, but I don't think I've ever seen a game where Glue has been manhandled in that degree, because I want to say Glue is one of those, especially even me when I rank and stuff, when I see Glue on the enemy team, I'm just like, brother, like I just know I'm in for like a long match because of how tanky he is, how much he can get to the back, what he can do with CC. So just like a great ability for Alpha 7 to be able to deal with something like that.
We're learning here today now you know what you can do to counter the Glue, right? So Lunix can't be grabbed or given hugs, like they say, by the Glue, and carry shreds on Glue's little splits, right? So you found some ways, you guys in the audience, how to counter the Glue when you ever have to deal with him.
I was wondering, guys, is it too early to talk about a possible final with the two Alpha 7, North versus South?
I mean, we're the one game in to Alpha 7 right now. I want to say they have been pretty dominant, but we haven't. I think we've seen a little bit of dominance too from some of the other teams here as well. I want to say it's a little early. We haven't seen how much. I want to say next week too might show us a little bit more about how some of these teams do once we get out of that first week, when we kind of like have established where some of the teams are and where they have room to grow. The thing that kind of happens in the first week too with a lot of these teams, which kind of juggles things around, is that first week they know they're not getting kicked out of the tournament. You're not going to be losing any. You're not going to be on that going home for it. So this is the time to possibly like go with something that you wouldn't go with normally. This is the time to maybe try something out there on the live stage that you wouldn't necessarily work with usually, like a Marcel or something that you're not 110% confident in. So there still is room for a lot of these teams to change. I've seen it happen before as well, where these teams like they're just settling in. They're kind of trying to they're throwing a couple jabs out there of things that they don't usually work with. They want to see if it sticks. If it doesn't work, then we're just gonna go ahead and throw that back in the binder. But once it starts getting into playoffs and stuff like that, these teams kind of seriously hunker down. But I want to say this is a pretty good gauge of where a lot of these teams are going to be at, and this is what a lot of people were talking about. Alpha 7 has been known to pick up some very great players. We've already seen it echoed in the north. We're seeing it here in the south. That was a very dominating performance here for Alpha 7 South. But we also saw in our last game, I want to say Entity 7 had an awful first game to the point that I was just like, oh, this might be a little rough for them. But when it came to the second and third game, they were a completely different team, and maybe that's what we're kind of looking for with 9Z Globant. Maybe they put something out there that they really probably shouldn't have and really didn't have a lot of experience on, and are going to kind of shape that up in this next draft.
Yeah, I was just kidding, guys, about the Alpha 7 situation. It is just for entertaining you in the chat, we here and broadcast, But the jokes aside, I have to remind you that Alpha 7 also lost for the former champion of Black Sentence, the old lineup that with the players now in the Entity 7, So it's also important to keep that in mind, that Alpha 7 is a victim also from the old Black Sentence private. Funny, yeah, they were expecting Flick. So sorry.
I'm wondering because I see Alpha 7. I seen it talked about a little bit in the north, but Alpha 7 does not have a coach listed. And I wonder if that kind of maybe, for me personally, if I put it on paper, I feel like Global Ban benefits a team with coaches more, just because you take that pressure off of the players of having to keep track of who is banned, who did we use already, who can't I use now, and who can I use to counter in the next game. But I want to say, when it comes to a player understanding their own role and being able to make their own decisions on what they can best perform with, what they know how to do with on their own. Sometimes a coach can maybe get in the way of that, because a coach can kind of like, this would be the ideal composition. And sometimes maybe that might not take into consideration what a lot of these people are very comfortable playing on. So maybe that might be something to consider here as we're moving into this second game.
They are for sure target banning that Fanny. So they're really afraid of this.
Yeah. But you guys want to know a funny fact? One of the coach that also worked in Alpha 7. Now it's in the 9Z Globant. Cabral. He did a great job in Alpha 7, and now he is working on 9Z Globant. He was a coach. If I'm not wrong, it wasn't in the last season, but the last year he was a coach for Alpha 7, Now Alpha 7 is working with no coach so far until now, but let's see what is going to happen through the tournament. Now here we can see the banning phase with Fovios and Valentina for 9Z Globant. And we're seeing now Alpha 7 guaranteeing the banning for Freya and Zunshi. Freya with a 100% of a banning these days.
They just left open Sora, and Valentina is banned.
Clouds are ever shifting.
Wow, they're totally going to pick that up for sure. Oh, there it is. There it is.
I saw them kind of hesitate on that last ban. I think they noticed that Sora is open, but where does the priority land for this team? Is there something else, the Fredrin or the Boxia, which has been a very I want to say that's been a prime ban for both the North and South. So yeah, they're gonna go ahead and especially with the Valentina taken off the board, so there's no actual counter for the Sora, but as we've seen here tonight, Sora isn't the end-all be-all. There is, I mean, you can overwhelm the team to the point that Sora isn't going to be as much of a factor.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, but now the response for...
Oh, you see Marcel now. Let's see if Alpha 7 can do something with him. Oh, Terizla, though. I love Terizla. That was a different pick for sure. I haven't seen him.
1-1. 1-1 here in the game. We're heading for the third game here. The third and the decisive one.
Jokes aside, I'm just kidding. But now here comes with the Terizla and Marcel to Alpha 7. It's the first time here for Terizla here. I think that is going to be interesting to see this Terizla versus Sora. But I think that the matchup here can be not so good for Terizla, but I think that the penalty zone can be a very good situation for Alpha 7, depending on the execution in that composition, Private.
Terizla is pretty slow. His movements are slow. Like you're saying, I don't know if that's going to be any good against the Sora.
It's a really interesting put up there too, that and maybe that's the reason that Marcel's out there, is that if you kind of combine the slowness of Terizla with a golden hour, you have a Terizla that's going to be able to possibly connect on there. I think this is going to be our first outing of a Chang'e out here in the AMER tournament as well. That's going to give a lot of dominance for that mid lane. You don't see Chang'e too often, but she has a pretty good clear in that mid lane and a very good speed when it comes to being able to close the distance on some of those side lanes.
They like to choose Chang'e with the Marcel. The duo together is always paired, I see, being chosen together. I think for the fact that it works really well with her also, I guess. You know, I always see those paired together. So I wonder if they can, what they're gonna do with that. This might be the win that Marcel needs.
Yeah, as Chang used to say, let's play together. You know, yeah, that can be, that can make sense for Alpha 7 execution here. But now we're heading for the banning phase, the last banning phase with the Herod. Now we're seeing 19 Globant guaranteeing the banning for Granger. Is another one here that could play very good and very well with Marcel. Now they have Shangi, but now we're seeing and waiting for the final ban for Alpha 7, assuming that there's still remaining the jungle and the gold lane. But you know, guys, you can call me lunatic, but maybe
Okay, lunatic,
this Sora can be in a gold lane. You know, we saw this happening.
We've seen it before in the gold lane as well, especially. But I'm not a big fan of Sora in the gold lane, only because I feel like Sora's biggest weakness is being kited away, which a lot of marksmen pretty much specialize in. The one thing that kind of sticks out to me is that Chang'e, we don't see her too often, but Marcel's ultimate stops, doesn't stop, but it pauses ranged attacks. So if we're talking about a meteor shower coming out from Chang'e onto a target, it usually takes a little bit of time for you to kind of rain down the damage, start getting those stacks on from a Genius Wand or a Glowing Wand. But here, if you kind of get it, if you time that well with Marcel's ultimate, you're gonna have a huge amount of damage that's just gonna wash through after that ultimate clears.
I'm
Yeah.
Your talent is picking.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm hearing a Guinevere here that can be. I think that it could be for. Yes, it goes for Alpha 7. So that we have a higher possibility here for being the jungle for Flick, and now we're waiting for the final choices for 9Z Globant to finish that composition. I was also thinking about like they could ban Suyu here for 9Z Globant, and that's what happened. They didn't want to see that hero on Flick's hand. Alpha 7 already, they also banned Leomord here, another jungle possibility pick. And now let's see what is 9Z Globant is about to choose to finish that composition.
I don't know.
I am sovereign of the abyss.
Yeah, I was gonna say this Fredrin is definitely an option.
Oh, there it is.
And oh, look at it. Look at
Look at that.
switch positions tomorrow. You're gonna be wearing the fancy jacket.
Oh, my
tomorrow,
Fredrin's
you know,
open.
Lily?
Oh, wow.
As they go ahead and pair that up with the Obsidia as well. Still waiting. I mean, I'm going to assume that the Guinevere is going to be the jungler for the side of Alpha 7. We're just waiting for that. I guess the Golden. I was going to say the Marksman there. Yep, and that's going to be the Claude coming out there as well. So it's going to be very interesting. We've talked about this before. Is this going to be the match that gets Marcel out of the 0% win rate?
Yeah, the pair might do it.
Yeah, let's see if it is going to happen. It is a second game here. Alpha 7 versus 9Z Globant.
This one can be anyone's game for sure. Both of their lineups are really good, and I like the fact that they have Marcel with the Changi, and they have Sora and Fredrin on the other team, Hilda, to kind of give that early game kind of harassment. So hey, this might be a fight. A big fight.
That might be a fight. That might be everything here. Zena in the second game from 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. Everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn for this that could be, that might be or could be the last game for today. 9Z Globant versus Alpha 7. It is 1-0 for Alpha 7 so far. So let's go, Private Dancer.
Yeah, and a big thing for me right now is looking when it comes to the early game, the pressure that you can actually exert onto Flick actually seems pretty valid, especially with a Hilda on your team to be able to kind of go against Flick, who's actually very squishy, especially before they get that level 4. Albo Crazy kind of had a little bit of a rough game. Ooh, Paquito taking a decent amount of damage. He's going to get a little bit of a slow route onto both Albo Crazy and Fashion, but now trying to look for a little bit of an advantage in that early game, taking 2 tower shots is Albo Crazy. Flick comes in from the side, might be looking for a little bit of an engagement in there as Paquito goes in and dashes his way to safety.
Yeah, the first minute here, I think that the both teams are focused in getting farm, getting the first level here, especially for the junglers, Flick and Luizinho, reach the level 4 as faster as they can, just to, I mean, they can fight the turtle way much better with the ultimate here that can create some opportunity for both teams. Everything on the bottom lane, Upatizi versus Gusta Lagusta is a Claude versus Obsidia. 2 Marksmen with a very strong late game. But Chino now, it is taking so much pressure for Hesu. And maybe they are setting things for the first turtle that is heading up in the top side of the river, Private.
Yeah, the only thing I'm really concerned about is kind of coming in with that Violet Requiem and getting the pop-up. You're not actually aiming for Louisenho, who actually, as we talk about that, we do have a little bit of a skirmish coming in. Big pop-up does land onto 9Z Globant, and we do have a Violet Requiem comes out there. I was just about to talk about, are you going to be able to kill the Fredrin? But with the mixed up damage of the Chang'e for Frostlane Eve, it is going to be more than enough to bring down Louisenho. That's going to bring this to a 1-1 game, but that first turtle going over to Alpha 7.
So many things happening to Flick. He gets the turtle, he gets the kill, he's taken down for Alpha 7, 1-1 so far. But Paquito, he can't sense the danger because he's a Marcel. At this point of the game, and with the very early game, Marcel is not so resistant. He's not so like tanky or something like that. So he has to take care. He has to pay attention of that situation. But now he heads back to the base. He is heading out in the jungle. He is now taking part with his teammates because another team fight is happening, Private.
Another Violet Requiem followed by a big pop-up there, and the Meteor Shower coming up from Frostlane Eve. Frostlane, was that a Sky Piercer I just saw Frostlane Eve get as a first item?
I didn't see, actually. I didn't see, to be honest, but it's Sky Pierce. I mean, I think that even if you let roamers do Sky Pierce, they do. It's something very insane. Oh, Meteor Shower. Okay, just to cut in the grass, I guess.
Yeah, just getting a little gardening work in there, I guess. Especially with I guess the cooldown, not a big difference for Alpha 7 here, but they are at a pretty commanding. I don't want to say commanding. It's about 1K, but you're at about the 4-minute mark, so it's pretty early to be getting a lead. Paquito goes in, does put a little. Oh, actually catches in with the golden hour, and look at the damage from the Meteor Shower, followed up by the big Violet Requiem coming in from Flick. Paquito's gonna have to go back to the safety of the tower, but this is what we were talking about. Getting that golden hour plus the Meteor Shower and the damage from Flick is just too much. On the back end, Flick in trouble. Chino finds himself a target, and now Alpha 7 is without a jungler and without a retribution.
All for nothing. All for nothing. All the execution for Alpha 7 in the mid lane, that was a very, very good. But Blink, it's surprised. Cake was taken down, and with no retribution, it is so hard and it's so difficult for Alpha 7 to fight back the turtle. As we see now, once again, the items here, Corrosion for Obsidia, and the Demon Hunter for Claude. Once again, 9Z Globant trying to fight as even with Alpha 7.
Yeah, I like the game plan here. I feel like the Terizla, I'm gonna have to see where we're wanting to slot it in. Terizla is losing to Chino on this Sora, and that's allowing Sora to rotate in the enemy jungle and surprise Flick when he was just trying to get a minion in his jungle, and that's unfortunate when it comes to this kind of composition here. A little bit of a feistiness here at the mid lane as Paquito diving in between two members, trying to get a little bit of that slow there, keeping Alboro crazy at bay here underneath the river. You can see Gusta Lagusta waiting for an opportunity. And no worse for wear is either side on the map. 2-3 right now, just narrowly ahead is Alpha 7.
Yeah, you said it. Sky Pierce for Changi here, the first item for Frost La Neve in the Alpha 7. You know the funny fact here, the people in the chat are not happy with the Changi choice here. But so far, it's working well with this idea of execution of Alpha 7. But now here comes the
Trying to get that golden hour, misses it, does find the Violet Requiem. Is that going to be a kill? Down goes Sora. Chino is down. We do see another Meteor Shower kind trying to last some damage there. A great wombo combo there comes in the form of a great ultimate coming from Hesu, and then the Violet Requiem coming in from Flick. So you got the penalty zone, and you got another pop-up coming in from Flick. So you have options. I guess I see the use because you have that small pop-up that comes with the penalty zone. Speaking of which, a big ultimate coming in from the backside. Upatizi spraying on the damage onto the backside, but Alpha 7 might have bit off a little bit more than Naked Shoe. Are going to have to turn away from that jungle, but not without securing themselves a turtle.
That could be very worse for Alpha 7, especially with that missed golden hour in the turret, you know. But everything went the opposite. You know, a lot of things went well for Alpha 7. They guaranteed the turret, then now we're taking down the turret in the top side here. But they have to take care. They have to be aware about, like, especially that execution, especially with Marcel here. So, okay, so far, everything, or at least a lot of things, or most of the things are good and are happening for luck for Alpha 7, you know. But they have to, like, I think that they have to be more careful about that.
Yeah, there's just little things that they're kind of losing out to. Right now, they still have all of their towers. We're able to go ahead and take one down up at top. You can see that Sora of Chano is going to have to go ahead and clear that out as well. Still 60 seconds left before the Lord comes out. A 2 and 4 lead. So this isn't completely out of the hands of 9Z Globant just yet. Just under a 2K gold lead for Alpha 7 here at the 8-minute mark. Flick and Paquito waiting for an opportunity. Oh, they do find it! And the Requiem mixed with the meteor shower, but is missing a lot of the targets on the backside. Upatizi comes in with a blazing duet. Is he going to be able to take out Gusta Lagusta? He is not, and on the backside, Alpha 7 spraying on damage to 9Z Globant, which is going to go ahead and open up this tower on the bottom side for Alpha 7.
Yeah, another turret here for Alpha 7. They were taking the action once again. They were trying to take down the players for 9Z Globant. They didn't do that. They couldn't do that, but the result is still positive for Alpha 7, letting down the turret in the bottom lane. And now the focus might be in the mid lane here to try and take it down, but the Lord, the first one, is on the pit, is on the bottom side of the river, and both teams now are aware. But so far, Alpha 7, I think that they have a better domination of the situation.
Yeah, but you do have, you can see right there, Hesu on the Terizla is up at the top having to clear lane. So they do know that this is going to be basically an uneven fight. That they're going to try to go in on. Ooh, Paquito does go in, finds 2 members, is able to kind of land on that stun with his passive. Taking down the Lord to about 50% is 9Z Globant. Alpha 7 looking for an angle, looking to go in. Does catch themselves a little bit of a golden hour. Frost lane comes in, does find a little bit of damage with the Violet Requiem. Flick looking for an escape, is able to get away, but in comes Frost Lane Eve, is able to find themselves a kill onto it. I'm not even sure who got that Lord. It looks like it was 9Z Globant, but it does cost them a little bit of a kill and a tower.
Gustav, oh, here comes once again here, Private. Luizio is in trouble, but he's a fragile. He's a resistant one. But, my friend, you know who stole the Lord? It was Gusta Lagusta with Obsidia. You know, like, I think that Flick missed the retribution, and it was for 9Z Globant so far. But now the Lord is heading in the bottom lane, but with the Changi and the meteor shower here, at least the minions buffed can be cleaned by Alpha 7.
A little bit of a hello there coming out from the Paquito. They were going to go ahead and try to close the distance onto this Lord, or 9Z Globant was going to try to close the distance on the Alpha as they dealt with this Lord. Oh, he's going to be able to charge there, put some damage onto that tower there at the bottom. Alpha 7 has to deal with it. They do lose a bottom tower. It's going to be the first tower. I believe it's the first tower of the series for Alpha 7, as they actually, I think they had all of their towers up in the last game. You can see here with the meteor shower, Albaro Crazy actually did something very, very smart there. He tanked most of that meteor shower so that Frost Lane Eve was not going to be able to clear that mid lane as easily with just the meteor shower. So that allowed some of the minions to go in there, at least start putting a little bit of damage onto that mid lane, start getting them some type of macro in these lanes.
Yeah, we saw also the glowing one in Frost's hand, you know, just a little bit of like this top healing and guaranteeing the burning for that situation. But now here comes the Paquito. Meteor shower once again, Private Dancer. Oh!
Oh, yeah, we do have a penalty zone that comes out there. Upatisi finds a kill onto Chino as they continue on there. Flick takes a decent amount of damage. He's going to be able to dash their way to safety, but the Obsidia is doing a great job. Gusto Lagusto actually put on a huge amount of damage that did back off Alpha 7 from getting a huge amount of momentum on their side. They're only going to be able to walk away with 1 kill on their side, but the gold lead is expanding to about 4K with a few, I want to say 30 seconds left until the next Lord comes up. They do have another meteor shower comes out, and they catch Elbow Crazy again as Flick takes down a tier 2 tower up at the top.
Keto, yeah, so he's playing aggressive once again here. I was wondering how long is the ultimate from Changi, the cooldown, you know, because I think that it is I think that is like 7 or 8 seconds, because it is so fast that he can spam the ultimate so many times and
yeah, no at the bottom lane. Yeah, Upatisi just dove in with that BMI to be able to take down Gusto Lagusto. That's going to be a big point of damage that you are not going to have as 9Z Globant, especially for this Lord coming up as Alpha 7. You can see them already starting to set up there, while Hesu in the mid lane doing his best to kind of keep the rest of the team at bay. Now looking to go ahead, set their sights onto this tier 2 tower as they clean up that Lord easily with no contention from 9Z Globant. Ooh, that's a little bit of a missed golden hour right there. Another meteor shower comes out underneath the tower. Look at the damage coming out. Black Shoes activated by Feshin as the rest of Alpha 7 disengage.
Yeah, nothing for 9Z Globant, my friend. No Lord, no purple buff, no jungle resource, nothing to 9Z Globant so far. Alpha 7 once again playing so aggressive, while the Lord is heading this time at the top side. But Hesu, what are you doing there? Okay.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go ahead and dive underneath this tower. Their whole main goal is to just push back 9Z Globant so that they can go ahead, get that macro, and push onto the tower. And only high ground towers left for 9Z Globant. Big pop-up does land. Ooh, and a good golden hour catches 3 members of 9Z Globant down. Goes Chino. Frostlane Eve with another kill. They're sitting at 3-0 and a 5. Top tower does get crashed into by the Lord, while 9Z Globant looking for an angle to come in here. Another meteor shower from the flank. 9Z Globant trying to back off. They have to deal with the Lord. All minions starting to crash in the bottom high ground tower as the rest of Alpha 7 looking to focus in onto this core. Upatisi coming into the back lane with that blazing duet. 50% looking to take down this core. They're very low. Is Alpha 7 going to be able to continue to do it? 20% damage coming out from Gusto Lagusta, and backing away is Alpha 7 very wisely. As you can see, a lot of them taking almost down to about 10% and living to fight another day, even with the core down at 20%.
Yeah, the base here for 9Z Globant is so injured and is so damaged. But now they can't defend. They are able to defend the base so far, but there is no line of defense on the turret. You know, there's no high ground. There is no protection. The only that remains for 9Z Globant here is the hope, is the magic for reverse that situation so far. 35 seconds remaining for the next Lord, and Alpha 7 has all the advantage here. Only one turret taken down by 9Z Globant, and we can see Flick here dancing with the recall, you know, like, okay, we are so confident so far that we can do this kind of thing. So okay, 9Z Globant here has to wait for like a mistake for Alpha 7, you know, not only one mistake, it's a couple of mistakes actually.
Yeah. They need to wait for a meteor to land on the side of Alpha 7 and take out most of the members there right now. They have been executing, especially when it comes to this Marcel, who they had a great game plan to come in onto him to be able to kind of match up that damage, especially when it comes to Frostlane Eve. Alberoll Crazy taking a little bit of damage there as Paquito comes in there trying to put on that slow. Alberoll Crazy just doing the best that they can to try to get some vision onto this Lord. But Alpha 7 they're dragging it out. They want this fight to happen. They want to get this engagement with 9Z Globant, but they're not taking the bait just yet. You can see them getting it down to about 50%. Paquito comes in, puts a little bit of a stun there onto Luisenho from the back end. Oh, we have a golden hour that just missed. Oh, Chang'e. Oh, but Luisenho actually gets out of the way of that. So they're going to be able to pull out this Lord and reset it once again. Oh, it's down to about 50%. I don't know if they actually realize from the side of Alpha 7 that this is actually getting very low. Albero Crazy taken very low, down to 25%, down to 10%. Is that going to be enough? Looking for the flicker on the back end. Luisenho gets taken down. That's going to be the retribution for 9Z Globant as the rest of Alpha 7 looking to engage onto them. Chino down for the count as the Lord goes to Alpha 7 on the back end. It's just Feshin alone against 4 members of Alpha 7. Albero Crazy, Gusta Lagusta alone to try to defend this core. And ladies and gentlemen, a clean sweep for Alpha 7.
And a clean sweep, a clean victory for him. He deserved it so much. Marcel with almost a 0% of win rate. It was with almost a 0%, but now he got the first victory, at least for today. Xena 2-0 for Alpha 7.
That unstoppable pair, the Chang'e with the Marcel. It came in clutch, now you know. For him to get his win, he needs to be paired up with a Chang'e.
I want to say this composition that kind of came out, it were a lot of question marks on our faces when we saw it. Terizla came out, Chang'e came out, Marcel, who hadn't had a great game. But all of this really kind of just fits so well together in this just as ingredients. The Terizla able to get the penalty zone, which would hold somebody kind of in the same spot, also acted as a pop-up that would help activate the Violet Requiem coming in from the Guinevere. Having the Chang'e on the team, who teamed up with the Marcel, meant that you had this huge amount of damage that was just stacking up, waiting to lay onto somebody. And if that didn't get the job done, right after the golden hour ended, the Guinevere was able to come in with the jump and find a Violet Requiem as well. So just all of this just kind of meshed so well together. So a great job there by Alpha 7.
And in all these things, it doesn't work. We still have the Blazing Duet from Opatizi to cause damage in the back line of the team fight, you know? So yes. Alpha 7 came through a very good plan, Xena.
Yes, they were really good on setting everything up. Like you said, all of them worked together. They had that synergy, and they used that to their advantage.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the stats here, 6, 0, and 5 for Frost, Elaine, Eve there, 2, 0, and 3 for Upatizi. Even Paquito on that, on the Marcel, 0, 0, and 10. Hesu acting as the secondary support there, 0, 0, and 10. Just everybody kind of executed on a level that just absolutely overwhelmed 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and we're seeing the highlights here. Also for Alpha 7, guaranteeing the first blood, guaranteeing the objectives, and the execution that came through very well to Alpha 7. We can see the jump for Guinevere, the Requiem Violet, with the Meteor Shower for Shanky, and the Golden Hour. So there's so many ways, like AoE and crowd control for Alpha 7 composition that came through like a very a clean idea for execution so far for Alpha 7. I mean, like, 9Z Globant, they fought well against all situations, but still Alpha 7, as we were saying, especially with the synergy, batting playing together with so long, and the Paquito acquisition here to get the team stronger, the lineup stronger, that can be a very interesting for Alpha 7 through the rest of the tournament.
Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I love this composition, because there were just so many boxes that helped each player in there, whether it meant CCing them so that you could either get a jump or a meteor shower, or the damage that could come out. It just, everything kind of worked out so well that there just was no way for 9Z Globant to get ahead. And unfortunately, it really kind of turned off to Albaro Crazy to try to tank all of that in the front line. But as we take a look at the MVP, it's no surprise, Frost, Lane Eve gonna go ahead and scoop that up 6-0 and 5 and 624 gold per minute.
Yeah, the Chinese came in clutch, right? The pick that no one thought to see.
Especially with the first item as in his Sky Pierce here, like, okay, what a surprise for everyone. But it's still so bad. There was a few people in the chat that say, hey, Changi is a bad pick here. Why picking Changi? But for the idea that Private Dancer, he explained it so well. It was like, it makes a total sense, you know, because you have so many situations in a very long team fight for Alpha 7 with the penalties on Meteor Shower, the Golden Hour, you know, especially with the Rayquin Violet for the Guinevere also here. So it is like so very. It's a Thanos composition, you know, because you have no way to escape from that, you know. So Alpha 7 came through a very good idea, and it worked so well, guaranteed the second victory here.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I'm kind of speechless with how well that went. Alpha 7, I mean, we kind of talked about how strong they were, and I want to say, taking a look here with when it comes to AMER South, one of the stronger teams here that we've seen. At least one of the more dominant victories here we've seen in the series that we've watched here tonight. So hats off to them to continue that winning way, especially with the creativity when it comes to that draft, with their ability on these drafts and the ability to find the counters that they need, even for a lot of those picks that a lot of us have been kind of scratching our heads, like, how do you actually deal with this? And it feels like Alpha 7 is well on the way to just always having that answer, not just having that answer, but executing to perfection.
And they were doing this with no coach, right? No coach needed. They said, we got this, and they did. A 2-0 sweeping that under the rug right there for their first victory.
Yeah, it is something like that, you know. And especially we're happy to see so many things out of the box today, because okay, we have to handle that situation that the meta is the meta benefit of so many heroes that we're seeing so many times, especially from scenes from the AMER North and South, such as Boxia, Marcel coming up to per pick, or banning, Valentina, Sora, Claude carried, you know. But it is also good to see some surprises like Changi or Terizla. Also, we saw the Valier for today with Sagan, you know, with the Octa Gaming, if I'm not wrong. So it is also good to see these kind of surprises, you know, this kind of things out of the box here to not only for surprising the enemy, not only for blowing the enemy's mind, you know, but also to to be more dynamic, to show the people that it's also possible to play and win with some off meta heroes, you know. But depending on the composition, okay, the idea, the execution, but it's also possible for this competition so far, Private.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and that's always been the question, and then that's why I know there's a lot of people who were on the fence when it comes to having a global ban, but it basically answers the question, is like, what is the meta when the meta is no longer an option for you to be able to pick up, and that's what we're going to be answering here with the AMER North and the AMER South. When you start taking out some of those prime picks, so many things that you have to be on your mind when you use or you pick up something and know that you're not going to be able to use it for the next round, or when you see something and you realize, oh, did we just get countered? What are we going to go with this last pick? Do we pick something strong that we know that we might just waste because we're about to, we might be looking at a loss here or something like that. It's so many different factors that keep it nice and fresh, and to the point that we're seeing stuff that have even us kind of scratching our heads like, I don't really think that's going to work. Like a Chang'e doesn't really, it's something I love seeing is even stuff that gets us as casters like okay, let's see how this works out, and to see all these pieces fit together, and that's where I'm really happy about when it comes to this global ban.
Yeah, I'm loving this global ban. The fact that they're bringing out non-meta heroes and actually having to find ways to be more strategic with the ways they do things, and it's amazing to see like how everything has changed and not seeing the same old hero every time going in. So this is super amazing, super fun to see this new thing implemented. The global bans were great.
Yeah, and it's also so good that results many people in the chat say, hey, how this is why this is global ban not available for the rest of the world, for the rest of the tournament? Maybe, who knows? But still, we are working here with the global ban in the AMER North and South, and we are so happy to see these things happen because it opens for many ideas. It opens for many opportunity for many dynamic situation here for every team, everyone. Especially when you're seeing like the team is thinking about some heroes out of the meta, out of the situation that can have a good execution. So everything is possible with the global ban. So it is very, very, very good to see these things happening. Private.
Yeah, I'm very excited about all the matches that we had here tonight. A great introduction for people like me who are mostly people like me and Xena who come from the North America side of it and don't always have the opportunity to catch the fire and the intensity that happens here in the South Americans as well. But I mean, a great showing and some great and strong teams here.
Yeah, and Xena, talking about the good thing, here comes the let's talk now. Let's chat with the winner from the last match for today, and there it is, Jesus, the XP laner for Alpha 7. Thank you so much for joining us in this conversation, my friend, and congratulations for the winning. Welcome, my friend.
Hello, thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, loud and clear. Okay. Xena, do you have a question for Jesus?
So you picked the Charizla. What was the thought process on that whole situation? Why the Charizla?
Me and my team discussed about it, and I just picked it. That.
Do you play Charizla often, or is it one of the heroes that you play a lot?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, Charizla is really fun to play. I enjoy playing him as well. Super tanky.
Yeah, super tanky and slow.
Yeah, slow, very slow. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, he's very slow, but he gets the job done. It's okay.
So with the global ban up here, first of all, that's we've all been hearing us yammer on about it. The viewers have been yammering on. As a player, how do you feel about the global ban as compared to normal bans as a pro player?
For me, my experience with global ban is very good, and I'm enjoying it a lot because I can use many heroes on our practices and in the tournament also. So I would say that 3 seasons that I have been playing with global ban is so fun and so interesting because we always use our I would say brain or...
Yeah, you have to be more strategic and think how it will work. Yeah.
Okay, Esu, we have to talk about the Alpha 7 lineup because it seems that you are competing with no coach so far. Is that right? So
Yes.
how are you doing that? How is the calling? You know, for example, in the second game, who was the idea to combine Shangi, Marcel, you know, Terizla? It was the whole team, and it was shot caller for that.
For me, I would say it's the collaboration of each and every one of my teammates, and
Okay.
we just trust each other, do our own thing, do what we do on our practices, and thankfully it worked. It worked out, and we had great results today.
Okay.
Yes, you guys
okay,
did an
very
amazing
nice.
job.
Very good. Do you guys have another question?
Who is
Okay, okay.
your favorite hero to play?
My favorite hero to play, I would say maybe Cho.
Cho.
Really?
Oh,
Cho, yeah.
why? Why Cho?
Because Cho is so fun to play. Like he has so many dash and different possibilities on what you can do on that hero, and I like it very much.
Yeah, he can get across the
Okay.
map pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I want to say you guys had some of the more unique drafts and options, especially coming from a team that doesn't have a coach, which I feel like really speaks to your guys' ability to communicate with each other on a level that, because like that's usually where the coach comes in, because everybody's got these differing opinions, everybody argues like, oh, this will work, no, this will work, or that is. But for you guys to be able to kind of find some of these unique compositions that work and everybody's listening to each other, it's almost like a what do we even need a coach for? Like, are you guys actively searching for one, or are you guys pretty trustworthy in your guys' ability to do well here?
For me, I would say now we just have so much trust in each other, and yeah, I think that's what makes a good team. Just trust in each other, even if you do or don't have a coach.
Okay.
That's what makes
okay.
that team super strong.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Hasu, I have a question. This season you have a new teammate, right? Yeah, that is Paquito. So I want to ask you about you guys. How is now working with him? How is the synergy? Is he a good teammate? You know, is he crazy like you guys? So how is everything with Paquito?
I would say Paquito is a very good player, very hungry, you know,
Okay.
and he fits well with us because we are very hungry too, and we want to prove something, not just for everybody, but within ourselves. We want to prove that we can, you know.
Okay. Nice.
And you guys
Very
are.
nice.
You're doing an amazing job right now. You guys are at a 2-0 right now, and without a coach as well. Do you think a coach would hinder you guys if you guys did get a coach? Because then your decision will come from what your coach will say, right? So sometimes the strategy you guys come up with, the coach would probably say no to. So
I think if we add a coach, like it will be a help for us because it will be another brain for the team, you know, and I think it will not affect, or it will not affect us badly, you know.
Okay.
So if we ever add a coach, it will be just a positive addition for us.
That's a spectacular mindset to have with it. Whereas I want to say a lot of teams, it takes a little bit for them to kind of warm up to another person's ideas. Whereas you are just like, oh man, that's another brain to add to the pool that we have here. Is there anything, any shout outs you want to give out, or is there anything you want to say on your side?
I just want to say hi to my family and hi to my teammates also. and we just do good. And shout out to you guys. Thank you for doing a wonderful job. And as always, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a final question has to. Do you have last season was some rivalry, Alpha 7 versus Influence Rage, but now do you have another team to take care, to pay attention?
For me, I will just say what happened last season is no more. And for us right now, this season, we're just fighting against ourselves, and we try to improve, or we try to beat our former selves, and we will just take it day by day, whoever the enemy is.
Awesome. That's a great answer. Hasu. So Hasu, once again, thank you so much for joining us here in that conversation.
So much,
congratulations on the first win, and we hope the best of luck in the next of the competition. So thank you so much, Hasu.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye-bye, Hasu. Okay, so there it is. Hasu, the player for Alpha 7, one of the Filipino players. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know about you guys. He said we were doing a great job, so.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty satisfied.
It was like, okay, thank you so much.
Very humble. I'm not gonna lie. I am. It's very endearing to find a team that I feel like they're just on another level when it comes to kind of understanding, and then the openness. Maybe this is just I've been in North America too long, where we get it's basically like the wild west when it comes to a lot of teams on if there's going to be fighting, if there's going to be drama, if we're going to be able to cohesively get a team together for a while. Now I think things have settled down. We've got a lot of sponsors now. We've got teams. We've had a lot of growth. But to hear the way that these guys kind of respond to each other with open minds, and even the possibility, like there wasn't even a hesitation to we know what we're doing, we don't need a coach. It's just like, no, adding another brain in there, bro, that would be wonderful. That'd be like, it takes stress off of us to kind of think of these things as well. It's very refreshing to hear.
Yeah. So the first date is done, Zina. What do you think about it?
About the whole situation with the coach?
I mean about everything that happened in the first day as we saw the results so far.
I think it was amazing. Yes, the results here. We have Octa Gaming taking their first match 2-0. Then we have Dreammax against Infinity, and Dreammax taking that win right there. Match 3, we have Influence Rage against Entity 7, or was it? Oh no, was it Rockstar? Yeah, Entity 7, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Entity 7.
Okay.
Yes.
Entity 7, and Entity 7 taking that on Alpha 7, clean sweeping the end there. The games were amazing. I liked it. There was a lot of back and forth between most of the matches, like with the second match and the third. I like that, there was that fight, and you can see that it could be anyone's game later on. They're learning as they go, right?
Yeah.
Seeing how they can draft against it.
Yeah, and if today wasn't an answer, I'm very excited to see what kind of games we're gonna have up tomorrow as well when it comes to a lot of these winners and a lot of these losers when it comes to kind of the Swiss tournament format that we have here.
Yeah, today was amazing. It is only the first day, and we are now expecting and we're waiting for. I'm not sure if we're gonna show the next matches here only in our social networks, but it's also a very good thing to show you people that is going to appear at any moment for you guys. So pay attention and stay tuned. But it's time for the best thing. It is time for her. That here it comes. Come on, where are you? Where are you? Wonderful. Where are you? My production is working. We are waiting.
Anyways. Marcel, though, just speaking about Marcel,
No,
I
not
am.
Marcel.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about Marcel?
Why
Okay,
not?
he won a game. Game today.
He won a game. I think he did a great job of all the times you're like, oh, Marcel, look at him. He came out and showed you, didn't he?
All right. So yeah. It was like it went up just a little bit in my concept, just a little bit. Okay, I respect you just a little bit.
I wonder what that brings it to right now. Is that like a 20% win rate or like a 25 right now? I think how many times has he been picked and lost?
Yeah, maybe 10.
Maybe 25. I would say maybe 25 now. Probably wasted up like by that much. But I feel like it's the combo that right? That actually did it for him. But I still
at least for today,
agree with
right?
you. He's kind of hard to gauge because the fact that he can be a bad factor to the team for the fact that he could freeze you too and mess you up. But
one thing that is obvious is that there needs to be a level of synergy in the team to make him cohesive, and that's one thing is like when we sit here and we talk about like, oh, teams mistiming his ult or mistiming damage that's going to go on to the Marcel, and then when you talk to the players of Alpha 7 and you're like, oh, that makes sense. How much in tune they are with each other, and it's like, okay, that makes sense of why they could make Marcel work to the level that they did when it comes to being able to get that golden hour with the meteor shower, with the violet requiem, or with the penalty zone. They understood that it's something that they had worked on. These guys are in each other's heads, so the trust that they have when it comes to and be confident to be able to use them. Just on a level that we have not seen in South or even North as well. So crazy.
Yeah. So now, Zena, we are talking about tomorrow's schedule.
all right. And for tomorrow's schedule, what do we have here?
It's gonna be...
I'm really bad with logos, guys.
This is looking like a rematch. We're gonna be going back in time to have Octa Gaming taking on a Black Sentence as well.
Yeah.
So,
okay. There we go. We were
changed before my
like, well, there we go. Now.
Okay.
What's that first logo, guys? Against Dreammax.
The Octa Gaming. Gaming.
Octa Gaming against Dreammax. 9Z Globant against Influence Rage. Entity 7 against Alpha 7. Black Sentence against Infinity. What do you guys thought on this?
It's gonna be wild, actually. Right,
Private. You understand the logos, you got this. But yeah, I'm very excited to see, especially as we move on with the Swiss stage, where it kind of pairs. I feel like the goal of it here is to show us the more competitive matches. The winners go against winners. The losers go against losers. I hate saying losers, but like the ones who lost the match, they go up against another people who lost the match. So it's more like you go up against another team that has that didn't fare as well, so you go against somebody who's kind of even with you, and it kind of keeps these very competitive matches.
Yeah, tomorrow is gonna be wild. I think tomorrow is gonna be more excited for today, especially because of that, as you said, Private. The winners are going to face each others, and the teams who lost the game today are going to face also, and by the time for the winner, the situation can be just a little bit better, because if they lose, they're not in a bad situation. But for tomorrow, for the team that is going to lose, now it's a life, or that can be a life or death situation. Right?
Yes.
All right. And remember, guys, for you to come watch us on the social media channels here. We're on Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and make sure you check out MLBB Esports. Kick.
That's right. If you guys missed any of the action, if you guys didn't find the North or maybe missed some of the North matches, you guys can go ahead, keep track of it at MLBB Esports. You can keep up with all of the tournament info that you need. Keep up with us too, as you can see some of our info down at the bottom as well for some of our social medias. But like he said, you can keep it up to date with everything that's going on with the AMER tournament.
Yeah, guys. So you can follow us everywhere, every place, man. Maybe you can take a picture of a screen of our here 3, you know. Maybe you can repost us on Instagram, for example. Yeah, it is up in Brazil. It's like we do something like that, you know, like we give some time for the people to take a screenshot of the screen like that, you know. The people take the screenshot and they tag us on the Instagram, you know, and it's like we like to repost them on our the social media, you know, like it is very, very interesting and it's very good also. So guys, you are the main star of the show. You're in the chat, you're in the live, the broadcast. Send like, share the live, call everyone for tomorrow, Zina, because tomorrow we have so much fun and action about to happen.
Yes, looking forward to it. Super excited. We still have day 2 coming up of the South. So be sure to stop by and check it out. And make sure you do follow us on our socials, okay? Because Private likes to give his thoughts on who thinks he's going to take the win, even though he did a horrible job of it this time around. But I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But usually he gives really great tips, for sure. So Enrico as well.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, if you guys thought the action today was great, you can stay tuned tomorrow as well at the same time as we go on to day 2 of week 1 of the AMER South tournament. It has been an absolute honor to cast alongside Zina and Rico, and especially to see all the stars here in the South America MLBB scene.
Yeah, so I think that, what's next?
Thank you everybody for coming.
Okay. Okay.
Take care.
Bye, guys.